Chapter 469. Looking down below, Yanjiaoge and the others saw golden light erupt, rapidly rising upwards. Below the golden light, one could see layers of black fog surging. The black fog seemed to have a life of its own. As the golden light approached, everyone could clearly feel the surging power within it. But as the black fog approached, everyone could clearly feel the terrifying aura of the netherworld. Everyone present was a peak expert of the 8 extremities world. Yet, at this moment, they all felt uneasy within their hearts, a frenzied feeling surging uncontrollably from the depths of their hearts. This was no longer the negative thoughts in the depths of a martial artist's heart. Rather, it was as if someone had forcefully intruded into their hearts and dug out the darkest corners of their hearts. Then they unscrupulously magnified it and exposed it to the light of day. Yuan Zhengfeng, Huang Guanglia, Shen Li, and Qinglin, the 4 great martial saints, shouted in unison. The 4 of them attacked together. Streams of light filled the darkness and suppressed the 9 underworld's baleful qi. With them bearing the brunt of the pressure, the others were in a much better state. After stabilizing their minds, they each took action to help suppress it. The black mist's upward momentum slowed, and an angry emotion immediately spread out from the bottom of the abyss, shaking everyone's hearts. Yanjiaoge sucked in a deep breath. This feeling is different from when the descent of the Great 9 Underworld's door failed earlier and was forced to close. Previously, when he broke the demonic domain Great Formation and stopped the 9 Underworld's gate from opening, the gate also emitted a furious and unwilling emotion. But at the same time that emotion was extremely grand, it also seemed illusory. It was as if the 9 Underworlds herself had emotions and was angry because she was obstructed. Right now, the anger at the bottom of the abyss was not as grand, but it was more real and lively. The rising momentum of the golden light and the black fog slowed down, and then they were in a stalemate in the abyss. As soon as they stopped moving, a clear outline of their bodies appeared. Gazing over, Yanjiaoge saw that there seemed to be an actual sun appearing before his eyes, incomparably dazzling and blazing. Countless golden talisman markings formed numerous streams of light that seemed like chains and ribbons, and they crisscrossed and fluttered in the air. Below him was boundless darkness that stood in sharp opposition to the golden sun. Countless black chains stretched out from the darkness and intertwined with the golden chains above, constantly pulling at each other. The surface of the black chains seemed to be covered in dark red light that flowed endlessly like bloodlines. The majestic and boundless energy constantly collided and resisted. Where the golden sun and the thick black fog met, the space was completely distorted and chaotic. Yanjiaoge could vaguely feel that the true size of the great golden sun might be much larger than what he saw before his eyes. But because of the distortion of space, it looked like this. When Yuan Zhengfeng and Huang Guanglia saw the terrifying area where the 2 sides came into contact, fear appeared in their eyes. Streaks of golden light intertwined with the black chains, extending and expanding in all directions. As the 2 of them rose from the abyss, they gradually lit up the entire region. At this moment, if one looked down from the sky from outside the abyss, they would see that the entire area, which was the size of the heaven domain, was lit up. The densely packed golden and black threads were like a spider web that covered the vast land. It was a ghastly sight. Let's begin. Yuan Zhengfeng said, if the 9 underworlds are truly connected to the 8 extremities world, all of us would face a calamity of extinction. That is not something that the flame devil world can compare to. Everyone present nodded silently. The 9 underworlds had already existed before the great calamity. It had been the polar opposite of the great 1,000 worlds of that time, being the darkest, foulest, and evilest land of the world. It was unlike the flame devil world, the floating life world, the vast ocean world, and even the 8 extremities world, which had all been formed from the shattering of the great 1,000 heavens and earth. The 9 underworlds were the 9 underworlds, When had there ever been someone who named it the Nine Underworlds world? Just the name alone was already different from that of the Flame Devil world. Huang Guanglia and the other Sacred Sun clan martial practitioners gazed at that great golden sun for a long time before they all sighed, shifting their gazes away. They simultaneously moved, their power unceasingly bolstering the great golden sun. Clear chi, sunlight, thunderbolts, clouds, and mist, numerous sigils manifested different forms, transforming into numerous runes that formed a formation, entrenched within the air as they unceasingly locked down the black fog. Over the past year, other than Feng Zhuan and the other higher echelon elders of the various clans who were stationed in the Earth domain to keep watch over it, Yuan Zhengfeng, Huang Guanglia, and the other bigwigs also frequently came to the Earth domain. At this critical moment, many of their previous worries were cast aside as they unceasingly investigated and deduced, gaining a deeper and deeper understanding of the current situation in the Earth domain. Facing external enemies, the bigwigs of the various clans temporarily joined forces, exchanging information as they discussed and came up with some countermeasures. Yan Zhaoga did not make a move, instead continuing to earnestly observe and analyze the situation. The current method of Yuan Zhengfeng and the others was still to seek stability, continuing to rely on that great golden sun as the core of the seal and reinforcing it. It was just that they were not the original owners of the seal at the end of the day. Reinforcing the seal took twice the effort for half the results. Even so, the situation was already under control. The black fog was hard-pressed to continue rising, the great golden sun even beginning to descend once more, pressuring the black fog downwards. The unresigned and furious emotions within the deep abyss grew denser and denser as a soundless roar seemed to resound by everyone's ears, causing their hearts to twist together. The dense, blood-red patterns on the numerous black chains that extended from the darkness suddenly turned bright and dazzling. Then numerous streams of blood chi surged from the black chains before transforming into numerous evil devils, shooting over towards Yan Zhaoga and the others. Yuan Zhengfeng, Huang Guanglia, and the other two saints did not move. They continued to strengthen the seal. The Essence Talisman martial grandmasters of the various sects who had come together with them all moved, engaging in a great battle against the evil devils manifested from devilish chi. These evil spirits were extremely powerful, causing people to be alarmed. Just the demons manifested by the devil chi were already so powerful. What kind of existence was the source of the devil chi itself that was trying to rush up from the abyss? How many of such existences were there in the 9 underworlds? Just thinking about it made one shudder. At that moment, someone suddenly approached from above the abyss. Raising their heads to look, they saw that the newcomer was a long-time elder of Jade Sea City. The other party's face was ashen as he said in a deep voice, "The Eastern Sea is in an emergency. The Flame Devils are attacking again." Several Flame Devil Kings equivalent to experts of the second level of the Martial Saint realm of our human race passed through the dimensional passageway once more, stepping into the outer East Sea. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines and to the top of their heads. Currently, blazing fire swept through the world above the East Sea once more. Led by one powerful Flame Devil King after another, the numerous Flame Devils slaughtered their way into the 8 extremities world. The first line of defense, set up by the human race martial artists, was instantly destroyed. To be continued. Chapter 470. Above the outer East Sea, the surface of the sea surged majestically, yet not a single island could be seen. The islands here had long since been destroyed and flattened by the Flame Devils time and time again. At this moment, massive bubbles roiled on the surface of the outer East Sea one after another, as the entire sea seemed to be boiling. Above the sea, the blue skies had already vanished. There was only an all-encompassing sky of flowing fire that surged rampantly. One powerful flame devil after another traversed the horizon, spreading into the surroundings as they brought with them the aura of destruction and calamity. The great flame devil charging at the very front had the head of a tiger and the body of a human, its features savage and terrifying as it roared continuously. Suddenly, its body abruptly halted in midair. The next moment, countless flowing fire shot out from behind it. The back of its head, neck, back, waist, buttocks, limbs, soles of its feet, streams of flowing fire shot out from every single part of its body. The flames condensed in the space behind this great flame devil, instantly forming a dazzling painting. It was a painting completely composed of blazing flames, on which were famed mountains and great rivers that were majestic and magnificent. The painting of flames condensed in the air, incomparably dazzling and breathtaking as it did not dissipate for a long time. Amidst its extreme magnificence, it also contained a terrifying power, resembling a cage. The flame devils that followed were unable to stop in time as they slammed headfirst into that painting of fire, seemingly entering another world. A world of mountains and rivers completely composed of flames. While the flame devils did not fear blazing fire, being within it, they were still struck by streams of chi, forming ferocious attacks. Meanwhile, the flames of that great flame devil from earlier were rapidly extinguished, its roars coming to a halt as its body fell towards the sea down below, no longer possessing any signs of life. A scholarly-looking old man with his hands behind his back slowly appeared within space. Meanwhile, in another direction, the speeding group of flame devils suddenly felt extremely uncomfortable. Possessing natural spiritual essence of fire, they could clearly sense that the water vapor in the surrounding air had suddenly increased. Before they could react, one spark after another erupted from the surface of their bodies. It was like human skin rupturing, fresh blood spurting out. A subtle yet majestic, formless yet hard to resist power instantly enveloped the entire bodies of these flame devils. They wanted to dodge, yet were unable to do so, because that attack came from all directions, from every corner of the air, covering every inch of their bodies. Pervasive, omnipresent. The source of these invisible swords was the water vapor that densely covered the surrounding space. Under the raging fire, the water vapor should have been swept away, but the raging fire seemed to be helpless in the face of this water vapor. The water vapor turned into countless sharp swords at this moment, attacking these flame demons from all directions. The seemingly weak and fine water vapor just happened to seem all-powerful and sharp at this moment, and it caused all the flame devil experts to be unable to resist it. Some of the flame devils struggled to resist, but the water vapor seemed to be endless and unending. As the countless swords pierced through, the bodies of the flame devils directly disintegrated. Being dismembered into 1,000 pieces was not enough to describe this scene. It was as if the flesh and blood of a human body had been minced into a rain of blood and minced meat. The endless rain of fire exploded and drifted down to the ocean below. The figure of Jade Sea City's Lord Song Wuliang appeared in this direction, innumerable illusory streaks of light circulating unceasingly around him. Dense sword chi, unable to be seen, clearly suffusing the heavens and the earth. Facing the countless attacking flame devils, a bright moonlight rose from the surface of the sea. The moonlight rose, and it seemed as if it could compete with the sun in the sky. The blazing heat caused by the infinite blazing fire instantly fell, the air welcoming a long-awaited cool feeling. Very quickly, however, an extremely powerful fluctuation emanated from the direction from which the flame devils had surged, the temperature between the heavens and the earth rising once more. That powerful fluctuation was far from just a single one. Congregating together, it had a domineering momentum as it advanced from east to west with a crushing momentum. To the east of the great sea, the boundary between the sky and the sea grew blurry, only a crimson color remaining as blazing flames enveloped the sky. Song Wuliang and the scholarly old man drew closer to the moonlight at the center. "Old M.O., we now seek stability," Song Wuliang said in a heavy tone. The scholarly old man was naturally the painting saint Old Man M.O. He nodded, slowly retreating alongside Song Wuliang. Meng Wan, who wielded the extreme Yin crown, naturally had no objections as well, following the two seniors at every step. While the Outer East Sea was no longer completely transformed into a sea of flames like last time, there were 4 flame devil kings equivalent to experts of the second level of the martial saint realm before them. Adding on the other flame devil kings and great flame devils, the destructive torrent formed left Song Wuliang and the others powerless to forcibly resist it, as they could only retreat step by step. Infinite, boundless mountains Chief Chu, Yen, who had remained in the water domain, had originally been situated between the East Sea and the Earth domain, prepared to support both sides at any time. Now that he had received the news, Chu Yen had immediately brought along Infinite, Boundless Mountain's sacred artifact, the heaven-cleaving axe, in haste to the East Sea. Even so, however, it still felt like a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. As the flame devils advanced, the human experts could only retreat time and time again, giving up on the Outer East Sea as they retreated all the way to Jade Sea City of the Inner East Sea, relying on the Jade Sea Limitless Grand Formation as the foundation of their stronghold to block the flame devils. Jade Sea City fell into a storm once more, seeming as though it might collapse at any moment. Within the Earth domain, having received the news, Yuan Zhengfeng and the others exchanged looks. As compared to the current situation in the Earth domain, the situation in the East Sea was even more dangerous. While the Earth domain might be even more dangerous, the situation in the East Sea had already reached the point where it was on fire. Yuan Zhengfeng said in a heavy tone, "As long as the seal here is not broken, nothing will happen. However, the situation in the East Sea is critical. Other than the 4 flame devil kings equivalent to the second level of the martial saint realm, there are also other flame devil kings equivalent to the first level of the martial saint realm." The Lord of Turbid Wave Pavilion and Qing Lin said to Huang Guanglia, "East Huang, I will go with you to the East Sea. The martial legacies of our 2 clans will be comparatively advantageous against the flame devils." A martial grandmaster of Turbid Wave Pavilion said hesitantly, "If there are only 2 martial saints here." Yuan Zhengfeng shook his head. Unlike before, the seal has already stabilized once more, for people would at most be a little faster in suppressing them, to a little slower. If the seal really is broken, to say something disheartening, there might not be any use even if we all remain here. Huang Guanglia gazed at Yuan Zhengfeng, pointing at the great golden sun down below. Yuan Zhengfeng looked straight at Huang Guanglia. "Unreasonable old Huang, this old man knows that you covet this treasure down below. This old man covets it as well. Who doesn't like good things? However, if the seal is broken, let alone the 9 underworlds descending afterwards, this old man and Shen Li would be the first 2 to suffer a calamity here. If it were you, would you want a treasure over your life?" Shen Li nodded solemnly as well. Huang Guanglia looked at the great golden sun that was currently sinking unceasingly within the deep abyss down below, pondering for a moment before he finally still nodded. "All right." Everyone present were bigwigs of their own domains, being decisive in their actions. Having made their decision, they immediately acted. Huang Guanglia and Qing Lin immediately ceased their cultivation before rising together, leaving the Earth domain and heading straight for the East Sea. To be continued. Chapter 471. The situation at the East Sea was extremely urgent. Since a decision had already been made, Huang Guanglia and Qing Lin speedily left. The higher echelon experts of the Sacred Sun Clan and Turbid Wave Pavilion who had accompanied them to the Earth domain remained where they were, continuing to clean up the evil devils spawned from those black chains. Yuan Zhengfeng and Shen Li stood above the deep abyss together, simultaneously extending their palms, continuing to press downwards. The power of the 2 martial saints assisted the seal that resembled the great golden sun down below, suppressing the black fog that was trying to surge upwards from the deep abyss and charge out of the Earth domain. The light of the great golden sun shone. Innumerable rays of golden light, that resembled needles illuminating the surrounding area, unceasingly dispersing the black fog. Currently, if one looked down from the sky above the deep abyss, one would see that in the Earth domain where countless streams of light intersected, the golden streams of light were growing denser and denser, while the black streams of light were growing sparser and sparser. As time passed unceasingly, the golden streams of light gradually grew sparser as well. The veins of light that resembled a spiderweb that had enveloped the great, dark Earth earlier were currently gradually dimming. Within the deep abyss, the great sun of pure gold was unceasingly descending. The violent, manic emotions emanated from the black fog down below as it resisted even more fiercely. Gazing over, Yanjauga saw that the space where the black fog and the great sun collided was shockingly shattering unceasingly. The shattered space instantly regained its original state, only to immediately shatter once more, this cycle repeating itself. That destructive force caused one to shrink back. Swept within, one would instantly be ripped apart along with that space itself. However, the seal formed of the great golden sun was still stable at the end of the day. Pushed by Yuan Zhengfeng and Shun Li, the abnormalities of the 9 underworlds were suppressed once more. The numerous black chains that extended outwards resembled tentacles, now as they waved unceasingly. The numerous black runes that formed the chains circulated unceasingly, the red light on their surface flickering non-stop. The numerous evil devils born from the black chains were successively slain and destroyed by the peak experts of the human race here. However, these evil devils seemed inexhaustible, unable to be eradicated completely. As the ones at the front were destroyed, more appeared behind them, advancing wave upon wave. The evil devils emitted numerous roars, numerous devils dancing chaotically within the entire deep abyss for a time. The experts of the human race dealt with them calmly, not clashing head-on as they just kept the evil devils at bay, not letting them assault and disrupt the seal. Yan Zhaoge descended, arriving above the great golden sun. There, Fang Zhuan's entire body was shrouded by golden and black light as he descended alongside the great golden sun. Second, martial uncle. Yan Zhaoge interlocked his palms before separating them once more, a few of the chains of light on Fang Zhuan's body breaking apart. However, as the light ribbons swayed, they quickly wrapped around him again. Fang Zhuan said, "There's no rush. It won't be too late to deal with it after the seal has been completely completed." As Yan Zhaoge nodded, he thought back to the feeling when he had severed the belt of light earlier, analyzing the changes in power within. Fang Zhuan lowered his head to look at the great golden sun down below, before looking at Yuan Zhengfeng and Shen Li. With this side of the Earth domain has at least managed to avoid any danger. On the other hand, even if the advance of the Flame Devils is obstructed in the East Sea, it is still possible that a portion of their forces are restraining the experts of our human race, while the rest are causing trouble everywhere. It's not just the water region. The lake region and the thunder region might also be ambushed. We need to have enough strength to stop them. If they set foot on the land, the damage they will cause will be much more severe than in the sea. After settling the matters in the Earth domain as soon as possible, Master and Shen Li will have to rush to the Eastern Sea without stopping. Hearing this, Yan Zhaoge said softly, "We still can't let our guard down over at the Earth domain. The other party might launch a counterattack at the very last moment." Fang Zhuan nodded. "That's right." As the Earth domain was racing against time to suppress the seal, the great battle on the East Sea had already long since reached its climax. The outer East Sea was already barren and uninhabited. The region of sea where the outer East Sea and the inner East Sea connected, Long Ocean City, was already completely barren. Long Ocean City of the water domain's 9 cities and the island it was on had already been reduced to nothingness, no longer existing. Even the region of sea around Jade Sea City was a mess. Jade Sea City had suffered a tribulation once more, one even greater than before. With Jing Zhong at their head, 4 flame devil kings equivalent to second-level martial saints surrounded East Dragon Island and Jade Sea City. Under their lead, the other flame devil kings and great flame devils also launched a tide-like attack, frenziedly attacking Jade Sea City. Within Jade Sea City, the Jade Sea Limitless Grand Formation expanded, the endless Jade Sea keeping the blazing fire at bay. At the core of the Grand Formation sat the Jade Sea Martial Saint Song Wuliang, formless swords revolving around his body as light surged without end, merging as one with the surrounding Jade Sea. With Song Wuliang wielding the sacred artifact, the Jade Sea Pill Heart Sword, controlling the Grand Formation, the power of the formation was naturally incomparable to how it had been in the past. The painting Saint Old Man Mo stood beside Song Wuliang, one hand behind his back as the other unceasingly painted in the air. One painting after another was inscribed amidst space, manifesting in an endless stream. Old Man Mo was currently only painting a single thing, the endless ocean. Countless painting scrolls were all of the endless, surging seawater that merged within the Jade Sea Limitless Grand Formation, resisting the blazing fire that swept the heavens and earth together. Gazing far into the distance, one could see that above the great sea, the sky above was completely crimson, filled with blazing fire, while below was the surging seawater. The boundary between the sky and the sea had already vanished, water and fire clashing unceasingly. Just having erupted with dense white water vapor, it was immediately engulfed by the surging blazing fire and seawater that followed. Even though Song Wuliang possessed the geographical advantage of the Jade Sea Limitless Grand Formation as well as the assistance of Old Man Mo, there were really just too many experts on the other side. Beneath the violent attacks of the blazing fire, Jade Sea City's guardian Grand Formation swayed amidst the wind and rain, unable to withstand it as cracks were unceasingly ripped open. Within the Grand Formation, the sacred Sun Clan's Meng Wan wielded the extreme Yin crown, while infinite, boundless mountains' Chief Chu Yen wielded the heaven-cleaving axe, both acting to obstruct the flame devils attempting to barge in through the cracks. The two sides engaged in a continuous, bloody battle. Song Wuliang, Old Man Mo, Meng Wan, and Chu Yen were all more or less injured. However, they could only grit their teeth and hold on at this moment. Now, the attacks of the flame devils slowed slightly. Jingzhong and the other flame devil kings gazed towards where the sky and sea intersected in the west, only to see a sun seemingly rising in the west, an all-encompassing radiance suddenly appearing. Around the great sun, streams of white smoke coiled, never dispersing beneath the illumination of the sunlight. It was precisely Huang Guanglia and Qinglin who had arrived as reinforcements. The Flame Devil race had wanted to send out their peak experts to obstruct them, while Jingzhong and the others had even more intentions of changing their target, first taking care of Huang Guanglia and Qinglin, who did not have the support of the Grand Formation and thus appeared to be weak on their own. However, the Jade Sea Limitless Grand Formation, which had always been on the verge of collapse, suddenly erupted with power in a counterattack. The endless tide extended far into the distance, sweeping towards Huang Guanglia and Qinglin. Huang Guanglia and Qinglin also exerted force at this moment, joining forces with the people of Jade Sea City from within and without. To be continued. Chapter 472. Huang Guanglia and Qinglin charged into the Jade Sea Limitless Grand Formation together. The intense eruption of the Grand Formation earlier was like the final radiance of a setting sun as its momentum involuntarily began to recede after its initial fierceness. Accepting Huang Guanglia and Qinglin into the formation also inevitably caused the circulation of the Grand Formation to become sluggish. The group of Flame Devil experts roared as they lunged over, their violent power directly locking the Grand Formation in place for an instant as the gap that had opened up in the formation was unable to close. Glancing at Huang Guanglia, Song Wuliang formed a sword seal with his hands, drawing with his index and middle fingers as endless, formless swordlight surged into the skies. having entered the grand formation, not even having stabilized his footing. Huang Guanglia had already turned and pushed out with a palm. Numerous streaks of golden light, condensed with the power of extreme yang, shot upwards, piercing straight into the heavens. Those numerous streaks of formless sword light currently manifested as the power of extreme yin, merging together with the power of Huang Guanglia's palm. While they were not completely in sync, one hard, one soft, one yin, one yang, the two majestic powers still merged together, hardness and softness complementing each other, yin and yang congregating. Old man Mo extended his finger, drawing in the air as numerous streaks of light were inscribed within the air, transforming into numerous painting scrolls of mountains and rivers. This time, the painting did not carry any killing intent at all, appearing extremely calm. The mountains and rivers within the painting, the firmness of the high mountains and the gentleness of the flowing water, appeared incomparably harmonious when combined together. Vaguely, an indistinct Taiji diagram seemed to manifest within the air. Enveloped by this painting of mountains and rivers, Song Wuliang's attacks and Huang Guanglia's yin and yang complemented each other, instantly becoming even more in sync. Extreme yin and extreme yang, extreme softness and extreme toughness, the two unceasingly merged together, giving birth to each other, causing this power to show signs of growing further, its power even more shocking. On the other side, Turbid Wave Pavilion's pavilion, Lord Qinglin, was like Song Wuliang, her index and middle fingers forming a sword as she executed her sword seal, numerous streams of white mist suffusing the air. The dense sword light seemed dim and not bright, but it was continuous and unending, not dissipating even when the gentle mist touched the blazing fire. The profundities of the Tao of the sword, its flexibility and limitless variations, were displayed to the fullest at this moment, soft to the extreme. The sword light that resembled white mist accompanied Huang Guanglia's extreme yang fist, surging upwards alongside the power of Song Wuliang's jade sea formless sword. Infinite, boundless mountains, Chief Chu Yan's expression was grave as he raised a clump of dense black light high within his hand. That ball of light didn't seem to have any shape. It was just a vast expanse of darkness, and it emitted an incomparably heavy and profound power. When Chu Yan raised his hand, it was as if he was lifting 1,000 mountains. As he waved his hand downwards, the black ball of light sliced through the air, and a crack appeared in the void in front of him. The crack twisted madly, and an incomparably fierce and heavy power erupted from within, wanting to tear the crack apart even further. This was precisely the power of infinite, boundless mountains' sacred artifact, the heaven-cleaving axe. The black ball of light was the axe itself. With light as the axe, it could cleave the heavens and break the enemies. Shattering the cracks in the void was the sharpness of the axe blade. It was fine if he didn't make a move, but the moment he made a move, he sliced his opponent into two. However, under the influence of Old Man Mo's landscape painting, the cracks in the void actually gradually disappeared. That terrifying, tough, masculine power turned formless, yet did not vanish. Instead, it was also swept away by the combined attack of Song Wuliang and Huang Guanglia. The power of the heaven-cleaving axe and in Qinglin's flowing cloud illusory sword also stood in opposition of extreme hardness and extreme yang and extreme softness and extreme yin. The two powers respectively supported the extreme yang fist and the jade sea formless sword. The torrents of yin and yang intermingling grew more and more majestic as they swept through the horizon, extinguishing the numerous streams of flowing fire within. This tyrannical power caused even Jingzhong and the other flame devil kings to be taken aback. They hurriedly acted together, blazing fire surging to the heavens as they blocked this violent tide. Only with Jingzhong and these 4 flame devil kings, equivalent to the second level of the martial saint realm, standing together at the front lines, did the other flame devils dare to act. Otherwise, even those comparatively weaker flame devil kings would only be able to be swept away by by such a powerful force. The majestic screen of light swept along numerous layers of jade water, colliding with the all-encompassing sea of flames in the sky. The sea of flames was directly ripped apart from the center. The blazing fire extinguished unceasingly as a hole appeared at the center of the sea of flames, expanding unceasingly as it expanded into the surroundings. However, that majestic pillar of light condensed from the true essence of Huang Guanglia. Old Man Mo and the others mightily shattered as well, exploding into an all-encompassing rain of light. The flame devil kings emitted deafening roars in unison, the blazing fire within the sky congregating once more as it was about to surge towards Jade Sea City. Now, amidst the clear, cold, dense white light, the extreme Een crown slowly rose into the air. Where the moonlight passed, the heavens and the earth were filled with coolness, the momentum of the condensed, blazing fire actually slowing slightly as well. Making use of this moment, Song Wuliang quickly circulated the Jade Sea Limitless Grand Formation. As the Grand Formation circulated, it closed up once more, surging seawater obscuring the sky as it enveloped East Dragon Island and Jade Sea City, blocking the attacks of the flame devils outside once more. Enveloped by the moonlight, Mang Wan's face was pale as paper as she kept the extreme Een crown. Suffering the greatest pressure, Jade Sea City, Lord Song Wuliang directly vomited out a mouthful of blood. Beside him, the faces of Old Man Mo, Huang Guanglia, and Qing Lin, Chu Yan, and the others also alternated between green and red, feeling their qi and blood roiling unceasingly. Blood leaked from the corner of the mouth of infinite, boundless mountains Chief Chu Yan, who had yet to enter the martial saint realm, his hands completely empty. The black clump of light that had manifested from the heaven cleaving axe had already vanished, but his right hand that had previously wielded the axe was currently trembling unceasingly. Jing Zhong and the other Flame Devil Kings were not having a good time either, but being injured caused them to feel even more frenzied and enraged. Having been successfully reunited with Huang Guanglia and the others, they felt even more indignant and humiliated as their fiery attacks surged once more. Song Wuliang sucked in a deep breath, his complexion much better as he immediately wielded the Jade Sea Pill Heart Sword and the Jade Sea Limitless Grand Formation to meet them once more. Old Man Mo, Huang Guanglia, and the others did the same. Now that they had reunited, relying on the terrain of the Jade Sea Limitless Grand Formation, it was somewhat easier for them to deal with the Flame Devil Kings. Because of the Flame Devil's numerical advantage, the human martial practitioners were still at a disadvantage. Still, focusing on defense, they were still able to hold on. They were finally no longer in a precarious state like before. If we can hold on until Yuan Zhengfeng and Shen Li reseal the abnormalities in the Earth domain and rush over to reinforce us, we will then be able to plan our counterattack. This time, we definitely have to give the Flame Devils a thorough beating. If they are unable to take down Jade Sea City after a long time, and then bypass Jade Sea City and invade other places, what should we do then? Song Wuliang and the others discussed their opinions as they held on to the attacks of the Flame Devils. Now, however, the expressions of Old Man Mo and Huang Guanglia simultaneously changed as they gazed towards the east. Soon after, the expressions of Song Wuliang and Qing Lin changed as well. The extreme Een crown, the Jade Sea Pill Heart Sword, and the Heaven Cleaving Axe shuddering together. Mang Wan and Chu Yan were greatly shocked before they felt an extremely terrifying aura appear from the distance, instantly arriving in the air above East Dragon Island. A heaven-shaking, earth-shaking roar resounded as the screen of water that enveloped East Dragon Island and Jade Sea City shuddered intensely, seemingly about to shatter at this very moment. Huang Guanglia and the others did not hesitate in the slightest as they combined their power once more, erupting with the most ferocious momentum. A majestic pillar of light swept along the immeasurable Jade Sea, shooting into the skies once more. Within the sky, the sea of flames dispersed, a massive figure appearing, stomping down with a single foot. Old Man Mo's expression was unprecedentedly heavy as he let out a long breath. Great Flame Devil King! Chapter 473. Within Jade Sea City, the experts of the human race attacked together, with the extreme Yang fist and the Jade Sea formless sword as the center, the heaven-cleaving axe and the flowing cloud illusory sword as support, as well as the painting saint Old Man Mo acting as the facilitator. The combination of toughness and gentleness, the vigorous power of yin and yang, all erupted in an instant and continued to grow, soaring upwards. Jingzhong and the other flame devil kings all let out terrifying roars in unison as blazing flames converged together. The two sides met in the air and collided violently. Now a massive foot stomped down from above Jade Sea City, instantly seeming as though the sky itself was collapsing. The faces of Song Wuliang and the others were livid. The boundless raging flames seemed to solidify at this moment, constantly compressing at the bottom of the huge foot, violent and oppressive. As the oldest longtime elder of the Eight Extremities world who had personally experienced the first and fiercest invasion of the flame devils that year, the painting saint Old Man Mo's face was currently sunken as water. Great Flame Devil King! In fact, there was no need to experience that great battle. At this moment, everyone present already had the most intuitive feeling. The terrifying power continued to press down, shattering the golden light and the blue sea. Huang, Guanglia, Song, Wuliang, and the others roared in unison, their vigorous true essence gathering together and surging upwards, transforming into endless wild waves that obstructed the other party's footsteps. The huge figure in the sky also revealed its true appearance at this moment. It was as large as a mountain, with the lower body of a bull and the upper body of a tiger. There was a huge bull's head on its shoulder, and the horns on its head were curved. Its entire body was covered in blazing flame patterns. A pair of crimson eyes stared down at the infinite azure sea formation ferociously. Amidst the deafening roar, the azure sea limitless formation suddenly shattered. The all-encompassing screen of water was ripped apart, descending from the heavens like a flood, descending towards East Dragon Islands, Jade Sea City down below. However, before the water could fall from the sky to the ground, it was already evaporated into mist by the raging flames. A huge black shadow suddenly rushed out of the white mist. Infinite, boundless mountains Chief Chu Yan was virtually unable to react as he completely relied on the spiritual guidance of a sacred artifact, the heaven-cleaving axe, in his hand as he raised it and chopped out. A terrifying crack appeared in the void, but it was instantly filled with raging flames. As the flames burned, the crack in the void actually closed up. In the next instant, Chu Yan and the heaven-cleaving axe were both blasted flying backwards. The sacred artifact, the heaven-cleaving axe, was jolted out of his hands, and the black light around it immediately dimmed. Infinite, boundless mountains Chief Chu Yan's blood splattered the air, his face as pale as paper. On the extreme Yin crown by the side, clear moonlight rippled unceasingly like water. Mengwan, who was enveloped by the radiance, turned even paler, and blood seeped out from the corner of her mouth. Earlier, she'd lent a hand to assist and barely managed to preserve Chu Yan's life. But even then, Chu Yan had almost been directly killed, and his sacred artifact, the heaven-cleaving axe, had even suffered a heavy injury. That great flame devil king in the form of a bull's head stood towering within the air, a casual strike from it having nearly brought the sacred artifact, wielding infinite, boundless mountains, chief back from the brink of death. He did not continue his pursuit. Before him, Huang Guanglia, Old Man Mo, Song Wuliang, and the others were already attacking together once more. Huang Guanglia punched out. Golden light flashed, and everything around him was covered in a dazzling golden light. The golden sun in the sky seemed to descend from the 9 heavens at this moment, illuminating all directions. While the Jade Sea limitless grand formation had been broken, Song Wuliang wielded his sacred artifact, the Jade Sea Pill Heart Sword, formless swordlight resembling numerous massive waves as it shot towards the great flame Devil King. While he was still only at the first level of the martial saint realm, the Jade Sea Pill Heart sword that Song Wuliang wielded was clearly much more powerful than Chu Yan wielding the heaven-cleaving axe. The merged sword intent and sacred artifact unceasingly boosted their respective strengths, formless swordlight surging without end, yet also hard to grasp. Old Man Mo's expression was calm. This time, however, he was not painting within the air. Numerous threads of blood spurted out from the acupoints of his entire body, guided by his true essence in midair as they transformed into a blood-red painting. The painting saint used the fresh blood of his enemies to paint, condensing it within the air and not dissipating for a long time. This was one of the terrifying legends of the Eight Extremities world. At this moment, he used his own essence blood as a painting a majestic scene of the heavens collapsing and the earth splitting apart. True space seemed to merge with Old Man Mo's painting at this moment, also displaying the momentum of the heavens collapsing and the earth splitting apart. That great flame Devil King seemed to emit a strange chuckle before a roar that resembled thunderclaps resounded. He struck out with his claws, his left claw meeting Huang Guanglia's, his right claw meeting Old Man Mo's. Blazing flames agglomerated on his left claw, resembling a cage as it enveloped Huang Guanglia. Huang Guanglia's powerful martial art of the Great Sun Comes East was actually unable to erupt as it was trapped by that cage of flames. The golden sun rumbled and collided with the flames. In the end, it exploded on its own. The all-encompassing golden and crimson streams of fire surged together as Huang Guanglia let out a muffled sound as he retreated. The great flame Devil King's right claw clawed viciously towards Old Man Mo's blood-red painting. The heavens and earth, which had originally already been on the verge of collapsing, completely shattered now. However, the claw of the great flame Devil King was not affected as it seemed to traverse space, still clawing towards Old Man Mo facing Song Wuliang's swordlight. This flame devil opened its mouth, madly spurting out streams of flames. Infinite flames manifested as innumerable spirit patterns amidst space, each one of them being inscribed with flames as they leapt about unceasingly. Tens of millions of flame spirit patterns congregated to form a sea of flames, completely extinguishing Song Wuliang's swordlight. The sea of flames extended without end, even more majestic and boundless than Song Wuliang's formless swordlight, which was like an endless jade sea. Having broken through the full-powered attacks of Huang Guanglia and the others with a single move, that great flame Devil King immediately strode forward. Its feet that resembled the hooves of a bull trampled the air, roiling flames instantly extending outwards into the surroundings with its feet as the center. The infinite seawater of the East Sea retreated, the heavens and earth transforming into a sea of flames. While it did not cause any abnormalities in the fire pith vein, while the area of influence was greatly reduced, at this moment, the place where this great flame Devil King stood actually had the momentum of a sea of blazing fire being boiled. The massive bull's head lowered slightly, the horns on its head protruding as space itself seemed to explode. The lord of Jade Sea City, Song Wuliang, was instantly injured, the swordlight of the Jade Sea Pill Heart sword dimming. His claws advanced, clawing towards the heavens and the earth. Huang Guanglia and Old Man Mo were forced into retreat, hard-pressed to resist as fresh blood leaked from the corners of their mouths. On the other side, and Qinglin, Mengwan, Chu Yan, and the other Jade Sea City martial practitioners were being forced into a life-and-death situation by Jingzhong and the other Flame Devil Kings. Amidst the strange laughter of that great Flame Devil King, its massive body landed on East Dragon Island. As it landed, East Dragon Island instantly began to completely break apart. On the island, Jade Sea City resembled a sand castle facing the waves of the sea as it seemed on the verge of collapse. Old Man Mo said bitterly, This place cannot be defended. Everyone's expressions were bitter. It was not just that it could not be defended. Everyone here besides Old Man Mo and Huang Guanlia virtually did not even have the chance to flee. Even whether he and Huang Guanlia could successfully break out of the encirclement and escape with their lives was unknown. Song Wulian looked painfully at Jade Sea City and East Dragon Island, gripping his sword tightly, his gaze resolute. Despair filled the hearts of all the Jade Sea City martial practitioners as they gazed upwards at that massive figure that resembled a descended devil god. Suddenly, they discovered that the massive blood-red eyes of that great flame devil king revealed a look of surprise as it gazed into the distance. Everyone was taken aback as they unconsciously gazed back. A streak of purple light suddenly flickered over the horizon, the roar of a dragon resounding. The purple light grew stronger and stronger, finally resembling a heavenly pillar as it split apart the endless sea of flames with the momentum of splitting the heavens and the earth. Amidst the sharp saber light, a man walked over from the distance, instantly arriving close by. While he appeared to be only around 30 years of age, his temples were already grizzled with specks of frost. However, not only did his entire person not carry the slightest air of lethargy, he was instead sharp and domineering to the extreme, resembling a saber that hacked through the heavens. Looking at the newcomer, rather than joy, everyone felt more shock. Yen Di, you've transcended mortality and entered sainthood. Chapter 474. Transcending Mortality and Entering Sainthood. These 4 simple words were akin to a heavenly chasm. Even in pre-great calamity times, transcending mortality and entering sainthood had not been an easy thing. In the post-great calamity 8 extremities world, there had only been a total of 6 martial saints. Yen Di was known as the invincible Yen of the world. Ever since he had started cultivating, he had never been defeated in battle against martial practitioners of the same cultivation level, dominating them all. Even opponents with higher cultivation bases than him were looked down upon by him. Around 2 years ago, having stepped into the transcending mortality stage, he had been invincible amongst martial grandmasters, not even being able to exchange a single blow with him. In the eyes of the world, Yen Di, who was a transcending mortality martial grandmaster, could only be found amongst the martial saints. No one doubted Yen Di's ability to step into the martial saint realm. In fact, no one even doubted that he would be the youngest martial saint recorded in the post-great Calamity 8 Extremities world. However, even those who held him in the highest esteem would never have thought that Yen Di would surpass the heavenly chasm that countless people would never be able to surpass in their entire lifetimes, transcending mortality and entering sainthood as he stepped into the martial saint realm. Old Man Mo, Huang Guanlia, Song Wulian, and Qinglin all doubted their senses for a moment, wondering if they had seen wrongly. Roar! A heaven-shocking, earth-shaking roar shook the heavens as all-encompassing, flowing fire converged. The great flame Devil King struck out with its claws, the light of fire instantly rampaging amidst space. Blazing fire seemingly burning through space as terrifying crevices were ripped open. Enveloped by the flames, the heavens and the earth seemed to be on the verge of shattering. The hearts of the human martial practitioners all grew solemn as they regained their wits. Their opponent had already used his actions to resolve their doubts. As that great flame Devil King saw it, Yen Di was the one who posed the greatest threat amongst the human martial practitioners present. The violent, blazing fire split the heavens and the earth as Yen Di faced it directly, fearlessly. He raised the saber in his hands that shone with purple light before chopping downwards, the heavens above his head collapsing. The majestic saber intent, immeasurable and boundless, collided with the ferocious blazing fire, both shattering unceasingly. The shattered saber-chi and blazing fire within the air transformed into numerous hurricanes that swept along the flames, forming a terrifying storm of flames which numbered in the thousands as they coiled within the air. The great flame Devil King stomped on the air, lowering its head as its two horns aimed straight at Yen Di, slamming over ferociously. Under the collision, the void seemed to explode, and the spinning flame tornadoes were all shattered. Yen Di had yet to retract the heavenly dragon saber in his right hand, but his expression was as per usual as he formed a saber with his left palm, chopping out towards that great flame Devil King. This saber was different from the immeasurable heavenly saber that Yen Di had always been wielding. The saber intent was majestic and magnificent. Its foundation still originated from broad Creed Mountain's direct lineage, the clear chi profound art and the immeasurable heavenly saber. However, it was no longer as majestic as the immeasurable heavenly blade. There was only one feeling that this saber strike gave people: domineering. Other than being domineering, it was still being domineering, looking disdainfully at the world, unrestrained and fearless. Yen Di had combined his martial true intent with all that he had learned in his lifetime, achieving mastery in the instant he had ascended into the martial saint realm, creating a peerless martial art of his own. Extreme Heaven Tyrannical Blade. There had never been such a blade in this world before, but today it appeared in front of the world for the first time. It was also the tyrannical saber that was most compatible with Yen Di himself, unleashing his power to the point of perfection as it was connected to the grand Taos of the heavens and the earth. Substituting a saber with his palm, Yen Di hacked down on the horn of that great flame Devil King. The bodies of both sides shook simultaneously. That great flame Devil King emitted a deafening, enraged howl as it stumbled backwards in retreat. One of the horns on its head had shockingly been hacked off by Yen Di. Yen Di let out a low roar, his figure also jolting backwards in retreat. However, he quickly halted his footsteps. He raised the heavenly dragon saber in his right hand, chopping out with it once more. The domineering, incomparably ferocious extreme heaven tyrannical saber was executed by Yen Di, who had just stepped into the martial saint realm. The heavenly dragon saber, an elite amongst high-grade spirit artifacts, actually trembled unceasingly, as though it was unable to bear the saber intent of this saber of Yen Di's. The great flame Devil King held repeatedly in rage, lunging over once more, the patterns of flame all over its body shining dazzlingly. The boundless flames up in the sky suddenly dimmed greatly. However, the power of that great flame Devil King skyrocketed before being compressed and condensed, finally erupting mightily. The heavens and the earth were instantly enveloped by immeasurable radiance, as even the martial saint experts of the human race and the flame Devil Kings were hard-pressed to clearly see what was happening within at that moment. After the radiance had passed, boundless waves of fire and saber chi rapidly expanded into the surroundings, virtually clearing away everything in the surrounding sky as it expanded unceasingly, sweeping through the entire universe. The entire East Sea was swept through, the violent currents even sweeping through the inland waters. The coastal regions, which had originally been experiencing torrential storms and typhoons, were suddenly swept clean. Above East Dragon Island's Jade Sea City, Yen Di stood towering amidst space, saber in hand. That great flame Devil King's eyes were bloodshot as it stared fixedly at Yen Di, only a single horn remaining on its head as sparks shot out unceasingly from where its other broken horn had been. He clutched the broken horn on its head with a claw, his gaze on Yen Di filled with resolute killing intent. Yen Di raised his saber horizontally before his chest, looking at the saber light that was rather dim as it vaguely emitted a mournful wail. He did not look despondent as he just said softly, "Old friend, it's been hard on you." The human experts and the flame Devil Kings down below all involuntarily slowed their movements as well, gazing intently at that heaven-shocking, earth-shaking battle. Old man M.O. seemed to sigh emotionally as he murmured, "Both at the first level of the martial saint realm, he has surpassed John Hantian. In terms of the martial Tao, he has also leapt out of Jean Hantian's circle. The same martial art, when cultivated by different people, will also have differences in strength. Yen Di's immeasurable heavenly saber is stronger than the immeasurable heavenly saber executed by Yuan Zhenfeng. Still, the immeasurable heavenly saber is Zhan Hantian's saber art at the end of the day, while those two sabers just now belong to Yan Di himself. Ignoring the difference in strength between saber arts for now, Yan Di's two sabers definitely surpass his immeasurable heavenly saber, and Qing Lin sighed lightly. Aside from the heavenly broad creed palm, the immeasurable heavenly saber, and the limitless heavenly sword, Broad Creed Mountain's fourth supreme martial art has been born. Song Wuliang was silent before he sighed. The saber art he executed just now, in terms of ferocity and tyranny, is definitely number one in the history of the Eight Extremities world after the Great Calamity. However, having just stepped into the martial saint realm, Yan Di will probably still be unable to defeat that great flame devil king. Song Wuliang's expression was rather worried. His saber art is too ferocious and violent such that even that great flame devil king was wounded by it as soon as it appeared. However, if the battle continues for a long time, the situation will probably be disadvantageous to Yan Di. Old man Mo suddenly smiled. Whatever the case, just based on those two sabers just now, he is currently the strongest person in the Eight Extremities world. As soon as these words left his mouth, all the human martial practitioners present fell silent. Huang Guanglia had not spoken a single word throughout, as his gaze was focused on Yan Di within the air, not shifting away from him even for a moment. Yan Di's spine was ramrod straight as he pointed his saber at the great flame devil king before him, his expression calm as he asked, "Do you all still have the strength to battle?" Song Wuliang shook his head. "Even if we don't, we still have to." After a short pause, Jingzhong and the other flame devil kings regained their wits, devils dancing wildly as blazing fire incinerated the heavens. Yan Di said calmly, "Then let us fight. P.S. Today is Wuxia's birthday. I wish Ling Wuxia a happy birthday. More handsome this year than last, and even more handsome next year. To be continued." Chapter 475. Song Wuliang was worried that Yan Di would not be able to last much longer and would not be able to keep up. Currently, however, Yan Di's saber rampaged as he presided over all beneath the heavens. Even that great flame devil king, whose fury surged to the heavens, was suppressed by Yan Di, unable to raise its head for a time. On the other side, Huang Guanglia, Old Man Mo, Song Wuliang, and the others had been injured by the great flame devil king, having lost the protection of the Jade Sea Limitless Grand Formation as well, having been at a disadvantage in terms of numbers in the first place, facing the ferocious attacks of the flame devil kings now, the human martial practitioners were at an even greater disadvantage. Even though Yan Di was currently facing the great flame devil king, Song Wuliang and the others were not at ease. Old Man Mo said in a heavy tone, "The danger is far from over. Everyone knows that there is a special reason why a great flame devil king is a great flame devil king." Hearing his words, Huang Guanglia and the other human experts all frowned tightly. Just the dangerous situation before them earlier had already been hard for them to resist. However, this did not mean that they had forgotten that there were still other dangers. In the first invasion of the Flame Devils that year, the first great Flame Devil King that the Eight Extremities world had come into contact with had descended. Its strength was roughly equivalent to a human expert of the third level of the Martial Saint realm. However, the reason that this great Flame Devil King had been specially distinguished from the other Flame Devil Kings was because this devil could draw upon the boundless blazing fire of the Flame Devil world, pouring it into the Eight Extremities world through the dimensional passageway, corroding and assimilating the heavens and earth here. At that time, infinite blazing fire devoured the heavens and the earth, the outer East Sea vanishing, the reefs at the bottom of the sea vanishing, the sky vanishing as well. Everything transformed into flames, seemingly becoming the same heavens and earth as the Flame Devil world. The spiritual chi circulation and earth veins of the Eight Extremities world in the region of the outer East Sea had virtually collapsed completely. guided by that great flame devil king. The flame devil world seemed to possess a life of its own, the entrance to the dimensional passageway transforming into the massive mouth of a monster, wanting to devour the eight extremities world. In the end, led by the exalted heavens shaker Jean Donga, the human experts had expended a great deal of effort before finally repelling the flame devils, also sealing the abnormalities caused by the flame devil world. Even so, the region of the East Sea had only recovered after many years. Just being destroyed once more by the changes of the sea had been boiled not long ago. However, the previous boiling of the East Sea really could not be compared to the calamity caused by the flame. From a certain point of view, it was truly an invasion of another world. It was also precisely in order to drive back the encroachment of the flame devil world that the exalted heaven shaker Jean Donga had finally reached the end of his life, dying an untimely death as many experts of the eight extremities world had paid for it with their lives. Having personally experienced that era, Old Man Mo said in a low voice, "This great flame devil king before us should have just broken through. Its strength is inferior to that of the one from back then, but it probably also possesses the strength to cause the invasion of the flowing fire of the flame devil world. In the environment of the flame demon great world, the strength of the flame demons will skyrocket." The old man's expression was solemn. His gaze was somewhat erratic, and his mind seemed to have flown back to the past. That was the most tragic battle that Old Man Mo had ever experienced in his life. It was truly like the heavens were falling and the earth was splitting apart, like the end of the world had arrived. Scenes buried in the depths of his memory that could never be erased once again appeared before his eyes. In that great battle which decided the fate of the eight extremities world, that man from Broad Creed Mountain, who had presided over this world for an entire era, had fought 1 against 5 in the East Sea, which had already become a world of blazing flames, domineeringly slaying the great flame devil king that resembled a devilish god, killing and crippling the other 4 second-stage flame devil kings. The saber light that was majestic as the heavens forcibly split apart the world of flames, beating the boundless devilish fire back into the dimensional passageway. Presiding over all beneath the heavens at the second level of the martial saint realm, Jean Hantian, you are indeed the number 1 figure of the eight extremities world of post-great calamity times. Old Man Mo sighed. Even Purple Sunjong was far inferior to you when he stepped into the 3rd level of the martial saint realm. If you had stepped into the 3rd level of the martial saint realm, how mighty would you have been? If you had not died young, where would your future lie? Old Man Mo gazed at Yen Di. Now, your descendant has the momentum of surpassing you. Sadly, he has only just stepped into the martial saint realm. If this young man had stepped into the 2nd level of the martial saint realm like you, he would probably be even stronger than you. Sadly, the heavens did not give him sufficient time, did not give us sufficient time, did not give the eight extremities world sufficient time. And Qing Lin grit her teeth. Keep them busy here. Do not give them the chance to retreat back to the dimensional passageway. Well, it was already extremely difficult now, with perils all around them. If they could hold on until Yuan Zhengfeng and Shen Li finished dealing with the problem in the Earth domain and rushed over to reinforce them, there would still be a chance of success. If the flame devil world was allowed to invade unceasingly, devouring and assimilating the eight extremities world, no one would be able to reverse the situation in the end. Song Wuliang snorted. The flame devils are violent and easily angered. As long as we incite their anger unceasingly, they won't know what retreat is. Old Man Mo sighed, shaking his head. As long as the great flame devil king enters the eight extremities world, the invasion of the flame devil world will already have begun. If he does not remain at the entrance, it would at most be because the rate of invasion of the flame devil world is rather slower. If he returns to the entrance, it would be faster. The outer East Sea is probably already in a terrible state. Hearing his words, everyone's hearts were heavy. Huang Guanglier repelled the flame devil King Jingzhong with a palm, his gaze sweeping across the entire battlefield as he remained silent. There's a way. A voice that was sharp as a saber resounded. Everyone was rather taken aback. This voice clearly originated from Yen Di, who was currently in the midst of a bloody battle with that great flame, Devil King. Everyone was unable to regain their wits for a time. Could it be that you can immediately rise to the second level of the martial saint realm? Yen Di brandished his saber, forcibly clashing with the great flame Devil King once more. At the same time, he flicked lightly with the fingers of his left hand. 3 streaks of light flew out, respectively descending towards Old Man Mo, Huang, Guanlia, and Song Wuliang. Receiving those streaks of light, the 3 pondered slightly before a shocking glow erupted from their eyes, one after another. Yen Di said, "With external enemies before us and the entire 8 extremities world facing a common crisis, it is time for us to be in the same boat." This Yen asked just now if you still have the strength to battle? Since you do, let us battle then. Saying thus, streams of radiance first appeared above Yen Di's head, shooting into the skies as they manifested as numerous spirit patterns, coming together to form a massive spirit formation. Exchanging glances, Huang Guanglia and the other 2 nodded slowly. They circulated their profound arts together, spiritual light shooting into the skies from above their heads as they manifested as spirit patterns, each forming a different yet closely connected spirit formation. Yen Di waved his hand, numerous streaks of light flying out once more. These were numerous weapons that flickered with spiritual light and emanated unusual auras. These weapons hovered within the air, forming a formation that enveloped Yen Di, Old Man Mo, Huang, Guanlia, and Song Wuliang. The spirit formations above their heads rose, instantly expanding and combining as they transformed into a massive spirit formation. Numerous spirit artifacts, forged of grand spirit stone essence, merged within. Instantly, a momentum that shook the heavens and the earth surged forth. The group of Flame Devil experts, with the great Flame Devil King at their head, all felt as though they were unable to advance at all. Yen Di's voice reverberated between the heavens and the earth. This formation was obtained by my son, Zhaoga, from ancient legacies of pre-great calamity times. Its power is unparalleled. We did not have the time to practice it, having hastily set it up. Thus, we are unable to unleash its full power. Still, it is sufficient for us to battle the flame devils. They don't learn from their mistakes. Today, we will break their spines again. Chapter 476. With Yen Di, Old Man Mo, Huang, Guanlia, and Song Wuliang at their center, for circular spirit formations arose, hovering amidst the horizon. The 4 circular spirit formations formed a square formation. Formation weapons made of grand spirit stone essence floated within the formation, acting as nodes that connected the formation patterns of spiritual light. The white spirit light soared into the sky, instantly dispelling the nearby flames, causing the entire world to be enveloped in white light. Innumerable profound talisman markings floated in the vast expanse of white heaven and earth, inscribed in the void. The runes lit up and the heavens and earth shook. Let alone the spectators, even Old Man Mo, Huang, Guanglia, and Song Wuliang felt shaken. The 8 extremities world has never seen such a powerful, profound battle formation before. The white light started to spread in all directions. Wherever the light went, the raging fire between heaven and earth began to recede. That great flame devil king emitted a furious roar, clawing towards the formation with its claws. Although they sensed the heart-palpitating power within the grand formation, the flame imps were violent and warlike, becoming stronger the stronger they met, the stronger they were. The terror of the grand formation instead aroused the ferocity and fury of this great flame devil king, forcing him to challenge it with his full strength. Looking at Yen Di within the formation, the fury and killing intent in his eyes surged to the maximum. Regardless of who stood in his way, he wished that he could slay Yen Di on the spot. The terrifying flames left marks between heaven and earth, directly burning through the void. The fierce flames instantly condensed and compressed, and the flames actually stopped beating. The concentrated flames were filled with explosive and catastrophic, destructive power. In the next moment, it exploded with an even more violent momentum. But after the raging fire rushed into the white light domain, the fire was immediately restrained and became sluggish. As the flames surged, they seemed to have become extremely slow. Before Yen Di and the others, enveloped by the white light, everything seemed to be moving in slow motion. It was clearly an extremely ferocious flame, but as the flames jumped, it seemed slow and cumbersome. Jingzhong and the other flame devil kings lunged over as well, violent attacks simultaneously attacking towards Yen Di and the others. However, as soon as their attacks entered the space enveloped by the white light, they immediately became sluggish. The blazing flames unleashed by the flame devil kings that were equivalent to the first level of the martial saint realm were directly fixed within space by the white light. No matter how hard they tried, no matter how violent the flames outside the white light were, with the white light as a boundary, once they crossed this boundary, the violent flames immediately stopped. The flames which had originally been expanding unceasingly into the surroundings, exploding unceasingly and leaping ferociously, as soon as they entered the area enveloped by the power of the grand formation, they immediately came to a halt. Just a moment ago, the raging flames were now like a picture drawn on a piece of paper. It was vivid and lifelike, yet it defied common sense and remained motionless. Jingzhong and the other 3 flame devil kings were in a slightly better state. After their attacks entered the range of the white light, they at least did not come to a complete halt, and were still able to shift and flash about. However, its speed was also extremely slow, and its terrifying explosive power was constantly being worn down. Instead, due to the attacks of the other flame devil kings sharing some of the pressure, the surging devilish flames unleashed by that great flame devil king appeared to be a little more lively than before amidst the white light. But under the cover of the white light, it was still stagnant and slow. Within the grand formation, Yen Di said mildly, "This Yen will be the main attacker. Please do not blame me for my recklessness." Saying thus, he unhesitatingly chopped out with his saber. The incomparably tyrannical saber light instantly split the heavens and the earth, chopping towards the group of flame devils. Amidst the white light, the attacks of the flame devils were slow and sluggish. However, bolstered by the power of the grand formation, Yen Di's saber light became incomparably swift, arriving before the great flame devil king in just an instant. Even with the powerful strength of that great flame devil king, faced with this extremely swift saber, it was unable to react in time. Panicked, this great flame devil king resisted with great difficulty, howling in pain. Countless streams of fire sprayed from his arm, resembling spurting blood as the numerous patterns densely covering his skin broke apart unceasingly. Yen Di strode forward, the other 3 human experts in the grand formation moving alongside his footsteps, supporting the grand formation. Yen Di's saber light rampaged, presiding disdainfully over the heavens and the earth. Where the tyrannical saber light passed, 2 first-level flame devil kings were directly slain on the spot, cleaved into 2. The flame devil king Jingzhong, who was equivalent to a human expert at the 2nd level of the martial saint realm, roared furiously as one of its arms was chopped off, sent flying into the air. Yen Di's saber light did not cease as he chopped out towards the great flame devil king once more, his attack swift to the point that it was hard for the other party to evade even if it wanted to. That great flame devil king was instantly struck by another saber, a tragic wound appearing on its body. The flame devils were both shocked and enraged at this moment. Even the human experts felt shocked as well. The Tai Imperial breaking formation penetrated the variations of movement and stillness, manifesting infinite profundities as it displayed shocking power. Chu Yan and the Heaven cleaving axe had been too heavily damaged as they temporarily did not move. Mang Wan carried the extreme Yin crown, entering the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation alongside Qinglin. Enveloped by the Grand Formation, they resisted the attacks of the Flame Devils. Weakened by the Grand Formation, while the devilish fire which had previously seemed like the end of the world as it had collapsed the heavens and split the earth apart, while it was still fierce and violent, it was already no longer as terrifying as before. Meanwhile, with the others helping to obstruct the counterattacks of the Flame Devils, Yen Di completely gave up on defense as he struck out with great momentum, violent and domineering to the extreme as he pursued and attacked the Flame Devils all by himself. Aside from his extreme heaven tyrannical saber, the various martial arts that Yen Di was proficient in were all executed at this moment. The immeasurable heavenly saber, the 8 extreme arts, and even the other supreme martial arts that broad Creed Mountain had gathered, surging wave after wave like a frenzied tide, seemingly having no end. Yen Di displayed all that he had cultivated to the point of perfection. Innumerable streams of fire scattered between the heavens and the earth, as there were even severed fingers of the Flame Devils that fell into the great sea down below. The domain of white light formed of the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation unceasingly pushed eastwards, causing the Flame Devils to be pushed into continuous retreat. While the Flame Devils were incomparably hot-tempered, they could only retreat step by step at this moment. Numerous Flame Devils were unceasingly slain. As they retreated, extreme blazing heat suddenly emanated from the distant heavens and earth. Soon, the boundaries between the heavens and the earth blurred completely. 2 different heavens and earth seemed to appear before everyone's eyes. Behind them was the blue sky and jade sea, yet before them was a completely crimson world of flames. The sky was formed of blazing fire. The earth was formed of blazing fire. The ocean had already completely vanished, with only the infinite essence of flames and the chi of destruction existing between the heavens and the earth. The Flame Devils retreated step by step, already retreating to the original territory of the outer East Sea. Meanwhile, this place had already been corroded by the Flame Devil world, becoming a world of flames. Stepping into this world, all the Flame Devils howled madly, filled with joy and a feeling of release. With that great Flame Devil King at their head, the auras of all the Flame Devil experts began to rise abruptly, their injuries also beginning to recover. The exhilarated group of Flame Devils wanted to counterattack. However, what greeted them was an even more tyrannical saber. The violent saber light tore through the sea of flames, directly chopping off the other horn on the head of this great Flame Devil King as well. Bolstered by the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation, Yen Di's saber advanced with indomitable will. As the domain of white light advanced, enveloped by the light, the all-encompassing devilish fire instantly turned sluggish. The flames seemed to have turned solid at this moment. Yen Di stomped downwards. The flames that resembled sandcastles shattered into dust. To be continued. Chapter 477. Bolstered by the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation, Yen Di and the others advanced. The power of the Grand Formation transformed into numerous worlds of white light that pushed forward unceasingly, colliding with the world that had already transformed into a sea of flames. The boundary of the 2 worlds pressured unceasingly against each other. Enveloped by the white light, the devilish chi of flames instantly turned sluggish as well. Then, under the attacks of Yen Di and the others, the flames were unceasingly extinguished. The Flame Devils howled repeatedly in rage, yet were still forced into retreat by Yen Di and the others. In this world of flames, the Flame Devils instead possessed the home advantage, their strength increasing greatly. However, wherever the power of the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation passed, it unceasingly destroyed this home advantage of the Flame Devils. Like flowing water extinguishing a fire, the white light unceasingly purified the devilish fire, causing the heavens and earth of the 8 extremities world, which had originally been corroded and assimilated by the devilish fire, to return to its original state. To the flame devils, wherever the white light passed, time seemed to come to a standstill. Meanwhile, enveloped by the white light, whether it was an attack or defense, Yendi and the others were all the more incisive, beating the flame devils to the point where they could not even raise their heads. That great flame devil king held furiously, leading the flame devils in retreat unceasingly, all the way back to where the dimensional passageway connected the 8 extremities world to the flame devil world. Yendi and the others pursued, only to see that the entrance of the dimensional passageway was completely crimson. The dimensional passageway had already been completely filled up by lava and flames, which surged unceasingly out of the entrance, flowing into the 8 extremities world. Looking carefully, those were not ordinary lava flames. Instead, they were countless crimson spirit patterns congregated together, manifesting the appearance of lava flames. Infinite, endless heat emanated from within, condensing and surging into the 8 extremities world, changing the scenes of the surrounding heavens and earth. The chi of destruction and the phenomenon of tribulation filled the surrounding area, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. Retreating to the entrance of the dimensional passageway, the flame devils halted, regrouping and no longer retreating. Here, there was already no difference between them and the flame devil world. While the great flame devil king was enraged, it did not blindly launch attacks towards Yendi and the others now. Instead, it began drawing upon the devilish fire of the flame devil world with all its might, corroding and assimilating the heavens and earth of the 8 extremities world. The flames surged madly as the flame devils borrowed them to advance, attempting a counterattack, burying the experts of the human race who left their hearts palpitating with boundless blazing fire. Yendi was undaunted as he guided the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation forward, pressuring all the way to the entrance of the dimensional passageway and unleashing a great battle against the flame devils. At this moment, both sides were fighting with all their might, fighting to the death and fighting for every inch of land, accompanied by the flame devil kings being repelled by Yendi and the others. The situation of the human martial practitioners on the Great Sea finally turned for the better. The other human martial experts in various places also began to launch an all-out counterattack, hunting down and killing the flame devils that had spread out after invading. A large number of flame devils had been slain, and others had been forced to retreat to the outer Isi region, borrowing the geographical advantage of being covered in flowing flames to resist those human martial practitioners who were chasing after them. The battle between the two sides was like a raging fire reaching a white-hot degree. As long as the great flame devil king existed, the human martial practitioners would not dare to relax. If the devilish fire that had invaded the 8 extremities world was not cleanly swept away, it would be an endless plague. Until the threat of the flame devils was completely dealt with, the fate of the 8 extremities world would still be hard to predict. At the entrance of the dimensional passageway, the experts of the human race and the numerous flame devil experts engaged in a fierce battle. This war was far from over. Still, fortunately, the most difficult and dangerous phase had already been successfully passed. The human martial practitioners could now look forward to even more. The situation of the East Sea had already turned for the better. After the 2 martial saints, Yuan Zhengfeng and Shun Li, had resolved the crisis of the Earth domain and rushed to the East Sea, the situation would be even more beneficial to the 8 extremities world. Meanwhile, at the center of the deep abyss of the Earth domain at this moment, Yuan Zhengfeng, Xin Li, and the others were currently suppressing the abnormalities from the 9 underworlds with all their might. Observing from outside the Earth domain, the veins of light that resembled a spiderweb that had previously enveloped the vast heavens and earth of the Earth domain already no longer existed. In the deep abyss down below, amidst the dense, baleful chi, golden and black streams of light were still unceasingly shooting in all directions. However, suppressed by the seal, the 2 sides were entangled as they headed downwards. Even within the deep abyss, the great golden sun still shone brightly. The extreme darkness down below unceasingly attacked the great golden sun. Yuan Zhengfeng currently stood firmly in the air above the great golden sun, his hands crossed before his chest as he formed a palm seal together. He did not seem to have struck out with a palm, but as he stood upright, his entire person resembled a massive hand descending from the heavens, slapping down on the great golden sun, helping to support the seal. The clear qi robe draped over Yuan Zhengfeng's body, its wide sleeves seemingly distorting the surrounding space, containing infinite profundities as it transformed the heavens and the earth into a robe. Streams of clear qi drifted about his white robe, extending far into the distance. Specks of radiance resembled millet as they drifted about Yuan Zhengfeng's body. The radiance was half black and half yellow, neither bright nor dim. Yet, amidst the concept that was vast and distant as the heavens, it contained a heaviness that seemed hard to bear. Yuan Zhengfeng assisted from the front, bolstering the power of himself and the clear qi robe on the great golden sun, assisting in the seal. Around him and the great golden sun, a green silhouette of lightning flickered between bright and dim at times, flickering unceasingly as it spun rapidly. That green silhouette of lightning moved and stopped, moving as fast as lightning as one was unable to clearly see its movements. When it paused, the figure of a bald, old man appeared. It was precisely the lord of the heavenly thunder hall, Shenli. Yuan Zhengfeng assisted from the front, while Shenli was responsible for roaming the sides. He moved around the great golden sun, striking out with a palm with every step he took. His sharp sword intent and saber intent intersected, circulating around the great golden sun together, assisting it in sweeping away the encroachment and resistance of the devilish qi down below. Amidst the darkness, countless runes condensed of black light transformed into numerous chains of black light, extending upwards, entangling with the golden light emitted by the great sun. Countless evil devils were born from the black chains, attempting to interfere with the seal of Yuan Zhengfeng and the others. The martial grandmaster experts of the various sects who had entered the deep abyss of the earth domain together were now unceasingly exterminating these evil devils. As the great golden sun descended unceasingly, gradually arriving at the bottom of the deep abyss, those who were clashing with the evil devils could feel that the rate at which they were spawning was gradually slowing. However, the evil devils that were spawned were getting stronger and stronger. As the suppressive force of the seal gradually increased, the struggles of the evil devils down below gradually weakened. However, at the same time, the closer they got to the bottom of the deep abyss, the closer they got to the 9 underworlds. Yan Zhaoge and the other martial grandmasters all felt uneasy, affected by the aura of the 9 underworlds, the negative emotions within their hearts growing heavier and heavier. They stabilized their minds together, resisting the encroachment of the 9 underworlds. Seeing that success was within sight, they all rejoiced. However, now, an extremely strong aura fluctuation suddenly erupted from the depths of the darkness down below. The great golden sun shook mightily. At the same time, an icy cold, terrifying feeling enveloped everyone's hearts once more. To be continued. Chapter 478. At this moment, the brows of Yuan Zhengfeng and Shan Li, who were currently suppressing the seal, were tightly knitted together. They could all sense that in the abyss below, apart from the powerful aura that was originally rampaging and struggling to break through the seal, there was another similarly ruthless and evil aura. They were equally powerful, majestic, tyrannical, and ferocious. As the two energies converged, the descending golden sun immediately came to a halt. Waves of energy surged upwards, causing the golden sun to tremble nonstop. Yan Zhaoge and the other martial grandmasters present all felt the changes down below. The black chains that were waving in the air became even more rampant as they shuttled back and forth. The surface of the black chain flickered with a blood-red light, becoming brighter and brighter, more and more dazzling. The vicious aura it exuded became more and more terrifying. The evil spirits, spawned from the black chains, became even more ferocious as they attacked the human warriors. Yen Zhaoga sucked in a deep breath. There's another 9 underworlds, true devil down below. A broad Creed Mountain elder beside him was rather flustered and exasperated. So long ago, why didn't he cause any trouble at all, just having to appear now? The problems in the Earth domain have existed for many years. Yen Zhaoga shook his head. With the seal having loosened just now and this great golden sun rising, the suppression on the crevice to the 9 underworlds weakened, causing the spiritual chi of the 2 worlds to interact somewhat. Affected by this, more evil spirits are attracted here. As time drags on, there might be more. Hearing this, the ugly expressions of the surrounding people became even more gloomy. The great golden sun was still shining with boundless radiance, illuminating the abyss. However, it no longer continued to descend, instead suspending in midair. Narrowing his eyes into slits, Yen Zhaoga could feel the extraordinariness of this great golden sun. Even though it was being attacked by the 2 true demons down below, the golden sun was still full of energy and showed no signs of weakening. However, with the passage of time and the demonic beasts below, the martial intent and spirituality contained within the seal were gradually being worn away. This made the huge golden sun appear to possess boundless power, but it was sluggish and rigid, appearing extremely passive. At this moment, under the attack of the demons of the netherworld, the golden sun itself wasn't damaged in the slightest, but the power of the seal was getting weaker and weaker. The darkness below grew thicker and thicker, and the golden sun seemed to be rising again. Everyone joined hands and strengthened the seal that suppressed the abyss below. Yen Zhaoga suddenly felt an extremely irritated feeling arise within his heart. Sweeping through the surrounding martial practitioners of the Sacred Sun Clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall from the corner of his eye, sweeping over the East Rising Lord, the Sunset Lord, and the others, he just felt that they were not pleasing to the eye no matter how he looked at them. All the grudges and grievances between the 2 of them surfaced in his mind. Numerous scenes seemed to flash before his eyes, finally stopping at the great tribulation of Broad Creed Mountain that year, when the other party had taken advantage of their misfortune. A few anti-suns had shaken the clear chi grand formation, causing great waves to arise in Broad Creed Mountain. In the great battle with the decimating abyss, many Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners who originally should have been fine had to sacrifice their lives in order to quell the calamity. The scene of his eldest apprentice uncle Sher Tai, his entire body covered in blood, resembling a broken statue as he stood before Yen Zhaoga, lingered within his mind for a long time, causing boundless rage and killing intent to arise within his heart. Yen Zhaoga's gaze hardened as his heart grew solemn. Glancing around, he saw that other than the demons spawned from the black chains, there were even more formless air currents in the already dark abyss. These black streams of air continuously spiraled and mixed within the black mist. They were formless and traceless, making it difficult for others to detect them. Invaded by this devilish chi, Yen Zhaoga could only feel his mind being exceptionally unstable, easily shaken. It's the work of that second evil devil. Yen Zhaoga stabilized his mind, his entire body's true essence circulating as it transformed into chaos, keeping the devilish chi at bay. The devilish chi affected one's mental state, and a martial practitioner's true essence was extremely hard to resist. Fortunately, Yen Zhaoga's peerless heavenly scripture was miraculous beyond compare, as he was still able to protect himself. Gazing over, he saw that the expressions of the others had turned incomparably solemn as well, their gazes even beginning to flicker unceasingly. Of all the human experts here, other than Yen Zhaoga, they were all Essence Talisman martial grandmasters, their mental states and wills all relatively firm. However, the influence of the 9 underworlds' evil devils on their wills was exceptionally strong at this moment, causing their minds to waver momentarily. Other than Yuan Zhengfeng and Shen Li, the The hearts of the other human martial practitioners were currently shaken. The Turbid Wave Pavilion martial practitioners were still slightly better off, but the gazes of Broad Creed Mountain, the Sacred Sun Clan, and the Heavenly Thunder Hall martial practitioners that were currently looking at each other grew sharper and sharper. The enmity and conflict between them had always existed. It was only because they had to join hands to deal with external enemies now that they had temporarily been set aside. Now, however, it was like sparks had been splashed onto a pile of firewood, instantly showing signs of exploding. Yen Jiaoge roared in a heavy tone. "It's a trick of the evil devils. Raise your vigilance." Everyone actually knew what was going on, but many thoughts still arose within their minds, unable to be suppressed at all. If they could calm their hearts and qi, meditating and stabilizing their minds, it would still be fine. However, there just had to be those devils spawning unceasingly from those black chains before them, launching attacks at them. In the process of clashing with these devils, the invasion of the devilish qi was even easier, also causing them to be distracted as they were hard-pressed to concentrate. Yuan, Zhengfeng, and Shen Li suddenly roared in unison at this moment. Their voices that resembled the sound of a morning bell reverberated unceasingly within the deep abyss, seemingly condensing into something tangible as it struck down on everyone's souls. Shocked by the roars of the two martial saints, everyone's minds, which had been invaded by the devilish qi and were filled with distracting thoughts, instantly cleared up. Everyone became slightly more clear-headed as they hurriedly stabilized their minds, resisting the influence of the devilish qi. However, as martial saint experts of Broad Creed Mountain and the Heavenly Thunder Hall, with their martial arts originating from the same source, Yuan Jingfeng's and Shen Li's roars were the most effective on the martial practitioners of Broad Creed Mountain and the Heavenly Thunder Hall, respectively, virtually having the effect of a direct blow to their heads. However, the effect on the martial practitioners of the Sacred Sun Clan and Turbid Wave Pavilion was much weaker. The situation of the Turbid Wave Pavilion martial practitioners was still a little better, but the situation over at the Sacred Sun Clan was not optimistic at all. This was especially so for the East Rising Lord, who was currently staring fixedly at Yen Jiaoge without concealment in the slightest. The humiliation of having his face taken a hit, the vexation and regret caused by his defeat that year, the loss and threat that Yen Jiaoge had caused to his clan, the fear of Yen Jiaoge's further development in the future. Innumerable emotions, each of them able to form a single obsession. Usually, the East Rising Lord would still be able to maintain his rationality. However, under this unique environment, all of these emotions were uncontrollably congregating together, transforming into a torrent that drowned and devoured him entirely. Suddenly, the East Rising Lord's entire body shuddered mightily as streams of black qi from the surroundings surged into his body. Fallen to the dark side. Yen Jiaoge raised his brows, but immediately afterwards discovered that something was wrong. Not fallen to the dark side! As the East Rising Lord raised his head, his pupils were not yellow like those of fallen practitioners, overflowing with a blood-red light. His eye sockets were shockingly pitch black, as the whites of his eyes as well as his pupils had all vanished. A terrifying, evil aura emanated from his body, incomparably powerful. Stabilize your mind. A Heavenly Thunder Hall martial grandmaster beside him barely managed to call out. However, before he had finished speaking, a terrifying black light flickered, directly sending this martial grandmaster flying. Black light flickered within the eye sockets of the East Rising Lord as the corners of his mouth arched coldly. This world is not bad. Chapter 479. Yen Jiaoge knit his brows. While other than his strange pupils, his appearance had not changed much elsewhere. The East Rising Lord before him already had a completely different aura about him. This devil has broken out of the seal. Yen Jiaoge's thoughts flashed at lightning speed. No, not yet. Within the deep abyss down below, two terrifying auras were still assaulting unceasingly, wanting to break through the seal created by the great golden sun. While the East Rising Lord before them appeared powerful, he was still far from that terrifying power within the deep abyss. It's a devilish will, making use of the time when the seal is shaking to escape, possessing this East Rising Lord's body. It is equivalent to refining the East Rising Lord into a clone of his. However, even though it was only a clone that had been temporarily refined, it was still extremely powerful. The Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, who had originally been close to the East Rising Lord's cultivation base, had been directly sent flying by him with a single blow. Scanning the surroundings, Yen Jiaoge discovered that there were still streams of black qi that were formless and soundless as they extended within the deep abyss. Everyone within the deep abyss had stern expressions on their faces. Struggling looks visible within their gazes as they bore immense pressure. The East Rising Lord laughed loudly. "Such a good world, give it to me!" Amidst his long roar, black light circulated within his eyes as his figure shook, directly lunging towards the nearest human martial practitioner. That was precisely his fellow disciple, a martial practitioner of the Sacred Sun clan. This Sacred Sun clan martial practitioner barely stabilized his mind, raising a hand to block. However, the East Rising Lord grinned, smiling strangely. As the black light came into contact with that Sacred Sun clan essence talisman martial grandmaster, it did not cause him to retreat, instead staining his body like thick ink. This Sacred Sun clan elder let out a shocked and enraged howl, his body shuddering intensely. The dense black qi within the deep abyss converged madly towards this martial grandmaster expert at this moment, surging into his body. The next moment, the trembling of this Sacred Sun clan elder's body suddenly ceased. A strange smile appeared on his old face, his expression exactly the same as that of the East Rising Lord. As the old man raised his head, the whites of his eyes could not be seen, only pitch black. The East Rising Lord and this old man spoke at the same time, one young while the other old. Their tone and emotions were exactly the same. "Give it to me." Two streaks of black light shuttled through the abyss towards the others. The Sunset Lord and the others hurriedly retreated, but the other party's speed was strange, and his strength was also great, making it difficult for them to parry. Black chains with blood-red patterns on them trembled in the void. Bloodthirsty demons rushed out and pounced on the human martial artists present. These demons created bloody massacres and stirred up a reign of terror. The East Rising Lord lunged towards Yen Jiaoge. Yen Jiaoge's expression was solemn as a short stone rod appeared within his hands. The stone cudgel grew with the wind, its size rapidly enlarging as it instantly transformed into a massive stone pillar which descended from the skies, smashing down towards the head of the East Rising Lord. The stone pillar was incomparably huge, and the seven-colored light constantly flashed. It was the pillar of the Divine Palace. Due to Yen Jiaoge's cultivation base, while the pillar of the Divine Palace possessed powerful sealing and suppressive power, it was still insufficient to truly suppress the crevice of the 9 underworlds. However, when used against the East Rising Lord who had been possessed by an evil devil, it had obvious effects. Suppressed by the pillar of the Divine Palace, the black light flickering within the pupils of the East Rising Lord instantly dimmed, his movements slowing as well. Elsewhere, however, the evil devils were still rampaging unceasingly. Those whose minds were uneasy, their wills greatly shaken, all became carriers of the black qi currents within the deep abyss, transforming into numerous clones of the evil devils. There were also some whose obsessions had transformed into devilish intent, their eyes turning yellow and emitting a blood-red light as they shockingly fell directly to the dark side at this moment. Those with firm wills suffered the wanton attacks of these evil devils and fallen practitioners, suffering heavy casualties. Of the human martial practitioners here, other than Yen Jiaoge, who was an essence spirit martial grandmaster, everyone else was an essence talisman martial grandmaster. In the past, they were all figures who stood at the peak of the entire eight extremities world, overlooking all life forms. At this moment, however, it was as though they had truly stepped into an infinite hell. One essence, talisman, martial grandmaster after another perished here, or became the clones and accomplices of the evil devils. Those numerous black chains broke free of the golden light at this moment, suddenly shooting upwards, unceasingly lashing out at the great golden sun as they also struck towards Yuan Zhengfeng and Shenli. Yuan Zhengfeng frowned, continuing to press downwards with one palm, bolstering the great golden sun with his power. His other palm formed a saber, chopping out towards those black chains, a saber light that was majestic as the heavens lit up amidst space, hacking apart the numerous black chains that flickered with red light. Shin Li snorted coldly as well, retracting the power he had bolstered the great golden sun with his hands. Streaks of purple electricity flickered, numerous bolts of lightning lighting up within the deep abyss, ripping through the darkness, illuminating the sky as they hacked down on the black chains. The two martial saint experts were even forced to sweep through the numerous evil devils and fallen practitioners in the surroundings. One after another, the evil devils and fallen practitioners were slain as the situation was finally brought under control. It was just that most of the martial practitioners of the various sacred grounds who had entered the earth domain this time had also perished, suffering heavy casualties. Due to this, the seal down below grew increasingly unstable. At the bottom of the deep abyss, infinite darkness surged, a terrifying power shockingly beginning to push the great golden sun upwards once more. Gazing down from the high sky above the earth domain of the eight extremities world, that massive network of light that resembled a spiderweb that enveloped the earth domain surfaced once more, numerous golden threads and numerous black threads crisscrossing as they were densely numerous. The golden light was still bright, but the amount of black light this time was greater than before. Within the deep abyss, accompanied by the rise of the great golden sun, accompanied by the unceasing loosening of the seal, the black fog down below grew denser and denser, beginning to roil unceasingly upwards, even surpassing the great golden sun as it swept towards Yuan Zhengfeng and Shen Li. Yuan Zhengfeng and Shen Li both chopped out towards the black fog with their palms, the blades formed of clear light and the light of thunder resisting the black fog. Now, we have to fight our way out of a hopeless situation. Yan Zhaoge inhaled deeply, his gaze resolute as he kept the pillar of the divine palace before shooting straight towards the great golden sun. Nearing the great golden sun, an extremely brutal heat was emitted, causing Yan Zhaoge to feel as though his entire body was about to be set ablaze. While its spirituality was gradually fading, the power contained within this great golden sun was still shocking to the extreme. Previously, it had always been restrained within, not having been obvious in the outside world from afar. Now, as Yan Zhaoge neared, he could only feel that the great golden sun before him was even more powerful than Huang Guanlia, resembling the true sun star in the sky above. The closer he got, the more Yan Zhaoge felt as though he was about to be melted. Yan Zhaoge calmed his heart, extending his hand and drawing one profound rune after another in the air before him. These runes flickered with golden light, also emanating the majestic power of the sun. To be continued. Chapter 480. Blazing Cruel. This was the only feeling Yan Zhaoge had at this moment. On the surface of his body, his quintessence could no longer protect his clothes. His clothes looked like they were about to ignite. He felt the pain of countless needles stabbing into his body. Yan Zhaoge could now clearly feel how Feng Yunsheng had felt when she had been struck by the cold marrow needles. Just that one had been hot, one had been cold. However, the pain that spread to every part of his body, not a single inch was missed. It made him feel an extreme pain that he couldn't resist. And it was even worse than that. As he breathed, he could feel a burning pain from his mouth, nose, and chest. The heat spread to his limbs and bones. Not only did the surface of his body feel unbearably hot, but his insides also felt like they were on fire. Accompanied by the growth of Yen Zhaoga's cultivation base, it had already been a long time since he had felt such pain. Forcefully enduring it, Yen Zhaoga stabilized his mind, persistently advancing forward step by step. One after another, profound golden rune markings flew out from his body and merged into the surrounding golden radiance. This was what Yen Zhaoga had derived from the incomplete Extreme Yang scripture. Thanks to the special trait of the peerless heavenly scripture that encompassed all arts, while he had been sharpening his spear at the last moment, Yen Zhaoga was still barely able to unleash some of the essence of the Extreme Yang scripture. As those golden runes unceasingly merged into the surrounding golden light, Yen Zhaoga instantly felt that blazing pain dissipate somewhat. Sadly, Yen Zhaoga's Extreme Yang scripture was incomplete. Many of the things that he had derived within were also somewhat different from the concept of the great golden sun before him. The terrifying sunlight still brought great harm and threat. Yen Zhaoga clenched his teeth, treading space as he advanced step by step, his entire person seeming to have entered that sun. The heavens and the earth shook as Yen Zhaoga could only feel as though he had stepped into another world. This golden sun was like an independent small world, suppressing the crack of the 9 underworlds and separating it from the outside world. Stepping into this world, Yen Zhaoga could only feel the light before his eyes suddenly dim. It wasn't that the sunlight had disappeared or weakened. On the contrary, it was that the light had reached its peak. For a moment, there was a scene of light and darkness reversing. All the light in the world seemed to be restrained, and darkness appeared faintly in the void. However, as Yen Zhaoga lowered his head, there was no longer a deep cliff before him, nor was there a clear, boundless sky above his head. All he could see was a brilliant flame. As the golden light flickered, there was also a scarlet color. It was as if he was at the center of the vast universe, standing on the surface of the brilliant sun. As far as the eye could see, the solar prominences were blazing with flames, the solar wind was howling nonstop, and sunspots would appear from time to time. On the surface of the sun, the space nearby seemed to distort and collapse at the same time, shaken by the terrifying power of the solar star. Amidst these heavens and earth, feeling the majestic concept of the heavens and the earth, Yen Zhaoga comprehended many things. Inside of him, clusters of primal chaos chi spun, as if they could split heaven and earth apart. One after another, beams of golden light shot out of them. Sunlight shot out from the acupoints of Yen Zhaoga's entire body before transforming into numerous profound diagrams within the air, each one giving off a powerful, shocking feeling. The imprints were arranged in the air, seemingly scattered and disorganized. However, streams of golden light shot down from the surrounding heavens and earth, forming even more powerful runes, unceasingly supplementing what Yen Zhaoga had learnt. Gradually, a complete scripture of the Tao scripture appeared before Yen Zhaoga. However, this Taoist scripture still seemed to be profound and obscure, causing others to feel that it was extremely difficult to decipher. Yen Zhaoga's expression was heavy as he slowly punched forward, numerous talismans of golden light flying towards the surface of the sun together. The sun shook mightily, roiling. A great door seemed to open, a path seemingly appearing. Gazing at that illusory door on the surface of the sun, Yen Zhaoga's attention was completely drawn by the scenes within. It was not just Yen Zhaoga's gaze. Everything within this heavens and earth, infinite light, infinite heat, was all sucked within. A great seal appeared there, completely crimson in color as it flickered with golden light. The great seal hovered there silently, yet drew in all light, all heat, all fire, all spiritual chi, resembling the center of the universe. The rivers of stars of the universe, the heavens and the earth. Everything seemed to dim at this moment, seeming illusory. It was as if this great seal alone was the only real, supreme principle. Yan Zhaoga's heart jolted slightly as he tried to approach this great seal. He suddenly felt the heavens and earth he was in quaking intensely as a whole. The sun before him suddenly turned violent, making it hard for one to approach it. Outside, within the deep abyss of the earth domain in the eight extremities world, the darkness down below pushed the great golden sun upwards unceasingly. As the power of the seal grew thinner and weaker, the expressions of Yuan Jingfeng and Shen Li were both ugly to the extreme. Bypassing the great golden sun, the black fog that extended upwards grew denser and denser. Afterwards, space began distorting intensely amidst this black nine underworld's baleful qi. Amidst the distorted space, two massive palms suddenly extended outwards. Their entire bodies are still unable to pass through, but their devilish claws can already be extended. The expressions of the human martial practitioners present all changed greatly. Of the two massive devilish claws, one looked jet black as ink, its surface dim and unremarkable. However, infinite evil intent seemed to emanate from it, bewitching one's mind as it made it even harder for the martial practitioners present to deal with it. The other devilish claw was completely dark purple in color, its surface intertwined densely with numerous black chains, the blood-red patterns of light flickering unceasingly on the surface of the chains. The two devilish claws extended outwards, instantly clawing to death a few human martial grandmasters who could not evade in time. The essence talisman martial grandmasters who rampaged through the world, pushing mountains and filling seas, appeared incomparably fragile at this moment. A terrifying devilish howl resounded throughout the entire deep abyss, even spreading far into the distance as it reverberated over the vast earth of the earth domain, shaking the sky of the eight extremities world. The faces of Yuan Jingfeng and Shen Li were livid as they hurriedly moved to defend against it. The power of both sides surged above the great golden sun. The green thunder martial Saint Shen Li directly spat out a mouthful of blood. Amidst the intense shaking of Yuan Jingfeng's body, he was also unable to bolster the power of the seal. The speed at which the nine underworlds, baleful qi, and the great golden sun rose abruptly, their momentum seemingly about to soar into the heavens. The purple devilish claw shook, the black chains entangling it all unfurling, intersecting as they resembled a dense net as they formed a terrifying domain of darkness which enveloped Yuan Jingfeng and Xinli. Meanwhile, that black devilish claw first clawed toward Xinli, exchanging another blow with it. Xinli could only feel as though his body was about to collapse. Standing at the highest peak of the eight extremities world, an exalted martial saint could now clearly feel the shadow of death enveloping him. Yuan Jingfeng roared furiously, bolstered by the power of the clear qi robe as his palms struck downwards, mightily striking towards the great golden sun. The seal that was on the verge of shattering shook once more, numerous streaks of golden light surging madly as it suppressed the devilish qi of the nine underworlds down below. The speed at which the great golden sun rose slowed, those two massive devilish claws also stiffening slightly. It can't be suppressed any longer, let's go. Shin Li howled madly, his entire person transforming into a bolt of green thunder as he shot upwards, evading one black chain after another. Yuan Jingfeng roared, "While we can flee for a moment, can we flee for our entire lives? If you die here, don't even think about it." The green light that Shen Li transformed into shot out of the deep abyss, instantly departing far away. Yuan Jingfeng was both shocked and enraged. After the two massive devilish claws before him stiffened slightly, they moved once more. To be continued. Chapter 481. With Shen Li escaping, the target of those two gigantic devil claws was Yuan Jingfeng at the same time. On the purple demonic claws, black chains shot out continuously from under the skin. As the chains crisscrossed, it was like an inescapable net that enveloped Yuan Jingfeng's body. The surrounding baleful aura of the nine underworlds in the form of black mist also became even more ferocious. It surrounded Yuan Jingfeng and formed a huge whirlpool, wanting to devour him. "Thank you, junior brother, junior sisterly." Yuan Jingfeng sucked in a deep breath, a pained look appearing in his eyes as he looked at the longtime elders of Broad Creed Mountain who had entered the Earth domain. In the end, the two of them had also perished beneath the massive black claws of the evil devil. He had wanted to save them, but had been obstructed by the enemy, even being in danger of not being able to save himself. The human martial arts experts who entered the abyss of the Earth domain died one by one. At this point, there were only demons dancing wildly in the abyss. "Master, be careful." Directly above the great golden sun, Feng Zhuan, surrounded by golden and black streams of light, was the only surviving human martial practitioner besides Yuan Jingfeng. He was entangled by the power of the baleful aura of the 9 underworlds and the great golden sun down below, and couldn't move his body. But at this moment, there was a tall figure standing behind him, holding a sword in his hand. Wherever the sword light passed, it was as grand as the sky, as heavy as the earth, as boundless as the sky. After many years of cultivation, having analyzed the concept contained within the crimson pagoda of the East Sea that Yen Zhaoga had obtained, Feng Zhuan had now successfully broken through the shackles that had always been holding him back, successfully stepping into the transcending mortality stage, stepping into the transcending mortality, martial, grandmaster realm. It was precisely because of this that he was able to persist, even though he was entangled by the power of the seal and the baleful chi of the 9 underworlds when he went deep into the Earth domain to monitor and guard the seal. It was just that at this moment the evil devils were about to break through the seal, with Feng Zhuan's situation becoming even more precarious. The tall, spiritual martial avatar behind him, the limitless heavenly avatar, was still standing, but its body was also wrapped in black chains. As the power of the seal weakened, the entangled sides lost their equilibrium. Faced with the onslaught of the devilish qi, Feng Zhuan was also under immense pressure. Seeing Yuan Jingfeng in danger, a worried look vaguely appeared in Feng Zhuan's gaze as well. He suddenly closed his eyes and forced himself to calm down. The true essence around him fluctuated, but didn't erupt. It was as if he was nurturing something, waiting for something. The baleful chi of the netherworld was getting stronger and stronger, and the power of the seal was getting weaker and weaker. As the flow of golden light on Feng Zhuan's body grew lesser and lesser, finally disappearing completely, leaving behind only black light, he suddenly opened his eyes. Yuan Jingfeng sensed something in his heart. While defending against the demonic claws, he turned his head and saw his disciples' eyes shining like stars. A cold light flickered in his eyes, calm yet resolute, cold yet bright. After Feng Zhuan's gaze met Yuan Jingfeng's, he smiled slightly. "Master, this disciple is untalented. Back then, I advanced recklessly without regard for the consequences, finally resulting in a great disaster. Although the decimating abyss was founded by Xan Dongping, the origin actually lies with me. Because of me, I caused a series of disasters and even caused eldest senior brother and many other fellow disciples to perish. Now that the seal in the Earth domain has been worn away by the passage of time, it's gradually crumbling. The true demons of the 9 underworlds are about to be born. Fortunately, my research on the Earth domain and the 9 underworlds can be put to good use today and stop the 9 underworlds from descending. So many lives have been lost. It's hard for me to repay them with my life alone. I can only hope to make up for my mistakes in the past." As Feng Zhuan spoke, the limitless heavenly avatar above his head suddenly transformed into spiritual light, retracting into his body. The black streams of light entwined around the limitless heavenly avatar also entwined around Feng Zhuan's body. Feng Zhuan's face paled somewhat, but his gaze grew even brighter. He let out a long, low roar, the black streams of light entwining around his body suddenly beginning to rapidly revolve and converge around him. Feng Zhuan sat in the meditative position within the air. Below him, above the great golden sun. The black streams of light converged as space began to distort intensely. As the space distorted and intersected, a hole actually gradually opened up in space, numerous streams of black light surging madly within. The space around Feng Zhuan was also trembling unceasingly. His body slowly descended, gradually sinking into that vortex formed of black light. Seeing this, Yuan Jingfeng's body shook. Feng Zhuan's expression was calm and peaceful. Master, please lend me a hand. Perhaps this matter can still be done. Sadly, this method of mine is a method that will allow one to rise from the jaws of death, and is even more likely to destroy the original seal. Otherwise, there would not have been so many fellow disciples and martial practitioners of the other sacred grounds sacrifice themselves. Yuan Zhengfeng gazed at Feng Zhuan. Ever since young, this disciple of his had not required him to spend too much effort on him. Whatever it was, he would do it to the best of his abilities, satisfying everyone. As Yuan Zhengfeng saw it, other than sometimes being too radical in his thinking and easily taking an unconventional path, Feng Zhuan was virtually perfect, handling everything in an orderly manner. Ever since he was a child, Yuan Jingfeng had virtually never seen Feng Zhuan in a flustered state. He seemed to always be that calm and indifferent, composed and unruffled. And now, even sending himself onto the path of death, Feng Zhuan's expression was still calm, half his body gradually sinking into the black hole. Looking at Yuan Zhengfeng, a faint smile even appeared at the corners of his mouth. Yuan Zhengfeng was silent. Then he let out a clear roar. Surrounded by countless black chains, Yuan Zhengfeng still managed to separate himself, his palms crisscrossing as space shook. Within the deep abyss, the heavens and earth seemed to be overturned, space breaking and changing. The great golden sun was not affected, while the darkness of the deep abyss down below was instead being sucked into the black hole beneath Feng Zhuan. Strangely enough, the more 9 underworld's baleful qi that was sucked in, the larger that black hole became, the stronger its suction force as well. Some fallen practitioners wanted to attack Feng Zhuan, yet were hard-pressed to resist the suction force of the black hole as they were directly sucked in. Seeing all this, a strange smile suddenly surfaced at the corners of the mouth of the East Rising Lord. He did not attack Feng Zhuan or Yuan Jingfeng, instead lunging towards the great golden sun down below. Led by him, the other evil devils did the same as well. Due to its spirituality having been whittled away by the passage of time, the great golden sun currently appeared silent, the power of its seal growing weaker and weaker as it seemed on the verge of collapse beneath the onslaught of the evil devils. However, if anyone dared to touch it, a powerful destructive force would immediately be emitted from within the great golden sun, directly reducing the evil devils who dared to approach it into ash. His expression not changing, the East Rising Lord raised his hands, the black light vanishing as golden light appeared. The direct lineage martial arts of the Sacred Sun clan, executed at this moment, more or less having some connection with the concept of the great golden sun. Some fell to the dark side, some were refined into clones by the evil devils. The Sunset Lord and the other Sacred Sun clan martial practitioners all laughed strangely as they did the same. They also did not hope to be able to enter the world within the great golden sun like Yen Zhaoge, only hoping to shake the great golden sun a step further from the outside, causing the seal that the great golden sun supported to completely collapse. Seeing this, the gazes of Yuan Zhengfeng and Feng Zhuan both hardened. While they did not understand the principle behind this, they had all seen Yen Zhaoge vanish amidst the infinite golden sunlight earlier. Not finished yet. Chapter 482. In the heavens and earth within the great golden sun, Yen Zhaoge stood on its surface, witnessing the great golden seal that seized all radiance and occupied the center of the world. Just as he was thinking of a way, he felt the entire heavens and earth shake and shake. Stabilizing himself, Yanjiaoga gazed towards the great seal. Suddenly, all-encompassing golden light converged by the side of the seal, actually gradually condensing into the figure of a person. Meanwhile, in the deep abyss outside, the great golden sun shook mightily at this moment, as though it had been affected by the East Rising Lord and the others. The great sun itself had not been damaged much, but streams of golden light coiled within the air, shaking the surrounding space as well. The black hole beneath Fang Zhuan's body rippled, sweeping in numerous streams of black light. However, these streams of black light were connected to those numerous black chains. At this moment, affected by the surrounding chaotic space, everything appeared chaotic. The intersecting black chains resembled a heaven-encompassing net that enveloped and bound Yuan Jingfeng. Guided by a majestic force, Yuan Jingfeng was shockingly dragged towards that black hole as well. The two devilish claws that danced within the air clawed towards Yuan Jingfeng. Yuan Jingfeng spread his palms apart, moving forward together, one on each side as he blocked the two devilish claws that were attacking him. However, that majestic force still pressed down on Yuan Jingfeng, sending him tumbling towards the black hole. Yuan Jingfeng knit his brows tightly as he could tell that these two evil devils actually wanted to use him to seal up the black hole. The surrounding 9 underworlds, baleful qi transformed into a vortex, the bottom of the vortex being sucked in by the black hole. However, the vortex also swept Yuan Jingfeng's body along with it. Beneath the effects of multiple forces, Yuan Jingfeng was sucked into the black hole along with the jet black chains and the black vortex. Half of his body having fallen within, he actually sunk even deeper than Fang Zhuan. Fang Zhuan formed sword seals with both hands, his left hand pointing towards his forehead while his right pierced towards the black hole down below. Streams of light attempted to break apart the devilish qi surrounding Yuan Jingfeng. Yuan Jingfeng's entire body surged with true essence, also resisting the dual-devouring power of the 9 underworlds, baleful qi, and the black hole down below. However, he could only helplessly watch as the two massive devilish claws pressed down simultaneously from above. Yuan Jingfeng raised his hands with the momentum of a heavenly king bearing a pagoda, blocking the two devilish claws. Feeling that immense pressure, a resolute look appeared within Yuan Jingfeng's eyes as his palms that had originally been blocking outwards suddenly changed direction. His hands abruptly turned into claws, and he stopped resisting. Instead, he firmly grabbed onto the two devil claws and pulled them towards him with all his strength. The speed at which Yuan Jingfeng was sinking into the black hole suddenly increased, but the strength of his hands increased to the extreme, and he began to drag the two evil spirits with him. It was obvious that he was going to perish together with them. Even if he was trapped in the black hole of the space-time turbulence, he would drag these two demons into it. The great golden sun was shaken. At this moment, the seal had almost completely collapsed. The 9 underworlds' baleful qi grew fiercer and fiercer, the terrifying devilish aura of the two massive devilish claws growing more and more distinct and stronger as it looked like it was truly about to descend upon the 8 extremities world. At this moment, Yuan Jingfeng had already completely disregarded his own life and death as he wanted to drag these two evil devils directly from the 9 underworlds into the black hole before him through the 8 extremities world, not giving them a chance to remain in the 8 extremities world. The smile on the face of the East Rising Lord vanished, becoming cold and dark. Yuan Jingfeng's expression was resolute and fearless. This world is indeed very good, so all the more I can't give it to you. The Sunset Lord had not been possessed. Instead, he had already fallen to the dark side, his eyes turning yellow as they shot out a blood-red light. He looked at Yuan Jingfeng. Yuan, equaling heaven, why do you have to risk your life like this? Look, Shen Qinglei is just a little smarter than you. Yuan Jingfeng shook his head. Here, with the seal blocking the descent of the true devils, it is already so difficult for us to fight them. If the 9 underworld's true devils are allowed to truly descend into the 8 extremities world and display their full power outside, how will we be able to fight them then? There are far more than just 2 9 underworld's true devils. If the seal cannot be repaired and the passageway is opened, as time passes, more true devils will pay attention to this world, right? This old man sincerely hopes that Shin Li has some special intentions in leaving this time. Otherwise, while it is easy for him to escape now, after a large number of evil devils have entered the 8 extremities world in the future, where will he run to then? Hide in the flame devil world. Hearing his words, the Sunset Lord laughed loudly. So you also know that there are many truly powerful evil devils. It is just that there are only 2 who are currently paying attention to this dimensional passageway. When more and more evil devils are paying attention to this place, what can you do? You are nothing more than a mantis trying to stop a chariot. You, Shun Qinglei, or the others. It is just a matter of whether you die sooner or later. The fate of the 8 extremities world has already been decided. Why don't you just open your heart and be like us? You will discover that this world where you can do as you please has a different kind of brilliance to it. Yuan Jingfeng's expression did not waver in the slightest. If we can drag these 2 true devils into the chaotic flows of space, they will not be able to immediately set foot on our 8 extremities world and wreak havoc there. Without their mischief, before the other true devils have noticed this place, this great golden sun may be able to once again seal the entrance to the great 9 underworld's door. He looked at the Sunset Lord and the East Rising Lord. With just puppets and fallen practitioners like you 2, it is still insufficient to shake this great golden sun. This old man will gamble on this possibility now, striving for a chance of survival for our 8 extremities world. A look of ridicule appeared on the face of the East Rising Lord. With just you? The difference in our strength between only descending with a single arm and descending with a complete arm is far greater than the difference between the heavens and the earth. Yuan Zhengfeng smiled calmly. Do what you can and leave it to fate. Only having exerted your utmost effort can you calmly face fate. In one's life, all one seeks is to have a clear conscience. Beside him, Fang Zhuan was silent upon hearing his words before he soundless laughed. He raised his hands, the index and second fingers of his right hand forming a sword as he lightly slashed across the meridians on his left wrist. Essence blood spurted out, guided by Fang Zhuan's sword technique, transforming into numerous threads of blood that traversed the air. The threads of blood resembled ropes as they trapped those 2 massive demonic claws, one black and one purple. The 2 evil devils were greatly enraged, their demonic claws trembling as a majestic force emanated, wanting to shatter the threads of blood. Now, Fang Zhuan guided the sword technique on his right hand once more, pointing straight towards the black hole down below as a blood-red light also shot out from the fingertips of his right hand, landing within the black hole formed of the chaotic flows of space. Instantly, the speed at which Fang Zhuan was being devoured by the black hole suddenly increased as well. The threads of blood that were connected to his left hand and binding those 2 demonic claws were now reinforced by a formless force, the space around them distorting unceasingly as the 2 demonic claws were actually unable to break free for the time being. As Fang Zhuan's descending speed increased, he also brought along a tremendous force, helping Yuan Zhengfeng to drag along those 2 demonic claws, wanting to suck them into the black hole as well. In the secular world, it is often said that when fighting a tiger, blood brothers fight, father and son fight, Fang Zhuan said. Master and disciple are fine as well. Yuan Zhengfeng looked at his disciple with pity. After entering the space-time turbulence, it was hard to predict whether one would be lucky or not. One might be killed by the space-time turbulence, or one might enter an unknown world. However, the technique that Fang Zhuan was currently using caused him to lose a great deal of his essence blood, igniting his own life force. It was very likely that without the evil devils acting or the chaotic flows of space killing him, he would perish first. This child, You've always been like this since you were young. You look gentle and gentle on the outside, but you're the craziest and most intense on the inside." A worried look flashed across Yuan Jingfeng's face. He laughed loudly and said, "All right, let's go together." The master and disciple shouted in unison, increasing their strength to the extreme, forcibly dragging the two nefarious devils. As their bodies fell into the black hole turbulence, the two demonic claws, one purple and one black, gradually began to be engulfed by the black hole. The East Rising Lord and the others roared together, the devils within the deep abyss howling madly. To be continued. Chapter 483. For a moment, demons danced wildly in the abyss. There was someone who attempted to sever the threads of blood entangling Fang Zhuan's devilish claws. However, just as he exerted force, he seemed like a mosquito stuck to a spider's silk, unable to move as he was drawn along by those threads of blood into the black hole, devoured by the chaotic flows of space. Having attempted to attack and disturb Yuan Zhengfeng and Fang Zhuan, they immediately followed in the footsteps of their companions, also being sucked into the black hole. The roars of the demons rang out one after another. The golden sun seemed to have stopped moving in the void. However, in that extreme darkness, the terrifying aura became denser and denser. In the darkness, a red light suddenly burst out and dyed the entire abyss red. It was just like the previous times when the devilish domain Great Formation was opened and the door of the 9 underworlds descended. At that time, the Great 9 underworlds door had never been completely opened. However, at this moment, a true crevice to the 9 underworlds had appeared within the 8 extremities world. 2 huge figures squeezed together, side by side, and peeked out from the terrifying door. A powerful aura swept through the abyss, almost causing everyone to suffocate and become paralyzed. Amidst the vicious cackling, the 2 devilish claws grew even more majestic, as if they were filled with boundless power. The blood threads that entangled it began to snap one by one. Yuan Jingfeng also felt that his hands were about to lose the grip of those 2 demonic claws. The old man's expression was as resolute as ever, without the slightest change. He turned to look at his disciple with a gaze filled with pity. Fang Zhuan's expression was serene, his face pale without the slightest hint of blood on it as he slowly closed his eyes, seeming to have fallen into a deep slumber. The 2 of them sank deep into the black hole formed by the space-time turbulence and were gradually devoured. Streams of black light and 9 underworlds' baleful qi, as well as some fallen martial practitioners, were also sucked into the black hole. The 2 giant devil claws tried to pull out of the black hole, but at this moment, the golden sun that seemed to have fallen into a deep slumber suddenly shot out boundless light. Sunlight instantly filled the abyss and swept away the evil red demonic light. The golden sun began to expand and engulf everything in its path. Outside the deep abyss, in the 8 extremities world, looking down from the sky above, one could see the numerous black patterns of light beginning to be extinguished as golden light lit up. The entire region, the vast territory at this moment, had golden sunlight shooting up into the sky. In the bright sunlight, a large crimson seal that flashed with golden light was located in the center. It was breathtaking. Around the large seal, there were figures appearing. As Yen Zhaoga appeared, he gazed towards the other side of the great golden seal. Just now, the boundaries of the heavens and earth manifested with this great golden seal, as its center had actually begun to grow blurry, a portion of the heavens and earth on the verge of collapsing as it connected with the 8 extremities world outside. At the same time, 10,000 rays of golden light gathered together to form a human figure. One could barely make out the silhouette of a young man. He stood there quietly and raised his fist. As he punched out with his fist, Yen Zhaoga felt as though all the light in the world was concentrated on this man's fist, the sun in the sky, its light illuminating all. Everything else was fabricated. Only this light was real. Everything else was insignificant. Only this sun was the sole ruler. Domineering and majestic, exquisite and vast, the powerful fist intent principle was exactly the same as that of the great scarlet gold seal that was like the sun star. It was the most authentic sun god's canon. This was not a real person. Instead, it was the owner of this great golden seal, the manifestation of the fist intent left behind by the person who had left behind the seal. Everything before Yen Zhaoga's eyes was bright gold. The golden sunlight was no longer so piercing as the scenes of the deep abyss in the earth domain outside reappeared. Chaotic flows of space formed, a massive black hole appearing before them. Half of the bodies of the 2 Nine Underworld's true devils had already emerged from the great 9 Underworld's door, a devilish claw each reaching into the black hole as they were currently attempting to extricate themselves. The martial practitioners of the 8 Extremities world had already been decimated. Even those fallen practitioners and evil puppets were virtually all dead, with only the East Rising Lord and the Sunset Lord remaining. The group of devils looked dazedly at Yen Zhaoga and the great golden seal, unconsciously feeling threatened. Not seeing his seniors, Yen Zhaoga's heart was heavy. He sucked in a deep breath, forcibly stabilizing his mind before punching out with a fist as well. Radiance gradually flickered on Yen Zhaoga's fist. As the acupoints of his entire body pulsed, sunlight shot out. The numerous rays of sunlight transformed into numerous golden talismans, a powerful aura emanating from within. The golden talismans gradually formed a complete talisman within the air, enveloping Yen Zhaoga's entire body. In an instant, Yen Zhaoga also seemed to have transformed into a bright, golden humanoid silhouette. The fist intent left behind by the original owner of the great golden seal mightily erupted. This fist intent was incomparably powerful as it instantly swept through the entire area. The fallen Sunset Lord did not even have the time to let out a tragic howl before he resembled darkness that had been dispelled by light, his body dissipating amidst the infinite radiance. Those 2 Nine Underworld's true devils roared in unison, already having emerged from the great 9 Underworld's door and appeared within the space-time of the 8 Extremities world, dense smoke rising from the surface of their bodies. Bolstered by the fist intent of the seal's original owner, the great golden seal shook, seeming to have regained its spirituality. The majestic power contained within the seal began to display its effects. As the seal descended, the space-time within the deep abyss shattered unceasingly. Immeasurable golden light mightily struck the opened great 9 Underworld's door, which instantly distorted. The demonic red light gradually vanished, infinite golden light transforming into a massive sigil within the air, vast and boundless as it enveloped the heavens and the earth. As the golden sigil descended, the great 9 Underworld's door was sealed once more. The 2 great true devils roared in unison, half of their bodies in the 9 Underworlds and the other half in the 8 Extremities world. They were shockingly bisected at the waist by the distorted, shattered power of dimensions at this moment. A moment ago, they had still been domineering. Now, their bodies had been directly bisected into 2. While it had been powerful earlier, the great golden seal that had appeared calm and inactive, even a little stiff, now erupted with a ferocious might that surged to the heavens. The violent seal descended, shattering the bodies of those 2 Nine Underworlds, evil devils, mightily. At this moment, Yen Zhaoga could clearly feel that the entire 8 Extremities world seemed to be shaking as a result. How great had the power of this great golden seal originally been? It had still been fine when it had been in a silent and peaceful state earlier. Now that it had finally revealed its ferocious might, it instantly seemed about to surpass the tolerable limits of the 8 Extremities world. Within the deep abyss of the earth domain, the baleful chi of the 9 Underworlds, as well as the streams of black, devilish chi, were unceasingly dispersed at this moment. The East Rising Lord let out a tragic howl, having been gravely injured just by being affected by the golden light. While he did not die instantly like the Sunset Lord, Streams of black chi surged from his body as it seemed about to break apart. His true body having been ripped apart, the upper half of his body completely shattered. With such heavy injuries, this clone was virtually on the verge of collapse as well. With the great 9 underworld's door already sealed, he dared not hesitate in the slightest as he hurriedly rose upwards, only hoping to leave this place as soon as possible. The fist intent left behind by the original owner of the great golden seal gradually dissipated after having erupted. That great seal regained its calm as even its radiance was retracted, turning somewhat dim. While the East Rising Lord rejoiced, his entire body suddenly felt a chill. Beside the great golden seal, the golden light on Yen Zhaoga's body faded as well, a purple bow appearing within his hands. A jet-black arrow was nocked on the bowstring, flickering with a faint golden light. Yen Zhaoga said indifferently, "Where are you running off to?" Chapter 484. Yen Zhaoga drew his bow to the fullest extent, his gaze fixed on the East Rising Lord, who was attempting to flee. His fingers loosened and the bowstring trembled. The devil-shattering arrow left the bowstring, instantly piercing through the void and piercing through the chest of the East Rising Lord. The East Rising Lord wanted to dodge, but having been affected by the power of the great golden seal earlier, he was unable to move due to his heavy injuries. The devil-shattering arrow shot straight through his back and out his chest, piercing right through him. The gaping hole in his chest began to expand unceasingly, causing the body of the East Rising Lord to seem like it was about to be devoured by the wound on his body. Nothing more than an avatar. He snorted coldly. His body stopped struggling, as if he didn't care too much. He only felt a bit regretful. However, the next moment, the East Rising Lord's face changed drastically. Devil-shattering arrow. There's someone in this world who knows how to craft the devil-shattering arrow. It wasn't just the East Rising Lord's body that was constantly breaking apart. Passing through layers of time and space in a distant and unknown land, there seemed to be something else that was collapsing and being destroyed along with it. The door of the 9 serenities, which was suppressed by the golden talisman, even shook a little. On the other side of the door, there seemed to be a violent impact. Anger, hatred, pain, and despair seemed to have traversed through time and space. After shooting the arrow, Yen Zhaoga kept Heaven Shocker, no longer looking at the East Rising Lord, as he directly turned and shot towards the black hole on the other side. Behind him, the final howls of the East Rising Lord could be heard before everything instantly returned to silence. There were still scattered 9 hell's baleful chi scattered in the surrounding abyss, but the rampaging demons from before had already dissipated. The golden light on the surface of the golden seal disappeared, and the powerful aura converged. It quietly floated in the void, like an ordinary red copper seal platform. Yen Zhaoga couldn't even be bothered to look at this seal as he lunged before the black hole. A huge suction force came from the black hole, wanting to suck Yen Zhaoga within as well. Yen Zhaoga took out the lofty prestige mirror, infusing his true essence within as a streak of mirror light shot out. The mirror light fell on the black hole, and for a moment the black hole seemed to be still. After stabilizing himself, Yen Zhaoga hurriedly gazed within the black hole. The figures of Yuan Zhengfeng and Feng Zhuan had fallen into a formless vortex, still sinking unceasingly. Yen Zhaoga's heart ached. Unlike those evil devils, the two had entered the black hole of their own accord, having already long since fallen to an irreversible state. The lofty prestige mirror's light locked onto the entrance of the black hole, but the two of them continued to sink. It looked like they were about to disappear into the boundless spatial turbulence. Yen Zhaoga swiveled his head to look at that seal. This seal was too powerful, making it difficult to activate. The fistful incarnation left behind by the original owner of the seal was specially used to reseal the door of the 9 serenities. Now that it had been used up, it disappeared. The seal also fell silent again, and it was even more silent than before. Amidst the chaotic flows of space, streams of clear qi extended outwards from Yuan Jingfeng's clear qi robe, entangling with the black hole. The old man's expression was tranquil as he smiled at Yan Zhaoga, being able to feel that the devilish qi outside has been cleansed completely. I believe that it was not Baldy Shin who returned, but rather your handiwork, Zhaoga? Yan Zhaoga's gaze turned cold. Returning after leaving? What's going on with Shinli? Yuan Zhengfeng said he ran away. If he hadn't run, we might not have needed to use this method of mutual destruction, still being able to persevere until you succeeded. However, with him running away, he indeed didn't have to bear any risk at all, even having no future threat from the 9 underworlds. Yuan Jingfeng smiled self-mockingly. From the looks of it, Baldy Shin is indeed smarter than this old man. Yan Zhaoga's face sunk. Shanli, being a little stupid is being a little stupid. This old man does not regret it, Yuan Jingfeng said. This old man entering the chaotic flows of space is not a situation where death is certain. I might still have a chance to return to the 8 extremities world in the future, or we might meet again in another world one day. He looked to the side. Feng Zhuan's eyes were closed, already unconscious as he seemed to be in a deep slumber. However, your second apprentice uncle can't hold on any longer, his essence blood collapsing. If he doesn't enter the chaotic flows of space, he might even perish. Looking at Feng Zhuan, the scene of that youth entering Broad Creed Mountain and entering his tutelage many years ago surfaced within Yuan Jingfeng's mind. The clear qi surged as the clear qi robe suddenly detached from Yuan Jingfeng's body, enveloping Feng Zhuan's body. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoga was shocked. Grand Master! Yuan Zhengfeng smiled. While this old man can't get out, I can still send my disciple out at the end of the day. Amidst his laughter, Yuan Jingfeng's left hand suddenly exploded, transforming into a mist of blood. The mist of blood flew upwards, transforming into streaks of blood-red light, first severing the threads of blood on Feng Zhuan's body that were entangled with the black hole before transforming into a large hand, lifting the clear qi robe and Feng Zhuan upwards together. Accompanied by Feng Zhuan's ascent, Yuan Jingfeng's body descended at an accelerated rate. Yan Zhaoga's heart tightened, but he didn't dare to hesitate in the slightest, lest Yuan Jingfeng's efforts go to waste as he hurriedly caught Feng Zhuan with all his might. Looking at Yuan Zhengfeng again, his figure was already blurry amidst the chaotic flows of space, appearing incomparably far away. The old man smiled amiably, waving his remaining right hand. Take good care of yourselves, my children. Yan Zhaoga could only feel a surge of injustice surging within his chest as he suddenly let out a long howl. Above his head, a silhouette flickered. Within that silhouette, 9 spirit leaves flickered with radiance, profound runes inscribed on their surfaces, all of them different, yet all containing profound principles. Outside of the 9 spirit leaves, in the air, a 10th spirit leaf appeared, seemingly located in an immeasurable place. Hard to describe, hard to describe. Open! The 10 spirit leaves shook together. Streams of radiance lit up on Yan Zhaoga's body. Streams of ice blue refined qi one after another. Streams of golden sunlight one after another, all flooding onto the spirit leaves. As the spirit leaves swayed, bright light agglomerated on their surfaces, forming a ball of light which slowly rose into the air. The small ball of light hovered above the spirit leaves before its light abruptly illuminated the surrounding area, resembling flowers blooming together. The 9 spirit flowers were the first to bloom simultaneously. Illusory light enveloped Yan Zhaoga's entire body, forming a massive pillar of light which shot into the skies, piercing through the entire universe. Within this pillar of light, which seemed real, whilst illusory, myriad scenes changed, the stars in the sky circulating as it seemed to be projecting the changes of prehistoric times. Within the deep abyss of the earth domain, which had previously been gloomy and gloomy, The singing of the great Tao of the heavens and the earth resounded unceasingly. This was the scene of a martial practitioner attaining the pinnacle of spirituality, advancing from the mid-essence spirit martial grandmaster realm to the late-essence spirit martial grandmaster realm, the blossoming of spirit flowers from the spirit leaves, resonating with the principles of the heavens and the earth. This step established a foundation for the martial practitioner to continue climbing towards greater heights, determining what heights they would be able to reach in the future. It was a once-in-a-lifetime achievement for every martial grandmaster. 9 leaves blossoming 9 flowers was precisely the pinnacle seen within. Therefore, the singing of the great Tao of the heavens and the earth was exceptionally clear, vast and distant, lasting for a long time. Meanwhile, in the air above Yin Jiaoge's head, that illusory 10th spirit leaf also blossomed with light at this moment. The light was not bright nor dazzling, instead being even more profound and indiscernible. The 10th spirit flower blossomed above Yin Jiaoge's head, enveloping him within the illusory pillar of light. All the colorful phenomena completely vanished, a chaotic scene appearing instead. It was as though the world's creation had instantly returned to before the primordial world had opened. With the essence blood of the ice dragon as a foundation, and having comprehended the changes in the light of the sun, having received the enlightenment of the true martial intent of that great golden seal, Yin Jiaoge had successfully stepped into the 6th level of the martial grandmaster realm, the late essence spirit stage. True martial soul, 10 leaves blossoming 10 flowers, perfect and flawless. Seeing this scene, after being stunned for a moment, Yuan Jingfeng began laughing joyfully. Within the air, the old man laughed as he headed towards the infinite unknown. While his life and death were uncertain, his attitude was carefree. To be continued. Chapter 485. Yan Jiaoge lowered his head to look at Fang Zhuan, whose skin was pale as paper, as though he was in deep slumber, before looking at the black hole once more. The lofty prestige mirror's light was gradually losing its grip on the black hole, having lost the intentional effect of Yuan Jingfeng and Fang Zhuan. The entrance to the black hole gradually began to close. The endless space-time turbulence presented a chaotic scene. Yuan Jingfeng's figure gradually moved further and further away, disappearing within it. The old man wasn't tall and was even a little thin. He had always been towering and majestic, and at this moment it was as if he was the center of the world. Standing within the air, Yin Jiaoge lifted Fang Zhuan's body with his true essence, bowing solemnly towards the vanished Yuan Jingfeng and the black hole. Maintaining his bowing posture for a long time, Yin Jiaoge said softly, "Grand Master, please take care. We will definitely meet again." With a swipe of his palm, his true essence surged, enveloping the faint mist of blood remaining on Fang Zhuan's body before collecting it. Yin Jiaoge sucked in a deep breath, looking at his second apprentice uncle once more. Probing with his true essence, Yin Jiaoge could feel that Fang Zhuan's situation was indeed extremely terrible. Sacrificing his own essence blood and will to form a sword had caused Fang Zhuan to suffer a great blow to his vitality, almost causing him to perish. Yuan Jingfeng's words were not wrong. Even if he was not devoured by the black hole, the current Fang Zhuan could still perish at any time. The reason why Yuan Jingfeng had gone all out in sending Fang Zhuan out was actually because he had held on to the slightest hope that Yin Jiaoge and the others would be able to save Fang Zhuan. They especially hoped that Yin Jiaoge, who was currently present, would be able to save them at the first possible moment. Yin Jiaoge did not disappoint Yuan Jingfeng as he retrieved 6 long, thin golden needles from his shadow shrinking pouch, wielding them like the wind as they quickly landed on 6 of Fang Zhuan's major acupoints. Then his true essence poured unceasingly into Fang Zhuan's body. The true essence of Yin Jiaoge's entire body was currently extremely abundant, just that it had yet to be refined. At this moment, using it to stabilize Fang Zhuan's condition was naturally not a problem. At the same time, another 9 golden needles landed on Yan Zhaoga's body. Yan Zhaoga once more applied the needles, leaving them on Feng Zhuan's body, not removing them. Finally, Yan Zhaoga brought his palms together, the clear qi robe enveloping Feng Zhuan's body once more. A golden thread extended from each of the 15 golden needles, connecting with the clear qi robe, guiding the streams of clear qi of the clear qi robe to augment Feng Zhuan's body. Yan Zhaoga observed carefully, only letting out a sigh of relief when he saw that some color had finally returned to his second apprentice uncle's pale face. For the time being, his condition has been stabilized and will not worsen. However, a long period of recuperation is still required before he can awaken. He cannot do without the protection of the clear qi robe, requiring this sacred artifact to constantly watch over second apprentice uncle. Yan Zhaoga let out a long breath, the spiritual light behind his head vanishing. He looked at the surroundings of the abyss. Although the black fog still lingered, it had already returned to its original state. Even though it was still a land of death, the 9 underworlds' baleful qi and terrifying devilish qi had finally become much fainter. He lowered his head and looked down. After the huge golden talisman had sealed the door of the 9 underworlds once again, it had already gradually disappeared and was once again hidden in the black fog. The blood-soaked battle between him and his grandmaster and the others had not been in vain. Barring any major accidents, this seal would last for a very long time. Thinking of this, Yan Zhaoga knit his brows slightly, swiveling his head to look at that great golden seal amidst space. Not to mention the fact that the seal had been used to seal the 9 Serenities Gate for so many years without being broken. The original owner of the seal had left behind a fist avatar that had actually resealed the 9 Serenities Gate in this place. While it was far from being able to stand against the entire 9 underworlds and the numerous evil devils within, the door of the 9 underworlds here was an actual dimensional passageway. A fist-intent incarnation that had remained for so many years had directly sealed the dimensional passageway between the 2 worlds. What level had the cultivation base of the original owner of the great golden seal been at? Logically speaking, such power should not have been tolerated by the 8 extremities world. While those 2 9 underworlds' true devils had gradually broken the seal earlier, rushing into the 8 extremities world, after seeing them, Yan Zhaoga had been able to feel that even if they had come to the 8 extremities world in their complete form, their strength would actually still not be complete. While they would still be extremely powerful, they would be suppressed to a state equivalent to the peak of the 3rd level of the martial saint realm. Yan Zhaoga felt that the true strength of those 2 martial saints had been even greater than this. Connecting this with the message left behind by his mother, Xue Chuqing, Yan Zhaoga speculated that if one's cultivation base surpassed the 3rd level of the martial saint realm, they would likely not be able to remain in the 8 extremities world any longer. In the 8 extremities world of post-great calamity times, no expert of the 4th level of the martial saint realm had been confirmed to have appeared. The exalted heavens shaker Zhan Donga, with the greatest combat strength, had perished at the 2nd level of the martial saint realm. The purple sun, martial saint Zhang Chao, with the highest cultivation base, had been at the 3rd level of the martial saint realm when he had gone missing. However, according to the speculations of the other experts, the heaven diviner Zhan Shilo included, when he had last appeared in front of the world, Zhang Chao should still not have reached the peak of the 3rd level of the martial saint realm. In other words, it was still not time for him to attempt a breakthrough into the 4th level of the martial saint realm. Still, this was just the guess of others. The exact situation of the purple sun, martial saint Zhang Chao, had always been a mystery. While there were mortals who had said that the sacred sun Saint Zhang Chao had ascended, the sacred sun clan had always kept this a secret, not giving a clear explanation. Therefore, the question of whether the 4th level of the martial saint realm could remain in the 8 extremities world could not be verified now. However, after having seen the situation of those 2 true devils today, Yan Zhaoga felt that this guess was true. A fist intent that has been left behind for so many years is already able to seal the great 9 underworld's door that has truly been opened. Such power is not simple at all. How was he able to remain in the 8 extremities world back then? Yan Zhaoge gazed at that great golden seal. This thing of yours is not simple either. The eruption of the great golden seal earlier had shaken the entire 8 extremities world as if it could not be tolerated by the heavens and the earth. Yan Zhaoge would not overlook this, and the power of that eruption had still been far from the limits of this treasure. It had been able to remain in the 8 extremities world precisely because it was in a slumbering state, its power never fully unleashed. Yan Zhaoge had still seen such an existence in the current 8 extremities world, just that there had only been one of them, the extreme Yin crown. While this sacred artifact looked mighty and mighty, as it possessed great power when wielded by a maiden of extreme Yin of the martial scholar realm, the extreme Yin crown was actually in a slumbering state as well. Stimulated by Mengwan and the others, it was like opening its eyes slightly in its sleep, as it could not even be considered a lazy stretch. After all, Mengwan and the others' cultivation levels were still low. Extreme Yin crown. Yan Zhaoge narrowed his eyes into slits. Extreme Yang seal. Just now, as Yan Zhaoge had circulated his profound art, executing the extreme Yang scripture that he was still not proficient in and communicating with that fist-intent incarnation. In that instant when the great golden seal had been unleashed, a bizarre scene had suddenly appeared within his mind. Colorful illusions of light and shadow finally condensed into a consciousness. Sacred artifact, extreme Yang seal. What Yan Zhaoge took note of was that amongst those numerous scenes of light, a female figure actually appeared within one of them. His entire body was shrouded in clear light, and he wore the supreme Yin crown on his head. When Yan Zhaoge had been refining the pillar of the divine palace, he had viewed the past memories of the pillar of the divine palace. The woman he had seen appeared here once more. To be continued. Mo Xian. Small. Talk. Net. Chapter 486. Within the image, that woman suddenly appeared before the extreme Yang seal. She seemed completely unafraid of the radiance and heat of the sun as she walked neither hurriedly nor slowly on the surface of the sun. The extreme Yin crown on her head emitted streams of clear radiance, the moonlight resembling water. As it came into contact with the radiance of the extreme Yin crown, the extreme Yang seal seemed to be affected slightly. That woman's gaze was condensed to the point of being tangible as 2 streaks of light shot out from her eyes, landing on the extreme Yang seal. The extreme Yang seal suddenly shook. Then, all-encompassing radiance condensed as the true martial intent of the extreme Yang seal's original owner that was concealed within the sacred artifact appeared. Looking at the figure condensed of sunlight, the woman was silent for a long time. While her face was enveloped by moonlight and her features could not be clearly seen, Yan Zhaoge could still vaguely feel her disappointment. Fist-intent incarnation? No wonder you left the extreme Yang seal here. So it was to substitute it. The woman sighed lightly. You really managed to fool many people. I wonder where you are now. Looking at the extreme Yang seal, she shook her head. Forget it. Since you have made such arrangements, I will not spoil your plans. The extreme Yang seal shall remain here, awaiting its fated person. The woman turned and left, her voice lingering in the air. I will leave the extreme Yin crown in this world as well. Yan Zhaoge regained his wits from his contemplation, thinking of that woman's words from earlier. There were experts who survived the great calamity. Yan Zhaoge exhaled. That woman was indeed no ordinary person. It is just that I had not thought that she would have actually come to the Earth domain before, even being an old acquaintance of the original owner of this extreme Yang seal. Birds of a feather flock together. Her cultivation base should not be low either. Even if it is, it should not be much lower than the original owner of this extreme Yang seal. She can also remain in the 8 extremities world. Is it that my deduction of 4th-level martial saints being unable to exist in this world is wrong? Or is there some other reason? Or perhaps, having surpassed a certain cultivation base, one is instead no longer restricted, being able to freely enter and exit worlds like the 8 extremities world? Yen Jiaoge pondered for a moment before he retracted his thoughts, gazing at the extreme yang seal once more. Whether it was the extreme yang seal or the extreme yin crown, they were both stronger than sacred artifacts like the jade sea pill heart sword, the great sun heaven measuring ruler, the clear chi robe, and the heaven cleaving axe. It was just that it was very difficult for the current people to activate the complete power within it. They could only activate a very small part of it. Yen Jiaoge enveloped Fang Juan with the clear chi robe, then approached the great golden seal. The fist intent of the extreme yang seal's original owner had now completely transformed into a seal, sealing the passageway between the 9 underworlds and the 8 extremities world. The extreme yang seal could leave as well, no longer having to remain here, substituting for the peach corpse left for the fated one. Yen Jiaoge ruminated on the meaning of those words. With that fist intent incarnation having vanished, the substitution of the peach corpse, the operation of deceiving others has come to an end. The great 9 underworld's door has also been sealed. Therefore, the extreme yang seal can also be taken away. At this moment, the extreme yang seal resembled a very ordinary seal platform. It was completely crimson, resembling both copper and jade. Yen Jiaoge extended his palm, sunlight being emitted as he grasped the extreme yang seal. The extreme yang seal shook slightly, golden light flashing as it instantly regained its tranquility. When a maiden of extreme yin reaches the martial scholar realm, she will be able to wield the extreme yin crown. This extreme yang seal, however, seems to require me to have a higher cultivation base. After frowning, Yen Jiaoge relaxed. The extreme yin crown can only be wielded by women of the extreme yin physique. This extreme yang seal doesn't have any special requirements, just requiring one to cultivate in the extreme yang scripture. Thinking of the extreme yang scripture, Yen Jiaoge smacked his lips a little. While he had more or less completed the extreme yang scripture through his comprehension of the concept of the extreme yang seal, however, the extreme yang divine canon obtained through this method only contained the true meaning of power. While it was extremely pure, it was also extremely primitive, fitting in with the great Tao of heaven and earth. He still needed some time if he wanted to make it his own and understand all the profound essence within. Like cracking a code, he was able to decipher the mysteries of the sun god's canon. Holding the extreme yang seal, Yen Jiaoge inhaled deeply, attempting to place it within his shadow shrinking pouch. Placing it down, the extreme yang seal actually showed no reaction at all as it just landed stably within the shadow shrinking pouch like an ordinary copper seal. The divine artifact concealed itself, falling into a state of slumber, its power completely retracted within, not leaking outwards in the slightest. Yen Jiaoge nodded slightly. Even the spirituality of the dragon corpse that had already died earlier had not been stable. Without the suppression of the pillar of the divine palace, it would have been hard to keep within the shadow shrinking pouch. A sacred artifact, like the clear chi robe, was also unable to be kept within the shadow shrinking pouch. Therefore, Yen Jiaoge now had to bring Fang Juan and the clear chi robe with him all the way out. Rising up, leaving the deep abyss, Yen Jiaoge lowered his head and looked down. The earth domain was still hell, enshrouded by chaotic streams of baleful chi as humans and beasts were hard-pressed to approach. However, it was already no longer as devilish chi that surged to the heavens as it resembled the descent of the end of the world. The threat of the 9 underworlds had been temporarily resolved. In this human realm, there was no longer any need to worry about the 9 underworlds, evil devils flooding in and plunging life forms into misery and suffering, no longer having to worry about hell continuing to expand, turning the entire world into a land of death. However, all of this had been established on the foundation of the 8 extremities world's martial practitioners paying an immense price. His Grand Master Yuan Zhengfeng had been lost amidst the chaotic flows of space, and his second apprentice uncle Feng Zhuan had been heavily injured and on the verge of death, falling into a deep slumber. Broad Creed Mountain, the Heavenly Thunder Hall, Turbid Wave Pavilion, the Sacred Sun Clan, the numerous experts of the 4 great sacred grounds were buried here forever. Among the people who had entered the Earth domain to prevent the seal from breaking and the 9 underworlds from descending, other than Huang Guanglia and Qinglin, who had left to reinforce the Eastern Sea, and Shenli, who had fled midway, only he and his second martial uncle had returned alive. Because it was too dangerous, the experts of the 4 great sacred grounds who had entered the Earth domain other than Yan Zhaoga were all Essence, Talisman, Martial Grandmasters. Experts of this level were all peak figures of the 8 extremities world. But now he was in eternal slumber in the Earth domain, and even his corpse was hard to find. Yan Zhaoga's heart was heavy, having experienced the previous great tribulation of Broad Creed Mountain. Having experienced the great battle against the Flame Devils on the East Sea, his Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners had already suffered a great blow to their vitality. Having entered the Earth domain this time, their longtime elders had been completely annihilated, causing all of Broad Creed Mountain to be greatly pained. Currently, other than the various first seat elders of Broad Creed Mountain, the other longtime elders of the clan were virtually all dead. Such a great loss was something that Broad Creed Mountain would not be able to make up for within a period of time. The other 3 clans, other than Turbid Wave Pavilion, were all in roughly the same situation. Yan Zhaoga left the deep abyss, arriving at the borders of the Earth domain. There, Ahu and some people of the clan were currently anxiously awaiting news. Seeing that the abnormalities in the Earth domain had vanished, they had been rejoicing. Seeing Yan Zhaoga and hearing the general situation of the matter, their moods had all sunk. That old baldy Shenli. Hearing that Shen Li had fled midway, Ahu let loose a torrent of abuse. Yan Zhaoga's gaze was cold. There will be a time to settle the score with him. He looked at Ahu. How is the East Sea? Awakening, Ahu hurriedly said. Young master, family head has left seclusion, having transcended mortality and entered sainthood. Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoga's spirits rose greatly. Amidst the good news, Ahu hurriedly told Yan Zhaoga of what he currently knew. Family head and the others are currently locked in a stalemate with the Flame Devils near the entrance of the dimensional passageway. Locked in a stalemate? Yan Zhaoga pondered for a moment before saying, I will go to the East Sea. You guys escort second apprentice uncle back to the mountain. After giving some instructions, Yan Zhaoga immediately left for the East Sea. To be continued. Chapter 487. The East Sea was still filled with smoke. At the entrance of the dimensional passageway leading to the Flame Devil Great World, the experts of the human race and the experts of the Flame Devil Great World were engaged in a heated battle. With the great Flame Devil King at their head, the numerous Flame Devil experts gathered, guarding the entrance of the dimensional passageway to the death. In the vicinity of the entrance of the passageway, the heavens and the earth were all enveloped beneath white light. Yan Di, Old Man Mo, Huang Guanglia, and Song Wuliang, the 4 great experts of a human race, wielded the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation together, their attacks pressuring towards the Flame Devils with a momentum that could topple mountains and overturn seas, wanting to repel them along with the corrosive power of the Flame Devil world. Wielding the extreme Yin Crown, Mangwan and Turbid Wave Pavilion's pavilion, Lord Qinglin, also relied on the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation to assist them in attacking the Flame Devils together. Other areas of the Outer East Sea were also engaged in fierce battles. The other human martial practitioners on Verdant Pill Island, the descendants of the Art Saints lineage included, slaughtered those Flame Devils who had not been able to follow the Flame Devil Kings back to the dimensional passageway entrance in time. Amongst these Flame Devils who had invaded the 8 extremities world, there were many experts like the great Flame Devils whose ferocity was stimulated as they engaged in a bloody battle with the human martial practitioners on the spot. A bright sword light flashed across the sky, slaying a flame devil. The sword light disappeared and a woman appeared. She had a beautiful face and a sharp temperament. Lowering her head, she saw two figures on the surface of the sea, killing some lower-level flame devils as well. Seeing this, the woman nodded slightly, Yunshang Luhua. The two figures on the surface of the sea were precisely Broad Creed Mountains, two maidens of extreme Yin, Feng Yunsheng and Yin Luhua. They simultaneously bowed towards the woman in the air. Master. Fu Enshu descended, looking at Yin Luhua. Luhua, are you sure that the person you met was the Sacred Sun Clan's Huang Jia? Yin Luhua answered, This disciple has only seen images of him before, seeing him from afar this time, after feeling that he seemed to be the world-illuminating young master. This disciple hurriedly avoided him. Still, I should not be mistaken. She was a little perturbed. Master, we are very far away from each other, and he didn't look at me. It should be okay, right? Hearing her words, Fu Enshu pondered for a moment before saying to Yin Luhua, Normally speaking, you, Luhua, should not have been exposed to the eyes of the other sacred grounds, as you should not have been recognized. But it's better to be careful. Don't act alone from now on. Yin Luhua hurriedly replied, Yes, master. Fu Enshu nodded, considering whether she should first send Feng Yunsheng and Yin Luhua back to the clan. Just as he was pondering, waves of fire surged before him, and yet another flame demon attacked him. Fu Enshu could only suppress her thoughts and deal with the enemy in front of her. The experts of the flame devils had been intercepted by her. Some of the flame devils with lower cultivation bases, equivalent to human martial scholars, had slipped through the net as Feng Yunsheng and Yin Luhua went up to receive them. Fu Enshu took a closer look and could not help but frown. After dealing with the flame devil in front of her, Fu Enshu said, Luhua, you still have to put in more effort in your usual cultivation. Yin Luhua muttered, Yes, master. When Feng Yunsheng saw this, she sighed and sent a voice transmission to Fu Enshu, Master, give junior sister Yin some more time. Fu Enshu glanced at her. The homework that has been given to her is already much lower than your standards, yet she is still slacking off. I can finally tell that this child is like a spinning top, only willing to move after being whipped. If I give her too much homework, she will only be able to complete 70 or 80% of it with all her might. If I give her less homework, she instead slacks off, still only completing 80% of it. If I keep a closer eye on her, she will still work a little harder. However, after just 2 days, she will revert to her old ways. Does she think that I can't tell? As Fu Enshu spoke, she felt a little angry. Returning to the clan this time, we will have to raise her homework. That way, she will be able to put in more effort. Feng Yunsheng hesitated for a moment before saying, Master, as soon as junior apprentice sister Yin entered the clan, she was raised as a maiden of extreme Yin, with the requirement that she improve by leaps and bounds within a short period of time, catching up to me and Mengwan. However, none of us have asked her what her own expectations and goals are. Feng Yunsheng's cultivation base and strength far surpassed Yin Luhua's, while Yin Luhua had currently not displayed any potential to threaten Feng Yunsheng at all. Therefore, Feng Yunsheng's words did not cause Fu Enshu to think otherwise. Fu Enshu furrowed her brows. Her problem lies in her love of ease and abhorrence of work. She usually does not put her heart and soul into her training. Even if she is not a maiden of extreme Yin as a martial artist, she is still unqualified. Feng Yunsheng sighed. Fu Enshu snorted. Luhua is a solitary practitioner. Solitary practitioners have few resources and are in great danger. They have to rely on themselves to fight for opportunities. Generally speaking, their sense of danger and desire to improve themselves are even stronger than disciples from large sects. As she spoke, Yan Zhaoga's words suddenly flashed through her mind. Maybe junior apprentice sister Een just wants to live a little easier. Fu Enshu knit her brows, pondering as she swiveled her head to look at Een Luhua by the side. As the two had been conversing via sound transmission earlier, Een Luhua, who had not heard the contents of their conversation, could not help but be at a loss as she met Fu Enshu's gaze now. Master? Fu Enshu was silent for a long time before she finally sighed softly, her gaze that was on Een Luhua gradually turning gentle. Seeing her master's benevolent expression, Een Luhua relaxed greatly. She was vaguely worried that Fu Enshu might be completely disappointed in her. Of the disciples of the same generation in the clan, she was one of the few who received the best treatment, even far surpassing that of the other core, direct disciples like Su Fei and Lu Wen. Who else would receive the same treatment as her? Yan Zhaoga, publicly acknowledged as the number one of the 8 extremities world's younger generation. Accurately speaking, Yan Zhaoga was already no longer receiving the clan's resources. Instead, he himself had become one of the people distributing the resources, no longer being the same as Een Luhua and the others. Feng Yunsheng, the reason did not need to be stated. Ing Longtu, breaking Yan Di's record as the youngest martial scholar of the 8 extremities, world of post-great calamity times. Currently 15 years old, he was already at the late outer aura stage, virtually destined to break Yan Di's record as the youngest martial grandmaster as well. Other than that, there was nothing else. Sikong Qing, who was under the same master as Een Luhua, her martial potential and diligence far surpassed Een Luhua's. However, in terms of resources and treatment, she was also inferior to Een Luhua. Een Luhua was well aware that this had never been because of her outstanding performance or any great contributions to the clan. It was only because she possessed a unique extreme Een physique. It was because of this that she had been able to enjoy the best resources and treatment, whilst living more and more comfortably till now. If the clan no longer continued to groom her as a maiden of extreme Een, first not mentioning whether or not she would be able to maintain her status as a core, direct disciple of Broad Creed Mountain, her resources in various areas would definitely plummet. Een Luhua had still had some thoughts of chasing after Feng Yunsheng and vying for the extreme Een crown when she had just entered the clan. However, such thoughts had long since faded away. To her, that was no longer a goal. Instead, it was a tool that allowed her to obtain the excellent living environment and treatment she currently enjoyed. While having a strict master who was constantly nagging and nitpicking at her was not a good thing. However, due to the many conveniences brought about by the extreme Een bout and her extreme Een physique, she was incomparably satisfied as she found it hard to part with them. In terms of martial talent, she could still be considered outstanding. However, with her lazy personality, it was inevitable that she would be a little wasted. While she was not outstanding amongst the core, direct disciples like this, she was also not at the bottom. A large part of this was because of the abundant resources of the clan. Just thinking about how her future days would be after leaving all of this, Een Luhua felt flustered. Now, seeing Fu Enshu's gentle expression, Een Luhua secretly heaved a sigh of relief. This time I should have passed? Chapter 488. Een Luhua was currently feeling rather relaxed when Fu Enshu sighed. Teaching in accordance with one's aptitude is easier said than done. Even if your master and the clan give you time, the other maidens of extreme Een of other clans will not. This burden may indeed be too heavy for the current you. Speaking of which, core, direct disciples also have a portion of the right to choose their masters. However, because of your uniqueness, I have directly arranged for you to come under my tutelage. I am too impatient. Perhaps it would instead be more beneficial for your growth if you were to come under someone else's tutelage. Bearing the heavy burden of competing for the extreme Een crown and taking me as your master are all things that we have placed on you. We only hope that your talent will not be wasted, yet we have neglected some other issues, neglecting your feelings. Fu Enshu spoke emotionally, her tone gentle. Hearing her words, however, Yin Luhua felt her heart palpitate. She hurriedly said, "Master, this disciple is slow and has disappointed you. This disciple will definitely cultivate diligently." Her cultivation base being much higher than Yin Liuhua's, Fu Enshu could see Yin Liuhua's body's condition as clearly as the back of her hand. Fairly speaking, while she had been rather lazy when she had just entered the clan, she had actually been rather steady. However, as time passed, she had become increasingly lazy. Still, Fu Enshu's mood was much calmer now as she just said, "You should really put your heart into it. If you are too lazy, not only will it affect your cultivation as a maiden of extreme Yin, it will also be very difficult for you to reach the peak in your future path as a martial practitioner. It is not just for maidens of extreme Yin. Laziness is a great taboo for every martial practitioner." Looking at Yin Luhua, Fu Enshu sighed. "Luhua, you are not a mediocre person. Your talent is really not bad. If you call yourself slow-witted, most people beneath the heavens would be fools. However, even Han Long, Er's talent would not be able to withstand endless squandering." Looking at Yin Luhua, she said, "Having been under Master's tutelage for some time, you should know that I am a straightforward person. What I said just now was all based on my feelings. I might indeed have been inappropriate in teaching you. You are slow and lazy, clashing with the pressing situation of the extreme Yin bout. This conflict is very hard to resolve." Greatly shocked, Yin Luhua composed herself before hurriedly saying, "Please don't say that, Master. This disciple was too lazy earlier. This disciple will definitely correct herself." Her tone was sincere. "Ever since I entered the sect, Master has treated me well, and I will always remember it in my heart. Being able to become your disciple is the greatest blessing and fortune of my life. When I cultivate, I often remind myself that I have to cultivate seriously. However, once my body gets tired, my willpower becomes unstable, and I am unable to persevere. Master, please give Luhua a few more chances. Luhua will definitely train well." Fu Enshu frowned slightly. "Luhua, do not let your imagination run wild. Even though I have been strict with you, but what I said just now all came from the bottom of my heart. I am not being sarcastic and forcing you to take a stand. There is no disciple of mine, Fu Enshu, who is useless. I am eager to be strong and impatient, these are all true, but since haste makes no good steel, I also have enough patience and time to slowly polish you into something useful." Yin Luhua directly knelt down towards Fu Enshu. How can this disciple not feel Master's utter sincerity? This disciple is also sincerely repentant. Please, Master, give this disciple a chance. Fu Enshu sighed. The cultivation of you maidens of extreme Yin is not even sufficient to describe how intense it is. There really isn't much time left for us. These past years, as the cultivation bases of Mengwan, Fan Xiao and the others rose higher and higher, the power that the extreme Yin crown can wield has always been gradually increasing. Currently, all the maidens of extreme Yin are still at the martial scholar realm. However, if someone attains the martial grandmaster realm, the power unleashed by the extreme Yin crown will be completely different. Yin Luhua said softly, "Master, didn't you say earlier that after Chief transcended mortality and entered sainthood, he surpassed many seniors, already being the #1 person in this world? There is also Grandmaster. Our clan's current strength is already fully deserving of being the #1 of the 8 extremity sects. Since that is so, what is the point of competing in the extreme Yin bout? Our clan can directly wrest the extreme Yin crown from the hands of the Sacred Sun clan." Fu Enshu said, "That is indeed the truth. However, in planning for the future, we cannot just look at the advantageous side. First, not speaking of how forcefully occupying the extreme Yin crown would easily incur the wrath of all the sacred grounds. Junior apprentice brother Yen having transcended mortality and entered sainthood, while his strength far surpasses those of the same generation, already stably surpassing the Sacred Sun clan's Huang Guangli. The Sacred Sun clan might not just have Huang Guangli, The purple sun, Marshal Saint Zhang Chao. Let alone you, even I, your master, am already rather unfamiliar with this name. However, no one knows exactly what situation this person is currently in or where he is. These past years, even when the Sacred Sun clan has suffered some losses, he has not appeared. However, it might not really be that he is no longer in the Eight Extremities world. While her personality was unyielding, Fu Enshu was not a reckless person. Purple Sun Zhang was an expert of the third level of the Martial Saint realm that year. So many years have passed. His current strength is hard to predict. Perhaps the possibility of him still being in this world is very small. However, when it truly comes to a life and death battle with the Sacred Sun clan, our clan has no choice but to guard against this. Fu Enshu's gaze swept across Feng Yunxing and Yin Luhua. At such a time, if a maiden of Extreme Yin steps into the martial Grandmaster realm and wields the Extreme Yin crown, it is very likely that the overall situation will be decided. Yin Luhua lowered her head. She was still very far away from the martial Grandmaster realm. Looking at Yin Luhua, Fu Enshu said in a gentle tone, "Luhua, you started off late. However, this does not mean that the contest for the Extreme Yin crown is unrelated to you. Your senior apprentice sister Feng and the Sacred Sun clan's Meng Wan were both injured before the Extreme Yin bout that year, affecting their competition. And when wielding the Extreme Yin crown in battle, the Maiden of Extreme Yin similarly has the possibility of being injured. If our clan really obtains the Extreme Yin crown and Yunxing is injured in battle, we will need you to wield the Extreme Yin crown then." This was precisely the reason why, whether it was the Sacred Sun clan or Broad Creed Mountain or the other clans, all of them strove to groom more than one Maiden of Extreme Yin as much as possible, sparing no resources. The so-called double insurance wasn't just limited to the Extreme Yin bout. Fu Enshu said earnestly, with a clan having two maidens of Extreme Yin, while there would naturally be internal competition, with the most outstanding one being able to win back the Extreme Yin crown for the clan, your true opponents would forever be the maidens of Extreme Yin of the other sacred grounds. Yin Luhua said in a low voice, "This disciple will definitely do her best, going all out to overcome her own inadequacies." Looking at Yin Luhua, Fu Enshu sighed softly, nodding. "Luhua, the strong are aided by the heavens. If you work hard in the long run, the one who ultimately benefits will still be you." Yin Luhua hurriedly bowed. "Yes, master. This disciple understands." She lowered her head and heaved a sigh of relief. "I've finally passed today, but what about the future?" As she thought of this, a myriad of emotions surged in her heart. "I started late in the first place, and senior apprentice brother Yen is biased towards senior apprentice sister Feng, intentionally keeping the secret arts to himself and not imparting them to me. This way, senior apprentice sister Feng can complete those assignments, but I can't, and it will always seem like I'm not doing my best. No matter how hard I try, it will be useless. Master will never be satisfied, losing patience with me one day." As she thought about this, Yin Luhua could only feel incomparably vexed. What exactly should I do? Chapter 489. While Yin Luhua was troubled, she did not dare to show it on her face. Looking at Feng Yunxing and Yin Luhua, Fu Enshu pondered whether she should first send them back to the clan. But at this moment, intense energy fluctuations suddenly emanated from the sea where the dimensional passageway leading to the flame demon great world was located. Fu Enshu's gaze froze. She saw waves of fire rolling over from the horizon, instantly engulfing the world. She hurriedly protected her two disciples. Wherever the waves of fire swept through, the fire pith vein in the depths of the sea seemed to vibrate along with it. Streams of fire gushed out and exploded through the deep sea, turning into thick pillars of fire that shot towards the sky. Fu Enshu was shocked at first, but after carefully sensing it, she calmed down. The earth vein had only been shaken by the fire chi of the flame devils, and it had not changed on its own during the great battle of the East Sea. However, This chaos was similarly violent and long-lasting, and it nearly affected the entire outer East Sea. And the surging waves of fire that had caused this chaos were similarly ferocious, causing Fu Enshu to be alarmed upon seeing it. Is the flame demons fighting like cornered beasts, fighting with their lives on the line? Thinking thus, Fu Enshu hurriedly brought Feng Yinxing and Yin Luhua along as they traversed the Sea of Flames, avoiding the fierce flames. Now that the ground was full of fire, they could only pick the places where the fire was weaker. But for the time being, they could not send the 2 disciples out of the East Sea. Due to the change in the terrain, the rampaging of the flame devils in the East Sea, especially in the outer East Sea, had reignited a little. In such an environment, the flame demons' combat strength increased, and the injured flame demons' injuries were even gradually recovering. They seized the opportunity to launch a wave of counterattacks. Fortunately, most of the human martial practitioners did not panic in the face of danger. Although they were attacked by the blazing flames, they still stabilized their footing, beating back the momentum of the flame devil's counterattack. Fu Enshu was also patiently traversing through the sea of fire, ensuring the safety of the master and disciples, and at the same time defending against the attacks of the flame demons. The chaos this time was different from when the flame devils had invaded and boiled the East Sea and caused the earth veins to change. If the problem with the earth veins wasn't resolved, the anomaly at that time would continue. This time, as long as they could hold on for a period of time, the chaos would gradually subside. Fu Enshu gazed towards the region of sea, where the entrance of the dimensional passageway was located. She was currently more concerned about the battle situation there. After all, it was there that would determine the direction of the battle over at the East Sea, as well as the future fate of the 8 Extremities world. At this moment, it was a tragic scene. Boundless white light shone intensely, covering the sky. Below them was a crimson world that was constantly trembling under the pressure of the white light. The surging waves of fire were forced to scatter in all directions. At the center of the world, formed by raging flames, was the entrance to the Flame Devil Great World. At this moment, the entrance was constantly spewing lava and raging flames. The lower half of the Great Flame Devil King's body had completely merged within the Sea of Flames, with only the upper half of its body exposed outside. Terrifying devilish fire flickered unceasingly on its massive bull head and 2 tiger claws. The other Flame Devil Kings mostly surrounded this Great Flame Devil King as well, similarly having the lower half of their bodies merged into the Sea of Flames. The group of flame devils continuously let out wild roars. Amidst their roars, the flames that filled the sky condensed into scarlet runes one after another. Countless scarlet runes formed a screen of light that covered the sky and blocked the white light from above. Within the white light, the human experts with Yen Di at their head similarly mustered their remaining courage, continuing to attack the flame devils down below. Under the operation of the Tai Imperial Breaking Array, the flames were fixed in place by the white light and dissolved into nothingness. Meanwhile, the attacks of the human experts descended like a torrential rain, mightily striking that crimson screen of light, causing it to shudder like ripples on water. The crimson screen of light shattered one after another, numerous runes replenishing it as it recovered. The 2 sides did not give in to each other, fighting for every inch of territory in the surrounding heavens and earth, even as the other human martial practitioners dealt with the flame devils before them. Most of them were also paying attention to the battle situation here. More than 10 great golden suns rose into the sky, their dazzling sunlight illuminating the nearby crimson sea of flames into pure gold. The group of Sacred Sun clan martial practitioners moved together, slaying a few great flame devils that were attempting to head towards the dimensional passageway entrance. The one at their head was shockingly the current chief of the Sacred Sun clan, Huang Su. With the simultaneous changes occurring in the East Sea and the Earth domain, the simultaneous assault of the Flame Devils and the 9 underworlds, the 8 Extremities world facing an unprecedented crisis, The peak experts of the various sacred grounds were mostly unable to sit still as they respectively hurried to the East Sea and the Earth domain to participate in the battle. After slaying the great flame devils before him, Huang Su gazed towards that world of white light that enveloped the sky. What exactly is the situation over at the Earth domain now? Huang Su asked as he gazed into the distance, not shifting for even a moment. A longtime elder of the Sacred Sun clan beside him answered in a heavy tone. The specific situation is unknown. Up till now, none of the elders of my Sacred Sun clan who entered the deep abyss of the Earth domain have returned. The situation of Broad Creed Mountain and the other sects is unclear as well. However, observing from the outskirts of the Earth domain, the abnormalities in the Earth domain earlier seem to have already calmed, the baleful qi gradually weakening, returning to its previous normal level. The various demonic beasts that fled from the Earth domain also seem to be showing signs of returning. We are already preparing to send people into the depths of the Earth domain to observe the specific situation there. Listening silently, Huang Su pondered for a moment before saying, "From the looks of it, no matter what, there is temporarily no need to worry about the Earth domain." He gazed at the entrance of the dimensional passageway. The crux now lies here. Huang Su swiveled his head to look behind him. "Make another divine lamp. While your grandfather already has one, this will be the decisive battle now." Behind him stood a youth who seemed ordinary and unremarkable, his existence easily overlooked, resembling a shadow beneath the sunlight. It was precisely Huang Su's son, the world-illuminating young master, Huang Jie. Huang Jie nodded calmly. "My intentions exactly." A streak of light extended from the fingers of his right hand, resembling a sharp blade as he lightly sliced the vein on his left wrist. Fresh blood spurted out, the streak of light on Huang Jie's fingertip abruptly growing thicker, transforming into a pillar of light that enveloped his entire body. Within the pillar of light, the crimson fresh blood turned a pure golden luster, before actually gradually condensing into a golden lamp. Huang Jie's skin turned pale, the light in his eyes dimming as his entire person appeared extremely dispirited. However, his expression was calm as he sighed lightly with his finger, the golden lamp drifting through the air towards his father, Huang Su. Huang Su's expression was solemn as he kept the golden lamp carefully. Huang Jie said mildly, "With the current chaotic situation, there are many things that can be done. Let's not waste this chance." "Still, we cannot blindly be greedy," Huang Su said. "The other matters will be left to you. I believe that you will be able to grasp them well." Huang Jie nodded slightly, bowing towards the higher echelon experts of the Sacred Sun clan beside him. "I will be troubling you." Those experts nodded towards Huang Su before bringing Huang Jie along as they left. Huang Su and the others stared at the distant world of white light. There, the experts of the human race and the experts of the Flame Devil race were engaged in a great battle, growing more and more tragic as time passed. Yan Zhaoga, on the other hand, had traversed numerous layers of flames with great difficulty, finally arriving here. "Father should have brought the thing over." Gazing in the direction of the dimensional passageway, Yan Zhaoga muttered to himself. To be continued. Chapter 490. Gazing into the distance, Yan Zhaoga pondered as he approached the dimensional passageway. Many of the Saint Plain powerhouses pushed their power to the extreme, setting off an incomparable battle. Just the aftermath alone was enough to make the great Grandmaster powerhouses unable to withstand it, and they didn't dare to approach. Now that Yan Zhaoga had suddenly appeared and approached the center of the battlefield, the surrounding human experts could not help but stare at him. Yan Zhaoga also felt that with his current cultivation base, it would be hard for him to withstand the surging waves of fire. Almost in an instant, his body seemed to be on the verge of burning and being annihilated. Yan Zhaoga's expression was calm as his hands simultaneously moved forward, drawing numerous strange patterns in the air. The pattern flashed with white light, transforming into a white line that streaked across the horizon, falling into the world of white light formed by the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation. A white pillar of light instantly descended from the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation, enveloping Yen Zhaoge before guiding him into the formation. Only now did the numerous experts of the Outer East Sea recall that Yen Di had once said that this powerful battle formation which had shocked the entire Eight Extremities world had been unearthed by Yen Zhaoge. Entering the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation, Yen Zhaoge saw his father, Old Man Mo, Huang, Guanglia, and Song Wuliang stably guarding the core of the formation, controlling the Grand Formation. Within the formation were also Turbid Wave Pavilion's Pavilion, Lord and Qinglin, as well as Mangwan, who wore the extreme Yin crown. Infinite, Boundless Mountain's Chief Chu Yen was heavily injured and on the verge of death, his sacred artifact, the Heaven-Cleaving Axe, also having been heavily damaged. Chu Yen had already been escorted back to the mountain domain by Infinite, Boundless Mountain martial practitioners earlier, while the Heaven-Cleaving Axe had been left behind, wielded by an Infinite, Boundless Mountain expert. It had not entered the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation. This rather heavily damaged sacred artifact was currently left outside the formation, guarding the core and assisting the other human martial practitioners in exterminating the flame devils that had invaded from the East Sea. Seeing the extreme Yin crown, Yen Zhaoge's expression did not change, but his heart jolted slightly. He could sense that the extreme Yang seal that had remained in a slumbering state ever since he had obtained it and remained completely unmoving actually trembled slightly at this moment. From this sacred weapon, there was a clear, human-like emotion, as if an old friend had reunited. Wielding the extreme Yin crown, the gaze of Mangwan similarly flickered as she seemed to feel an unusual disturbance emanating from the extreme Yin crown. Still, such a tremor only lasted for an instant, as the extreme Yang seal quickly fell silent once more, so calm that it seemed like everything that had just happened had been an illusion. Yen Zhaoge reined in his thoughts, first focusing on what lay before him. Seeing Yen Zhaoge, Yen Di ignored the joy of meeting father and son as he asked, "Zhaoge, how is the situation over at the Earth Domain?" "The Earth Domain is no longer in danger. The abnormalities have subsided. An invasion of the 9 underworlds has been suppressed and sealed once again. There will be no worries for a short period of time," Yen Zhaoge quickly said. "It is just that the senior martial practitioners of the various sects have suffered tragic casualties, and the losses of our 8 Extremities world have been great as well." As Yen Zhaoge said this, a cold light surfaced within his eyes, the Lord of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, Shen Li, fleeing in the face of battle. Yen Di and the others first heaved a sigh of relief before their hearts tightened. Yen Zhaoge did not mention how Yuan Zhengfeng was doing. Still, observing Yen Zhaoge's expression, Yen Di and the others could basically guess that Yuan Zhengfeng's life should be fine at the very least. However, Yuan Zhengfeng didn't rush to the East Sea's aid even though the Earth Domain disaster was quelled. This meant that his situation wasn't optimistic either. Shen Li similarly did not rush to the Eastern Sea, which inevitably caused everyone to feel depressed. The current battle with the Flame Devils had reached a critical juncture. If Yuan Zhengfeng and Shen Li could rush over and participate in the battle, the human race would be able to firmly secure victory. Yen Zhaoge looked at Yen Di. "Father, congratulations on transcending mortality and entering sainthood, stepping into the martial saint realm." The youngest martial saint of the 8 Extremities world in post-Great Calamity times was also the strongest martial saint of the same cultivation level. "It's just another new beginning." Yen Di wielded a saber in his right hand, his saber rampaging as he attacked towards the flame devils down below. He raised his left hand lightly, a crimson pagoda with blue dragon patterns on it appearing before him as he sent a sound transmission to Yen Zhaoge, being able to emerge from seclusion so quickly. This treasure's contribution cannot go unnoticed. I hope that it can perform another miraculous feat now. Looking at that crimson pagoda, Yanjiaoga could not help but smile. You indeed brought this thing along. Grand Master is fine, but having fallen into chaotic space, it is unknown which world he has gone to. Second apprentice uncle is heavily injured, but fortunately protected by the clear qi robe, his life is not in danger. As Yanjiaoga flew towards the Crimson Pagoda, he briefly explained the situation to Yan Di via sound transmission. Landing on the Crimson Pagoda, Yanjiaoga clapped his hands together on its top, numerous red chains instantly appearing on the Crimson Pagoda. Yan Di and the others circulated the grand formation, numerous chains of white light extending from within, corresponding to each other as they entangled with the red chains. Yanjiaoga narrowed his eyes, taking out a dark red ring. This ring was clapped onto the top of the Crimson Pagoda by him, blazing flames instantly blazing within the Tai Imperial breaking formation. The gazes of Yan Di and the others flickered, but they did not stop him. Meanwhile, the flame devils down below suddenly fell simultaneously silent, their violent roars abruptly halting for an instant. The next moment, an even crazier roar resounded. That great Flame Devil King included. All the Flame Devil experts seemed to have gone berserk as they charged towards the Tai Imperial breaking formation up above. The Flame Devil world on the other side of the dimensional passageway also seemed to have turned into a living being at this moment, becoming even more violent and violent. Yanjiaoga's expression was stern as he clapped his palms together once more, the Crimson Pagoda transforming into a streak of crimson flames, smashing downwards. Guided by the numerous red and white chains, the massive world of white light formed of the Tai Imperial breaking formation descended downwards as well. All of a sudden, the sky seemed to have been drawn together, even space and time distorting and folding unceasingly. Seeing the pagoda with the dark red ring embedded within it descending, the flame devils did not even have time to rejoice when they discovered that with that ring as their center and the pagoda as their crux, the earth veins of the entire outer East Sea were flowing in reverse. The footsteps of the flame devil world that had originally been unceasingly invading the Eight Extremities world were forcibly cut off. The sky above smashed downwards, the sea and the earth below wanting to overturn together. The entire Eight Extremities world seemed to move at this moment, forming a massive, distorting force that strongly repelled the Flame Devil world and the Flame Devil experts. The power of the Tai Imperial breaking formation was also unleashed to the maximum at this moment, countless streams of light intermingling between the heavens and the earth, imprisoning and slaying the flame devils together with the chaotic space, sweeping away the devilish fire. In an instant, the scales of victory and defeat were tipped in favor of the human race martial artists. Now, the power of the Tai Imperial breaking formation was condensed and concentrated like never before, forming a massive repulsive force. Mengwan, the extreme Yin Crown, and Qinglin were all flung out of the formation. Yanjiaoga and the other four continued to wield the grand formation, borrowing the power of the heavens and the earth to suppress the flame devils. Having been warned by Yanjiaoga beforehand, Mengwan and the others were not surprised by this, as they just gazed at that descending world of white light from the outside, anticipating their final victory. The other human martial practitioners were all in high spirits as well. Similarly focused on this scene, Huang Su said in a low tone, "It's time." At the same time, within the grand formation, Huang Guanglia's expression did not change as his movements were composed. He suddenly spread his hand, a golden lamp lighting up. To be continued. Chapter 491. The Tai Imperial breaking formation circulated to the maximum, projecting the profound variations between movement and stillness, turning extreme movement into extreme stillness. Beneath this extreme stillness, even the Flame Devil Kings, supported by the power of the Flame Devil world, would gradually lose their vitality. Other than that, drawing on the massive power of the heavens and the earth with the help of the Tai Imperial breaking formation, the powerful force would even pour into the Flame Devil world, causing an unprecedented counterattack by the human martial practitioners. If this succeeded, even if they could not destroy the flame devil world, it would greatly weaken the pure flame chi and destructive aura within. This way, the flame devils would not be able to cause any trouble for a very long period of time at least. However, this required the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation to be maintained at the dimensional passageway entrance for a rather long time, forming a powerful sealing effect. Yen Di and the other three who were in charge of the formation would also be temporarily sealed, unable to extricate themselves for many years to come. As compared to the results, such a method would bring the least losses to the 8 Extremities world. While the 4 of them were temporarily sealed, they would slowly whittle down the numerous flame devil experts bit by bit, leaving them with no ability to retaliate with their lives on the line, reducing the danger greatly. The human martial practitioners would not be like the exalted heaven shaker Jean Donga and the others in the past, sacrificing 800 to kill 1,000 enemies. Now, however, a golden lamp suddenly appeared within Huang Guanglia's hands. Seeing this, Yen Zhaoga and the others could not help but look over. Of those present, Yen Di, Old Man Mo, and Song Wuliang all possessed extraordinary cultivation bases, and Yen Zhaoga was knowledgeable as he could all feel that a unique concept seemed to be contained within that golden lamp. Huang Guanglia lifted the golden lamp into the air, its light expanding, enveloping Huang Guanglia's entire body. He brought his palms together, a spiritual light shooting into the skies from the top of his head, shooting straight into the heavens. The light of the golden lamp bobbed and sank within the spiritual light. That spiritual light that led to the entire universe was exceptionally unique as it broke through space, leading to an unknown land. That was not space being broken through. Instead, it seemed to be rising towards a higher level of the world. Seeing this, Yen Zhaoga's pupils abruptly dilated as he could only feel that the scene before him greatly resembled that of before the great calamity, when the divine palace had yet to be destroyed, looming high above the 9 heavens. At that time, the world of the heavenly court where the divine palace was located had seemed to exist above the sky, lofty and unattainable to the myriad life forms of the universe. Looking at the place where the spiritual light above Huang Guanglia's head led to, many strange feelings arose within Yen Zhaoga's heart. He came to a realization: that place, could it be the world beyond worlds? Could it be that the sacred Sun Clan and Huang Guanglia had grasped a special method to the world beyond worlds? Carefully sensing it, Yen Zhaoga rejected this possibility. That spiritual light had connected to an unknown land above the 9 heavens. However, it was not a passageway to the world beyond worlds. Instead, it seemed more like it was temporarily drawing in some other profound power from within. Raising their heads and gazing over, they saw that at the boundary between the 8 Extremities world and that mysterious, inscrutable, unknown land, a person was indistinctly visible. That person's entire body was shrouded in light, as if he was sitting cross-legged in meditation. The light shrouding him made it hard for others to see him clearly. Huang Guanglia extended a finger and tapped towards his forehead, the other pointing towards Yen Di, and the other too. His figure gradually disappeared from the eye of the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation, leaving the pull and influence of the Grand Formation. Instead, a golden figure appeared where Huang Guanglia had been standing. It had the same facial features as Huang Guanglia. This golden figure supported the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation in Huang Guanglia's place, numerous golden chains suddenly flying out from its body. These golden chains also penetrated deep into the world of white light formed of the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation, entangling with the other chains of white light. Accompanied by Huang Guanglia's will, the golden chains began to retract, actually drawing the world of white light towards its center as well. The white light shook, resembling a collapse. The Tai Imperial Breaking Formation was still circulating, but the world of white light was collapsing as a whole. Its power began to gather at a high level, pressuring towards Yen Di, Old Man Mo, and Song Wuliang at its center, as well as that golden figure. The Grand Formation was currently in its final struggle against the flame devils down below. Everyone's power was being restrained as they were hard-pressed to suppress the internal changes of the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation. Old Man Mo frowned. What does the East Rising Martial Saint mean by this? With an external enemy before us, we should be working together as one. The flame devils have yet to be purged, yet you are already so impatient to turn your blade towards us. Don't you feel that it is a little too early? We've let the flame devils laugh at us for nothing. As Song Wuliang wielded the jade sea-pill heart sword, he snorted coldly. Sacred Sun Clan, it is indeed easier to change mountains and rivers than to change one's nature. You have always been so despicable. Huang Guanglia ignored Song Wuliang's fury, only looking at Old Man Mo as he said slowly, "No need to worry, Old Mo. The Grand Formation circulation will still suppress and kill the flame devils. Everything will proceed according to the original plan. The only difference is that I will not be accompanying the three of you. Don't think that the three of you can just stand by and do nothing. Now that the Grand Formation is collapsing inwards, everyone's power tangled together, you are unable to extricate yourselves, only able to move forward." Song Wuliang was greatly enraged. "At most, we'll just die. I want to see if without us, can you, Old Man Huang, stand against these numerous flame devil kings alone? Just because you dare to do this, do you think that I dare not do the same?" Huang Guanglia finally swiveled his head to look at Song Wuliang, saying mildly, "It is very normal for you to have such thoughts. However, it is useless. There are many things that you do not understand. When facing the flame devils, or even the 9 underworlds, the situation of my Sacred Sun Clan is different from yours." Huang Guanglia said indifferently, "To you, the 9 underworlds and the flame devils are a great tribulation of life and death. But to my Sacred Sun Clan, it is a test. Not being able to pass the test would naturally be greatly disadvantageous to us, causing endless trouble in the future. However, there would not be the threat of death at the end of the day. Since that is so, why would this old man not dare to take a risk? Different situations naturally result in different angles of viewing problems. To this old man, the invasion of the 9 underworlds or the flame devils is more of a fortuitous encounter than a danger. Now that a fortuitous encounter has come, I naturally have to grasp it with all my heart. Such as now." Huang Guanglia spread his palms, streaks of golden light being released, resembling the great sun rising from the east as it enveloped Song Wuliang's head. "Moreover, why do you think this old man is still standing guard here now? It is naturally to supervise the battle. If you want to shed your mortal body in the face of battle, then I'll just have to chase you back and continue to focus on dealing with the flame devils. While it is not a great tribulation of life and death, if the flame devils really cause too much of a disturbance, this old man will also lose face and be in a disadvantageous situation." Old Man Mo frowned, not speaking. Song Wuliang's face was livid. Yen Jiaoge and Yen Di raised their heads, gazing at that spiritual light that seemed to be connected to an unknown land, able to guide a unique true intent of power into this 8 extremities world from there. Bearing it comes supplying it. This means that there is a backer in the world beyond worlds. Looking at that figure that seemed to exist between 2 worlds, Yen Jiaoge gradually came to a realization. So that's how that purple sun martial ancestor of yours is stuck at the peak of the 3rd level of the martial saint realm, neither rising nor falling, unable to successfully ascend to the world beyond worlds. Yet he inadvertently connected to the world beyond worlds, himself becoming a bridge-like existence. No, perhaps it would be more appropriate to say that he is a mouthpiece? Yen Jiaoge gazed at Huang Guanglia. "It is just that your relationship with the other party still does not seem to be firm enough." "Haha, is it the other party who is measuring your worth? Does he need you to prove yourselves, whether you want to unify the 8 extremities world? Or is it enough as long as you can quell the chaos of the 9 underworlds and the flame devils by whatever means?" Chapter 492. Looking at Huang Guanglia, the corners of Yan Zhaoga's mouth arched slightly. The backer you found in the world beyond worlds, the eight extremities world, is like a temporary cave manor in their eyes. What they need is an obedient and capable guardian, acting as their spokesperson and helping them to manage this world. Because your Sacred Sun clan has established contact with them, you have gained the initiative. They will not be stingy in giving you some benefits. However, if you are not up to par, unable to hold up the wall, they would not mind changing to a more capable representative. At the end of the day, it is not important who the representative is. What is important is that their interests in the eight extremities world can be guaranteed. Of course, it is better to use someone familiar than the raw. If your potential and strength are similar, they would naturally be more inclined towards you. Still, you have to prove that you are worthy of their attention and support. Yan Zhaoga spread his palms apart, smiling. My guess might not be completely correct, but it should not be too far off, right? Hearing Yan Zhaoga mention the world beyond worlds, Huang Guanglia's expression changed slightly. So you also know of the existence of the world beyond worlds. His expression quickly returned to normal, his gaze indifferently sweeping over Yan Zhaoga and Yan Di. You father and son are indeed geniuses. This old man previously felt that this great battle with the Flame Devils and the 9 underworlds might be a massive fortuitous encounter. However, before you transcend mortality and enter sainthood, before your broad creed mountain displays such a powerful battle formation, I must say that this old man really did not think that this fortuitous encounter would actually be the final one. While I do not want to admit it, if I do not take care of you along with the Flame Devils this time, my Sacred Sun clan will be in great danger. Huang Guanglia's calm gaze finally fell on Yan Zhaoga. I will take care of you first, lest there be no end of trouble in the future. At this point in time, your rate of growth is even faster than Yan Di's. Everything that is detrimental to my Sacred Sun clan has your shadow behind it all. You cannot be left alive. As he said this, Huang Guanglia raised his palm, golden light obscuring the heavens and covering the earth as it enveloped over towards Yan Zhaoga. Yan Zhaoga's expression did not change as he said leisurely, Huang Guanglia, your cultivation base of the 2nd level of the martial saint realm is high, and you are also rather insightful in the Tao of martial arts. However, do you think that my Tai Imperial breaking formation can be so easily comprehended by you? Yan Zhaoga laughed lightly. Why can't you understand? Since he dared to give you part of the formation, he must have a way to deal with you. Before he finished speaking, the Tai Imperial breaking array rumbled and shook. The golden phantom that had replaced Huang Guanglia's position at the eye of the array was gradually invaded by the white light. The originally golden silhouette quickly turned white. Seeing Yan Zhaoga's composed expression, an intense feeling of unease arose within Huang Guanglia's heart. But before he could make his next move, he discovered that his body was also covered by a layer of white light. With a thought, Huang Guanglia wanted to forcefully break free from the Tai Imperial breaking array and rush out of it. But as the white light flashed, his body shifted, and he was dragged back to the core hub of the formation. The figure that had already turned white merged with Huang Guanglia's body. White chains wrapped around his body, pulling him along with the world of white light towards the entrance of the domain passageway at the center of the sea of fire below. Huang Guanglia roared. Golden sunlight shone around him, but under the effect of the formation, the golden light turned into white light, becoming a part of the formation's power. Yan Di's expression had been calm throughout as he said mildly, Huang Guanglia, do not forget that I am the one in charge of this formation. Looking at Huang Guanglia, Yan Zhaoga's smile turned cold. We can slowly settle our debts in the future. Now, as you said, focus wholeheartedly on dealing with the Flame Devils. Huang Guanglia glanced deeply at Yan Zhaoga, seemingly wanting to imprint his appearance into his very bones. Old Man Mo and Song Wuliang both had rather complex expressions on their faces. Old Man Mo appeared slightly out of sorts, while Song Wuliang's expression changed unceasingly, his mental state having suffered a great blow. His expression was rather strange. If it is, as you surnamed Huang says, those of the world beyond worlds will not tolerate the 9 underworlds and the flame devils destroying this 8 extremities world unbridledly, and things having reached an irreversible point, they might make a move. Huang Guanglia remained silent. Song Wuliang's mouth was astringent, first not mentioning how they might make a move. If they really could do it, what meaning would there be in all that we are doing now, all those sacrifices? Yen Zhaoga said mildly, there would naturally be meaning. What the other side cares about is that this world is not destroyed because of the 9 underworld's true devils and the flame devils. However, they might not care about who dies during this period of time. It is still that old adage. Against the sacred Sun clan, they might lend a helping hand in passing, but against others, that might not necessarily be the case. The other side might hope to obtain some talents from the 8 extremities world, having them take them in to strengthen themselves, hoping to recruit some experts of the 8 extremities world who possess great potential, breaking through to the 3rd level of the Martial Saint realm and joining them, increasing their strength. However, such people are extremely rare at the end of the day. Still, for us, there are many people we do not wish to lose. Hearing his words, Song Wuliang nodded silently. His Jade Sea City was situated between the Earth Domain and the Outer East Sea, being most directly threatened by the 9 underworlds and the Flame Devils. Now that the shock from the world beyond worlds had subsided, Song Wuliang's mental state had already stabilized once more, as he very naturally thought that living in this world, one ultimately had to rely on themselves. As a martial practitioner of his cultivation base, his mental state had always been firm. His mental state having been shaken by the news of the world beyond worlds, he rarely felt weak and dependent. Now that his mental state had stabilized once more, such thoughts from earlier no longer existed. Yen Zhaoga raised his head and looked up into the sky. Huang Guanglia was dragged back into the formation. Beneath the circulation of the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation, the spiritual light formed of the golden lamp above his head was extinguished as well. That seemingly unknown land within the sky vanished along with it. However, not long after the spiritual light had vanished, the sky suddenly shook as yet another streak of light actually shot into the sky. Yen Zhaoga's pupils dilated as he discovered that somewhere outside of the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation, another golden lamp that was exactly the same actually flew up. The golden light actually passed through the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation, transforming into a spiritual light that enveloped Huang Guanglia once more. The pillar of light shot into the heavens, breaking through the sky once more. The unknown lands, as well as the figure between the 2 worlds, appeared once again. Enveloped by the radiance, Huang Guanglia roared, making use of this chance to attack. Now, however, he suddenly felt the sky above his head darken. As he raised his head, he saw Yen Zhaoga appear beside that spiritual light before he held a small black incense burner in his hand, directly extending his hand into the spiritual light. That vast, ethereal spiritual light that was infinitely profound actually resembled 100 rivers entering the sea at this moment as it rapidly surged into that small black incense burner. Yen Zhaoga lowered his head, looking down at Huang Guanglia from above as he smiled. I said I'll treat you, and I'll treat you. Just stay here obediently. Chapter 493. The Tai Imperial Breaking Formation circulated to the maximum, the world of white light enveloping the surrounding area. Outside the formation, and Qing Lin and the others were obstructed by the white light as they were unable to see what was happening within. They could only see the surrounding dimensions of the heavens and earth roiling amidst the surging white light as space itself appeared distorted. A massive force that could overturn space expanded unceasingly into the surroundings. Those outside the formation could only retreat unceasingly into the distance, lest they be swept into the increasingly distorted space. The Tai Imperial Braking Formation was currently forming a massive sealing force, suppressing and imprisoning the group of Flame Devil Kings, as well as the dimensional passageway entrance to the Flame Devil world. The space here distorted unceasingly, gradually transforming into a formless cage, separating the heavens and the earth from the outside. While everyone was unable to clearly see what was happening within the formation, they all saw a profound spiritual light suddenly penetrate through the world of white light, heading straight for the heavens and breaking through the heavens. The heavens split open, infinite scenes seemingly surfacing within. Sadly, they were obstructed by the world of white light down below, causing those outside the Tai Imperial Braking Formation to be unable to see it clearly. Just as everyone was feeling puzzled, that spiritual light suddenly gradually faded, the hole in the heavens beginning to close up once more. While others did not know what that spiritual light was, the chief of the Sacred Sun clan, Huang Su, understood it clearly, seeing the spiritual light begin to fade not long after it had appeared. Huang Su could not help but knit his brows tightly. He rejoiced incomparably now that he had specially prepared an additional divine lamp. Huang Su flipped his palm, a golden lantern appearing before hovering in midair, traversing the dense white light as it entered the Tai Imperial Braking Formation. Seeing this, the martial practitioners of the other sects all discussed spiritedly, guessing within their hearts. The next moment, a spiritual light shot into the skies once more, shooting straight into the clouds. However, before Huang Su could heave a sigh of relief, that spiritual light actually showed signs of extinguishing once more. Within that Tai Imperial Braking Formation, there seemed to be a black hole which unceasingly devoured the golden lantern light and the radiance of the spiritual light. Huang Su's gaze was heavy as he stared fixedly at the world of white light. The world of white light descending into the crimson sea of flames down below. The collision between the two sides had reached its peak at this moment, causing the surrounding space to distort greatly. The space of the entire region of sea was unceasingly rippling, overlapping, stretching, and overturning. It was not just the 8 extremities world. Even the space of the Flame Devil world on the other side of the dimensional passageway was affected as well, bright at times whilst dim at others. Above the outer East Sea, with the world of white light and the domain passageway entrance as the center, surging, formless waves madly swept towards the surroundings. The destructive wave swept everything in the surroundings in a terrifying manner. Those below the martial sacred realm would not be able to resist it. Protected by their sacred artifacts, Mangwan, infinite, boundless mountains' longtime elder, as well as the martial saint in Qinglin, while they wouldn't be killed, didn't have the heart to forcibly resist it as they all retreated. However, when the martial artists on the periphery saw the apocalyptic scene in front of them, they were shocked to the core and excited at the same time. If everything went according to plan, the Flame Devils would be sealed, unable to threaten the 8 extremities world for a very long time. There were only the Sacred Sun clan's Huang Su and a few others who, looking at that second spiritual light that had been extinguished, felt unspeakably bitter within their hearts, as the situation was completely different from what they had expected. At this moment, within the Tai Imperial Braking Array, Huang Guanglia was not in a good mood. The white light flowed along his body, from bottom to top, starting from his feet and spreading upwards. The light became more and more intense, causing his legs to look like statues flashing with white light. This trend continued to extend upwards. The seal of the Tai Imperial Braking Formation was about to be officially established. It was the same for Yen Di, Old Man Mo, and Song Wuliang. As Yen Zhaoge devoured the spiritual light formed of the golden fire with the earth-devouring burner, currently within the Tai Imperial Braking Formation, he could also feel the world of white light moving towards its final collapse. In that moment, when the grand formation finally collapsed, transforming into the seal, the destructive power it would create would be even more powerful than the spatial distortions in the outside world. Huang Guanglia raised his head, looking expressionlessly at Yan Zhaoge. Destroying this old man's ritual, you will not be able to retreat from this Tai Imperial breaking formation in time. At that time, the grand formation will completely collapse. However supreme a genius you are, if you are not a martial saint and do not have a sacred artifact to protect you, you will still be hard-pressed to escape death. If you want to escape, this old man will similarly have a chance to do so. Otherwise, this old man will just wait and see how you die. If you don't leave, then leave your life behind. At most, this old man will just admit defeat this time and guard the seal. His gaze swept indifferently across Yan Di. This time, your father won't be able to protect you. Yan Zhaoge held the earth-devouring burner in the form of a small black incense burner, extending it into the spiritual light and devouring it. Lowering his head to look at Huang Guanglia, Yan Zhaoge said mildly, "As for you, obediently complete the seal here. Don't waste your time thinking about those useless things. As for what happens to me, you don't have to worry about it." Saying thus, a mirror suddenly appeared in Yan Zhaoge's other hand. Seeing this, Yan Di instantly smiled, recognizing that it was the lofty prestige mirror. Yan Zhaoge infused his true essence within, numerous patterns of light appearing on the surface of the mirror, coming together to form a small, intricate spirit formation. Where the mirror light passed, a path seemed to appear before Yan Zhaoge. This path extended into the distance, twisting amidst distorted space as it led somewhere unknown. Gazing over carefully, Huang Guanglia saw that the mirror light seemed to have opened a door to space. "You!" Huang Guanglia glared at Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge said indifferently, "What about me?" "Huang Guanglia, I'll tell you plainly that this matter today is not over. Your Sacred Sun clan loves to stir up trouble. When you're free later, we'll have a proper talk." The Tai Imperial breaking formation, enveloped by the white light, began to formally collapse, the chaotic phenomena outside the grand formation growing more intense. The white light on the bodies of Yan Di, Huang Guanglia, and the other two gradually enveloped them completely. That spiritual light that connected to the heavens and the earth vanished completely as well. Yan Zhaoge kept the earth-devouring burner, preparing to step into the spatial door formed of the lofty prestige mirror's mirror light, stepping into this spatial passageway that had been temporarily established through traversing techniques. Suddenly, his expression changed slightly. Swiveling his head, he saw a figure flying amidst the chaotic flows of space at the periphery of the grand formation that had already collapsed. That was someone who had been swept into the formless ripples of the formation outside. Gazing over carefully, Yan Zhaoge saw that it was a famed Grand Elder of the Sacred Sun clan, his cultivation base having shockingly already reached the peak of the transcending mortality stage, only a step away from the martial saint realm. However, facing such terrifying, frenzied tides, his true martial avatar having been ripped apart, his life hanging by a thread. In another direction, there was also someone present. What shocked Yan Zhaoge was that it was clearly Fu Enshu. How tyrannical and ferocious were the formless, frenzied tides that those who had not entered the martial saint realm would be hard-pressed to withstand. While Fu Enshu had recently broken through to the 9th level of the martial Grandmaster realm, the late Essence Talisman stage, she was still unable to withstand such frenzied tides, as she had already been heavily injured. The chaotic flows of space formed by the frenzied tides even looked like they were about to rip her body apart. Yan Zhaoge frowned, the mirror light of the lofty prestige mirror circulating, temporarily stabilizing the chaotic space before he flew forward, catching Fu Enshu, already heavily injured. Seeing Yan Zhaoge, Fu Enshu was first shocked before she revealed a reassured expression, her mind relaxing. Fu Enshu instantly lost consciousness. Yan Zhaoge had no time to think about it. The formation collapsed, the seal formed. This region of the heavens and earth was about to collapse. Keeping Fu Enshu's body within the shadow shrinking pouch, Yen Zhaoge stepped into the passageway formed of the mirror light, his figure vanishing from the eight extremities world. Meanwhile, the body of that grand elder of the sacred Sun clan was completely shattered by the collapsing space, where he had been, above the outer East Sea, at the entrance of the dimensional passageway that had originally led to the Flame Devil world. Space was chaotic to the extreme before it abruptly fell, strangely silent. A mountain peak that flickered with white light fell into the great sea, suppressing the seabed, its peak high above the sea surface. In the air above the mountain peak, a vast, boundless sigil flickered with a gentle radiance. While the heavens and earth had still been overturned just a moment ago, everything was calm and peaceful now. To be continued. Chapter 494. This was also Yen Zhaoge's first time using the mirror dimensional traversing art. Making use of the secret art, Yen Zhaoge strode amidst chaotic space, avoiding the final collapse of the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation on the outer East Sea of the Eight Extremities world. Still, having stepped into that temporary dimensional passageway, he had already left the Eight Extremities world, the mirror light having the effect of teleportation. Within the mirror light, Yen Zhaoge did not need to exert any force at all as the mechanism directly sent him forward. The space before him displayed an indiscernible, bizarre, and incomprehensible state, causing Yen Zhaoge to recall the scenes of him heading to the floating life world through the 10-character heavenly rainbow earlier. Now he was about to head to a new world. Yen Zhaoge lowered his head to look at the lofty prestige mirror in his hand. A profound rune surfaced on the surface of the mirror, faint traces of blood gradually appearing amidst the rune. As these traces of blood merged with the mirror light, they did not have the feeling of old filth, as they instead shone brightly like crystals. The mirror light merged with the blood-red light, vaguely guiding Yen Zhaoge in the right direction. A moment later, the scenes before him suddenly changed as Yen Zhaoge's figure halted as well. Sunlight illuminated the area before him, the sky clear for thousands of leagues gazing down. It was a jade sea, causing one to feel as though they were still on the surface of the Eight Extremities world's East Sea. However, feeling the spiritual chi flow of this world that was different from that of the Eight Extremities world, Yen Zhaoge knew that while it was still an ocean before him, he had already left the Eight Extremities world, arriving in a whole new world. The mirror light that enveloped Yen Zhaoge vanished. Gazing back, that temporary dimensional passageway behind him had already vanished without a trace. Lowering his head to look at the lofty prestige mirror in his hand, whose mirror light had dimmed once more, Yen Zhaoge knew that this treasured mirror would have to undergo a period of recuperation before it could be used again. Before the lofty prestige mirror recovered, he would have to remain in this world. I can only hope that the technique is correct. This is the vast ocean world. That way, I can still look for senior apprentice brother Su and little Junior in passing. Yen Zhaoge muttered to himself, keeping the lofty prestige mirror. Before he had parted with Su Fei earlier, Yen Zhaoge had specially kept his essence blood so that he could attempt to find the vast ocean world in the future. The Eight Extremities world and the vast ocean world did not have a dimensional passageway that directly connected them. If the mirror dimension traversing technique wanted to locate them, it would require something to rely on. After having returned to the Eight Extremities world from the floating life world, other than cultivating and preparing to deal with the chaos of the Earth domain and the Flame Devils, Yen Zhaoge had been thinking of a way to bring back Su Fei and Shijun. Still, with the situation in the Eight Extremities world on the verge of erupting at any moment back then, Yen Zhaoge had been unable to spare any attention to it. Now, however, he had managed to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. However, this was also Yen Zhaoge's first time using such a secret technique. Whether or not it worked still had to be tested. If he could confirm that this was the vast ocean world, things would be much easier to handle. What Yen Zhaoge felt rather regretful about was that while his grandmaster, Yuan Zhengfeng, had severed his left arm back then, sending his second apprentice uncle Feng Zhuan and the clear qi robe to escape to the heavens. His essence blood had sadly been completely depleted amidst the chaotic flows of space. At that time, he didn't have the time to leave any clues. Now he could only hope that the old man was blessed by the heavens. As Yan Zhaoge thought about this, his expression turned grave as he took out his accompanying shadow shrinking pouch. After releasing Fu Enshu from the shadow shrinking pouch, Yan Zhaoge inhaled deeply, supporting Fu Enshu's body with his true essence before unceasingly infusing it into the various major acupoints of Fu Enshu's body. A few golden needles landed on Yan Zhaoge once more, rapidly descending. As the golden needles pierced into the vital acupoints of Fu Enshu's body, light gradually lit up at their tips, the blue flames resembling candles as they flickered unceasingly. Yan Zhaoge extended his palm, making a grabbing motion towards those golden needles within the air, the blue flames instantly growing brighter. After a long time, the blue flames at the tips of the golden needles gradually grew weaker before finally being extinguished. However, after the blue flames had been extinguished, the golden light of fire gradually lit up. Seeing the golden light at the tips of the golden needles, Yan Zhaoge's gaze gradually turned gloomy. Ha! It is indeed the Sacred Sun Clan! Fu Enshu's injuries were not light, the heaviest naturally coming from the aftershocks of the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation sealing the East Sea back then. Other than that, a small portion of her injuries had been caused by the Sacred Sun Clan's martial arts, and from the looks of it, they had been inflicted somewhat earlier than the power of the seal. Thinking of that transcending mortality, martial grandmaster of the Sacred Sun Clan, who had been trapped alongside Fu Enshu within the chaotic flows, Yan Zhaoge gradually came to an understanding. It was most likely that the two sides had clashed, having been affected by the aftershocks of that frenzied tide and swept within. In the final moments of the seal, the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation had already collapsed. Those outside could enter the formation, but there were few who could withstand that terrifying power of the seal. Beneath the power of the seal, space distorted and folded, everything collapsing and congregating at the very center as Fu Enshu and Yin Yanin were swept all the way to the central region. Yan Zhaoge flicked his finger lightly, his true essence circulating as streams of icy cold qi shot out from his finger, landing on the golden needles and entering Fu Enshu's body through them. The golden light at the tips of the golden needles also began to gradually extinguish. While Fu Enshu had yet to regain consciousness, her breathing had already begun to stabilize as the color of blood had also returned to her face. Seeing that Fu Enshu's condition had already stabilized and was no longer in danger, Yan Zhaoge nodded slightly. However, he did not relax in the least. Normally speaking, it had been Fu Enshu who had personally brought Feng Yunsheng and Yin Luhua over to the East Sea this time. Now that Fu Enshu had been attacked, he did not know how they were doing. Fu Enshu's opponent was a long-time martial grandmaster of the Sacred Sun Clan, of the same generation as Huang, Guanglie, and Pan Butai. As a grand elder of the Sacred Sun Clan, he had already been a transcending mortality martial grandmaster for quite some time. While Fu Enshu had successfully stepped into the 9th level of the martial grandmaster realm, the late Essence Talisman stage, facing such an opponent, the situation was still not optimistic. Under such circumstances, it would be very hard for her to protect the safety of Feng Yunsheng and Yin Luhua. Yan Zhaoge had already sensed that there was no one hidden within Fu Enshu's shadow shrinking pouch. In other words, the three of them had been separated. Whether it was the attack of a transcending mortality martial grandmaster or the terrifying power of the seal, they were both not things that Feng Yunsheng and the others could withstand. Lightly rubbing his temples, Yan Zhaoge let out a long breath. As for the specifics, we can only wait for Senior Apprentice Aunt Fu to awaken before we can know. Sacred Sun Clan, ha! Yan Zhaoge narrowed his eyes into slits, a cold light shooting out from within. He retracted his thoughts, sending the slumbering Fu Enshu back into the shadow, shrinking pouch before speeding along above the sea surface. As he traveled, he also felt and adapted to the spiritual chi flow of this world that he was currently in. After carefully feeling it, a smile gradually appeared at the corners of Yen Zhaoga's mouth. While the spiritual chi flow of this world was different from that of the eight extremities world, it was also extremely suitable for chi cultivators to cultivate in, being much more friendly than that of the floating life world. While he had not personally entered the vast ocean world, after having interacted with the martial practitioners of Chongli Mountain and the Blood Dragon sect, Yen Zhaoga could confirm that the level of the chi cultivators of the vast ocean world was not low. The spiritual chi channels of the vast ocean world were definitely very suitable for chi cultivators to cultivate in. This was especially so for the Jade Sea down below. Yen Zhaoga could feel the abundant water vapor within, combining it with his previous experience of interacting with the people of Jade Sea City, the water domain's sacred ground of the eight extremities world. Roughly estimating the tides, he could vaguely feel that the sea here might be even vaster than that of the eight extremities world. While he was unable to verify this, such geographical characteristics still caused Yen Zhaoga to feel slightly invigorated. While this is my first time using a traversing technique, the results still seem pretty good. Chapter 495. As Yen Zhaoga flew above the sea surface, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. Halting in midair, Yen Zhaoga gazed into the distance, vaguely feeling that there seemed to be an existence like a barrier up ahead, blocking his path. Yen Zhaoga flicked his finger, a streak of light flying out from his fingertip and shooting into the distance. Just as the streak of light was about to vanish into the distant horizon, it suddenly exploded in midair. Accompanied by the scattering of the light, space could clearly be seen shaking slightly where the sea and the sky intersected, resembling a stone falling into water as numerous ripples spread out. Space surged like water, numerous ripples spreading into the distance, even passing by Yen Zhaoga's head. Swiveling his head, Yen Zhaoga saw that the ripples did not dissipate for a long time. I actually just happened to land within a barrier. Yen Zhaoga did not know whether to laugh or to cry. Having brought him to this world with the mirror-dimensional traversing technique, it was still uncertain where exactly he would land. Even with Xue Fei's essence blood as a guide, he would not land near Xue Fei. Instead, he would land in the world where the void realms were the weakest. Or perhaps someone was using a similar method to shake the realm barrier. Then, with the two sides working together, he would land there. Landing within a large-scale barrier, Yen Zhaoga did not know whether to laugh or to cry. Nearing the boundary of the barrier, Yen Zhaoga felt that it was not low. The person who had set up this barrier must have been rather powerful. The lofty prestige mirror had fallen into slumber, and the mirror-dimensional traversing technique would not be able to be used for a period of time. While Yen Zhaoga was worried about Feng Yunqing's situation in the eight extremities world, he knew that there was no use in being anxious. Therefore, he could only calm his thoughts for now. If it were any other time, the audacious Yen Zhaoga would very much be interested in turning in the opposite direction, entering deep within the barrier to see what exactly was hidden here. However, Yen Zhaoga urgently wanted to know whether this world he was in was the vast ocean world. If it was, where are Su Fei and his disciple now, and how are they doing? Arriving at the boundary of the barrier, looking at the barrier before him, Yen Zhaoga took out his blood devil plate. This thing was a consumable that had to be refined and replenished from time to time. Many of the treasures required came from the Sacred Sun Clan's fire domain, and were also extremely rare. Fortunately, in having interacted with the Sacred Sun Clan these past few years, Broad Creed Mountain and Yen Zhaoga had mostly been taking advantage of them, having gone to the fire domain to obtain many spoils of war. A crystal container was opened, and streams of sinister and ruthless crimson light soared into the sky and landed on the spirit formation barrier before them. The barrier was so powerful that even the sanguine light found it difficult to corrode it. The wave-like light screen was dyed the color of blood. It looked extremely filthy, but surprisingly it didn't shatter. Yen Zhaoga's expression did not change as he extended a finger and tapped lightly on that screen of light. A gap finally appeared at the center of the barrier that had been tainted by the blood-red light, which then expanded unceasingly in all directions. Accompanied by the unceasing infusing of Yen Zhaoga's true essence within, the barrier also broke apart unceasingly, finally forming a circular gap of around 3 meters in diameter. Just as Yen Zhaoga was about to leave through this gap, he suddenly saw that outside the barrier, someone had shockingly arrived nearby as well. There were both men and women. The older ones were in their 40s, while the younger ones were only in their 20s. There were Essence, Spirit, Martial Grandmasters, Spirit, Vessel Martial Grandmasters, and even Martial Scholars. They had originally been in high spirits, talking and laughing amongst themselves. Some of them were even holding a small flag in their hands, seemingly eager to do something. Without exception, all of their gazes contained a certain emotion called anticipation. One of them, a girl, while her cultivation base was on the lower side, still only a martial scholar, was the happiest. Fong Min was currently filled with anticipation. Having coincidentally obtained a fortuitous encounter, she had first obtained the exact location of this barrier, then obtained the Zhongyuan spirit flag that could break through it. While she still didn't know what exactly was within the barrier, just looking at its scale, she knew that it was most likely concealing good things. While she was young and her cultivation base was on the lower side, with her senior apprentice uncle and senior apprentice brother of the same clan coming to help her, and with her unique identity, her fellow disciples wouldn't go to the extent of swallowing up her things. Even if there wasn't a heaven-defying fortuitous encounter, at the very least, she wouldn't return empty-handed. There should be sufficient treasures to share with her senior apprentice uncle and senior apprentice brother, so that they wouldn't have made a wasted trip. When Fong Min saw that a hole had actually opened up in the barrier as soon as they arrived, she couldn't help but feel shocked whilst also overjoyed. However, seeing Yen Zhaoga's figure appear before the hole in the barrier, Fong Min and the others were instantly taken aback, wanting to speak, yet seeming to choke on their words. Someone beat us to it. This was the first thought that popped up within the minds of Fong Min and the others. Yen Zhaoga had not thought that they would meet someone head-on. Appraising them slightly, they saw that after their initial moment of shock, the other party had quickly regained their wits as they looked warily at Yen Zhaoga. Meeting their gaze, Yen Zhaoga pondered for a moment. Looking at the barrier around them, he understood what they were thinking, as he didn't know whether to laugh or to cry for a time. The two sides just stood there, separated by the barrier that resembled a city wall yet had already opened up, staring at each other as no one moved. The person with the highest cultivation base amongst them was a late Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster, a middle-aged man at the 6th level of the Martial Grandmaster realm. He strode forward, asking solemnly, "Spirit Rhino Island's Yang Chu Fan, I wonder how I should address you?" Hearing his words, Yen Zhaoga instantly felt completely at ease. It was precisely the same voice as Changli Mountains by Jinkong and his wife back then, as well as the Blood Dragon Sect's Hai Jingjie and the others. This was precisely the vast ocean world. He had not been mistaken in using the mirror-dimensional traversing technique. "I am Yen Zhaoga, a loose practitioner of the Beyond the Seas. Greetings, everyone," Yen Zhaoga said casually. He used the language of pre-great calamity times. The language of the vast ocean world was extremely similar to this ancient language. Conversing in this language, the other party would basically be able to understand what he meant. While the language of the vast ocean world was similar to the ancient language of pre-great calamity times, having not interacted much with Bai Jingkong and his wife before, it would be very difficult for Yen Zhaoga to completely learn the language. Fortunately, the ancient language of pre-great calamity times was already sufficient. Seeing Yen Zhaoga's extraordinary bearing and leisurely expression, Yang Chufan could not make up his mind for a time. It was instead Fong Min and the other Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners who were looking at Yen Zhaoga and the barrier before them. Anxious looks vaguely appeared on the faces of the people within the barrier. Yen Zhaoga was neither hurried nor slow as he said smilingly, To tell you the truth, having come from beyond the seas, I am still not familiar with the situation here. I have come here this time to look for an old friend, having entered this barrier by accident. Not being familiar with the people and the place, I am indeed incomparably happy to have met you all here. I would like to ask for directions. I wonder if you all know how to get to Changli Mountain." The Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners were doubtful. Just as Yang Chufan was about to answer, his expression suddenly changed slightly. On the great sea behind them, numerous streams of ferocious black chi shot through the air, shooting over in the direction of the barrier. The black chi transformed into sabers that were ferocious to the extreme, filled with killing intent. To be continued. Chapter 496. The all-encompassing black chi transformed into countless sabers, obscuring the heavens and covering the earth as they hacked over towards those in the vicinity of the barrier. While Yen Zhaoga's expression did not change, the eyelids of Fang Min, Yang Chufan, and the others twitched abruptly. "People of the evil, shifting sect!" The faces of those of Spirit Rhino Island all looked rather bitter, because that all-encompassing saber chi clearly indicated that there were at least 2 late essence spirit martial practitioners on the other side. It was clear that the people of the evil shifting sect had specifically followed them here to take advantage of the situation, waiting for them to find the barrier, waiting for them to break it, then making use of the situation to kill them and plunder their treasures. While Fang Min and the others felt indignant, they still did not feel too much fear. However, Yang Chufan was more experienced and thought more. The other side's attacks were filled with killing intent, actually seeming like they wanted to leave all of them here. Making a move under such circumstances, they most likely had absolute confidence in taking down all of their Spirit Rhino Island present. The 2 late essence spirit martial practitioners might not even be at their full strength. At this point, Yang Chufan's heart suddenly jolted slightly as he glanced at Yen Zhaoga from the corner of his eye. With time being short, he had not had the time to probe Yen Zhaoga's strength. While the other party looked young, he felt that he was not someone easy to deal with. Their group actually faced the danger of being attacked from 2 sides. Yang Chufan asked, "Are you friend or foe of Changli Mountain?" Yen Zhaoga appraised the saber chi assaulting from the distance through the hole in the barrier rather interestedly, saying casually, "Most likely friend, though I can't be sure." His casual tone caused Yang Chufan to choke as he pointed at the black saber chi that had already arrived before them, saying anxiously, "These are people of the evil, shifting sect." The evil shifting sect is one of the 6 evil sects, a sworn enemy of Changli Mountain of the 7 pillars of good. Yen Zhaoga laughed. "I have no interest in the evil shifting sect. I just want to ask, how is the relationship between your Spirit Rhino Island and Changli Mountain?" Yang Chufan wanted to answer, but it was already too late. With a stern roar, he shot into the skies, brandishing his palms as streams of light flickered. Carefully observing, Yen Zhaoga saw a jade-green streak of light on Yang Chufan's palm, nimble and graceful as it traversed the horizon. That jade-green light seemed weak, yet was exceptionally agile as it specifically sought the flaws of the other party's saber arts, dispelling their ferocious attacks into formlessness. Wherever the green light went, it seized every opportunity. Not only did it neutralize the other party's attack, but it also went against the flow, trying to find the flaws in the other party's saber technique to counterattack. There were even a few times where it felt like the evil, shifting sect martial practitioner was intentionally giving way to his opponent, allowing him to reveal his flaws as he wished. Or perhaps the 2 of them were familiar with each other and had a tacit understanding of each other. They were performing an orderly deduction with perfect coordination. Seeing this, Yen Zhaoga nodded slightly, having an idea of what was going on. The level of Spirit Rhino Island's martial arts was similar to that of the evil shifting sect before him, as well as Changli Mountain and the Blood Dragon sect, which he had previously seen, possessing some intricate aspects. The rejuvenation of the martial arts of this vast ocean world was indeed not weak. When the two evil, shifting sect cultivators worked together but could not do anything to Yang Chufan, they immediately became enraged. Their saber chi suddenly became even sharper. At this moment, the black saber chi had turned blood red. At this moment, the blood-red sky solidified into a real sea of blood. The sea of blood was filled with white bones, piling up into two mountains of white bones. The mountains of bones and the sea of blood pressured down from above, just like that, heavy and brutal to the extreme. The saber chi was like an iron plate at this moment, seemingly having no flaws at all. Even executing Spirit Rhino Island's supreme martial art, the Spirit Rhino Palm, Yang Chufan was unable to break through the saber chi before him. Streams of light rose from Yang Chufan's body as the mid-grade spirit artifact that he carried with him played a role. However, the other party had mid-grade spirit artifacts as well, and two of them at that. Beneath the powerful pressure, the streams of jade light brought about by Yang Chufan's palm were gradually buried by the mountains of bones, devoured by the sea of blood. Fong Min and the other Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners hurriedly came forward to assist him. However, other martial practitioners of the evil shifting sect had arrived as well, their numbers indeed greater. Surrounded and attacked by the evil shifting sect experts, the people of Spirit Rhino Island instantly fell into dire straits. Fong Min grit her teeth, clapping down on her left wrist with her right palm. A jade bracelet shattered, streams of light surging to form a barrier that enveloped her and her fellow disciples. However, as the two mountains of bones that towered above the sea of blood pressed down together, Yang Chufan, Fong Min, and the others were instantly rendered unable to move. Yang Chufan clenched his teeth, glancing at Yen Zhaoge before roaring, "The evil shifting sect and Changli Mountain are mortal enemies. You won't be able to get any news out of them." Yen Zhaoge stroked his lower chin, his expression as per usual as he turned to look at the evil shifting sect martial practitioners above the mountains of bones and the sea of blood. With those two late essence spirit martial grandmasters at their head, the evil shifting sect martial practitioners all frowned as they looked at Yen Zhaoge, who was within the barrier. However, none of them moved as they still attacked the people of Spirit Rhino Island aggressively, seemingly not worried that Yen Zhaoge would cause trouble. Paying attention to Yen Zhaoge, the other party was still somewhat distracted. At this moment, the people of Spirit Rhino Island rampantly exerted force, the light created by Fong Min's jade bracelet suddenly focusing on a single point, separating the two mountains of bones. Meanwhile, jade light flickered within Yang Chufan's pupils as his entire person flickered, seemingly vanishing amidst the air. A jade light that was as thin as a needle shot upwards, unceasingly, traversing the sea of blood and piercing through the mountains of bones. While it looked as tiny as a speck of light, there seemed to be nothing that could trap it as it shockingly broke through the mountains of bones and the sea of blood. After repelling an opponent, Yang Chufan was about to attempt to lead Fong Min and the others away. With the situation being stronger than they were, and the other party being stronger, they could only temporarily retreat now before finding a chance to exact their revenge. However, right at this moment, a black saber chi suddenly descended from the sky. Yang Chufan struck out with the Spirit Rhino Palm, jade green light shooting upwards. Who knew that ordinary-looking black saber chi actually seemed to exert a suction force as it sucked the green light into its blade. From the looks of it, it was like a green rope was entangled around the black saber. As the black saber descended, the jade green rope was instantly broken into several pieces. Yang Chufan's face turned pale. Chu Xiong. He could sense that the other party was also a late essence spirit martial grandmaster, not an essence talisman martial grandmaster. But for an essence spirit martial grandmaster to be able to cultivate the evil shifting sect's profound dark saber chi to such a level, there could only be a single person, Dark Evil Jiang Xiong. The black saber chi condensed into a true black saber, its hilt held in the hands of a person who looked to be around 40 years of age. His lips were slightly pursed, his eyes clearly bloodshot. Jiang Xiong's lips carried a hint of a mocking smile as he stared at the people of Spirit Rhino Island with bloodshot eyes, an extremely dangerous light within them. Seeing him, Yang Chufan's heart instantly sunk to the very bottom. No wonder the other Too Late Essence, Spirit, Martial Grandmasters of the evil Shifting Sect had not paid any attention to those who were not from Spirit Rhino Island. No wonder the evil Shifting Sect seemed to want to keep them here forever. The other party indeed had the ability to completely devour them. "Thank you for leading the way," Jiang Xiong said nonchalantly. After cutting off the path of Yang Chufan and the others, those evil Shifting Sect martial practitioners attacked once more. Jiang Xiong pointed at Fong Min. "I want old man Fong's granddaughter alive. Everyone else, kill them all." After saying thus, he walked towards that gap in the barrier, looking at Yan Zhaoga. "You want to find people of Chongli Mountain?" Yan Zhaoga nodded. "That's right." Jiang Xiong asked, "Are they friend or foe of Chongli Mountain?"